Audible Frontiers presents Containment, written by Sean Schubert, narrated by Daniel May.
Prologue. He was a soldier. It wasn't just his job, or even something as distracting as a career. No, he was a soldier through and through. In other cultures and in other times, he would have been called a warrior, a warlord. He would have been clad in clanging, war-beaten armor and carried a finely honed but often used sword. He would have been riding a stout steed through valleys in search of the good fight, and perhaps the good death. As it was, his armor had been exchanged for camouflaged Kevlar, his steed was currently an unarmored Humvee, and his sword was a .45 caliber Colt 1911 semi-automatic pistol at his side. No matter. It wasn't clothes, weapons, or transportation that made a warrior what he was. His earliest memories were of watching Sunday morning war movies with his father and transforming the cornfields and backyard wildernesses of his youth into dangerous battlefields for his friends and him. With wooden, metal, and plastic guns and swords, they would range far and near, fighting sometimes amongst themselves and sometimes against invisible hordes of Germans or rebels or some other attackers who threatened the realm or its people. It was all about fighting the good fight, and usually dying the good death. Trying to outdo one another's death scenes was always an engaging pastime. His joining the Junior Reserve Officer Training Corps years before most of his peers were even introduced to the organization was no surprise to anyone. Also not surprising was his acceptance to West Point and his subsequent commission in the U.S. Army. He progressed through the ranks, but by pure chance, flavored with very bad luck, he missed his opportunity to command troops in the field of battle time and time again. Grenada, Panama, Kuwait, Kosovo, Iraq, and Afghanistan. He always seemed to arrive after most of the real meat of the event had already been chewed. And then he was posted to Fort Richardson in Anchorage, Alaska. It was by no means a step down for him. In fact, it was actually a promotion, but it just seemed so far removed to him. It wasn't quite the Arctic Circle posting threat used by many a commanding officer to get the attention of subordinate officers, but it was close. He couldn't help but feel benched. Sure, units from Forts Richardson and Wainwright were regularly deployed to Iraq and Afghanistan, but those deployments would invariably involve others. He would and did visit those units in their temporary foreign homes and review their assignments and successes, but then he would board the big military commuter jet and come back to the frozen north. He could feel his destiny slipping further and further away from him every day, and all he could do was watch the distance grow. Weeks and then months and finally years passed with no change, no hope. He was whiling away his time in nearly complete inactivity. And then, early this morning, he was roused from his slumber by a phone ringing at his bedside, and then a not-too-distant siren outside his window. The caller was a flabbergasted first lieutenant. He began to deliver random details about a violent disturbance in Anchorage that had all the trappings of a terrorist attack or a full invasion by hostile forces. The junior officer didn't have much in the way of firm facts, only the disjointed reports from field security personnel and the media. The colonel found himself spending more time trying to calm the young man on the other end of the phone than getting information. And then the line went dead. When his cell phone proved equally as worthless, the colonel went to his garage and got on the wireless radio set in his car. He, of course, was already driving himself to his command post by that point. He never made it. The security checkpoint across Ship Creek into the Elmendorf side of the Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson had been overwhelmed some time earlier. By the time the colonel was leaving his house, the chaos was spreading like spilled paint across both sides of the combined military installations. The greatest disturbance seemed to be in the new housing developments just inside the Elmendorf main gate. Several teams of military police officers had responded and were engaging the attackers. The colonel listened as the battle unfolded. There were 2 sergeants commanding perhaps a dozen troops. They hadn't been ordered to the scene. They'd heard pleas for help and responded. He heard crisp claps of sidearms as the officers stood their ground. The more energetic and desperate voice of an M4 assault rifle soon joined the conversation. There had been screams in the distance through all of this, but then there was a screech of terror and pain that originated from someone wearing one of the radio sets. One of the military police officers was down, and then another, and still another fell. They were being forced back on their heels and away from their vehicles, and then the colonel heard one sergeant tell the other that he and his men were out of ammunition. The colonel yelled at the radio to get the men out, but it was already too late. Their voices were gone, replaced by choking, gurgling, dying. Elsewhere, other security teams were standing up to the onslaught. Some were actual police units, and others were merely scratched-together battle groups of willing and available soldiers. Each group of soldiers, men and women, boys and girls, stood their ground only to be absorbed by the growing menace. The colonel ordered any stragglers not actively engaged to evacuate off of base if they were able, or to gather at the armory. From the aerodrome training area, helicopters could ferry his troops to a safer staging area so they could regroup, reorganize, and then hit back. More to the point, the colonel could get airborne and get a better look at what the hell was happening. All he knew at this point was that everything that stood in the path of the chaos, whatever it was destroyed. As he climbed into the open door of the waiting Black Hawk helicopter, he could hear the staccato chatter of small arms fire down the road. He'd wanted to be a soldier all his life. He'd wanted to take charge of men in combat. Right now, he was getting his wish and then some. Was this how it always was at the opening stages of a war? Was this how it was during the tense early moments on December 7th, 1941 at Pearl Harbor? Or on June 25th, 1950 at the 38th parallel on the Korean Peninsula? Anxiety mixed with adrenaline and was then stirred into testosterone to form a very potent elixir. He went to the cockpit and lifted one of the radio headsets, putting it on his bare, graying scalp. He spoke into the microphone. "You been in the air much today?" Both pilot and co-pilot nodded without looking back. "Have you seen what's going on out there?" Again, his question was met with nods. "Well, what is going on out there? What have you boys seen?" His question was followed by first static popping over the headsets, and then the pilot spoke for both of them. He said soberly, "I'm not quite sure what I've seen today, sir. I'm not so certain that I trust even my own eyes anymore. I can say that I've seen enough now to convince me not to look down anymore. I'm just going to sit here in this bird and stay in the air as much as I can." They were in the air by then. The colonel, along with a lieutenant and a squad of combat-ready infantrymen, were all crowded into the rear of the aircraft. The colonel felt a twinge of guilt for commandeering one of the few vehicles that could actually transport people to safety, but he had to get an idea about what was happening. He wasn't quite sure what purpose the young lieutenant or the other soldiers in the aircraft were to serve, but they were with him and could be used if necessary. In no time at all, in fact, the proximity of the uprising surprised him. They were over the expanding edges of the chaos. And almost at once the colonel could understand the pilot's unease. It wasn't just bad on the ground below. It was horrific. Innocent, fleeing people weren't just being attacked or even killed, they were being ripped apart. With flailing arms and desperate shrieks muted by the helicopter's turbine engine, the scurrying, terrified unfortunates below would be wrestled to the ground by packs of clawing, biting attackers. In just seconds, their hands and arms' defensive gestures melted away, ebbing along with their lives. And then the attackers would move on to their next quarry. They passed over a group of 3 Humvees parked bumper to bumper straddling a major thoroughfare. The 12 soldiers climbing out of the vehicles appeared well armed and ready for anything. The colonel instructed the pilot to position himself in such a manner that the helicopter could provide support. It was all for naught, though. When the human surge reached them, the intervention of automatic weapons had virtually no impact. The deluge spilled over and engulfed his soldiers despite their best efforts. And they met with the same grisly end as all of those caught by the flood. The colonel had seen enough. "Get us out of here, pilot. Let's get over to the staging area on the other side of the Knik." "Yes, sir." The pilot nosed the graceful bird away from the burning and chaotic military base. They passed over the vehicle-choked Glen Highway, which was the only northern route out of the city. As if a switch had been thrown and an order given, people began to abandon their idling vehicles en masse. Many looked up at the helicopter overhead, imploring them for help with their outstretched hands and their pleading eyes. They ran and they screamed, but in the end, there was no escaping the murderous wave. Following the roadway north, the pilot ferried the colonel to the makeshift field headquarters near the Knik Bridge. The Knik Arm was a watery limb originating from the Cook Inlet. Its fingers splayed themselves across the flats that separated Anchorage from the Matanuska-Susitna Valley and the northern two-thirds of the state. Across the waterways there was a single concrete bridge for motorized traffic and a single railroad trestle. He couldn't ask for a better position to defend. The attackers would be funneled by the mountains on either side down the single road leading to the bridge. If they wanted to have a fight, he'd be willing to deliver. It seemed almost unfair to him. He would be able to concentrate all of his firepower onto a relatively small patch of land. It had the potential to be a very rich killing ground where his limited heavy weapons could have the biggest impact. Approaching the solution as a simple military problem helped him to remain clinical and unemotional. Once on the ground, he ordered a contingent of soldiers forward to stall the attackers. He needed to make certain that he had the necessary time to implement his plans. As a precaution, he was having engineers wire the bridge with explosives. If they couldn't stop the torrent with firepower, then they could take away their lone avenue for advance. The blocking force was rushed forward and told to hold at all costs. They needed to have enough time to organize the defense and prepare the bridge for demolition. If the uprising couldn't be stopped at the bridge, then the colonel wasn't quite sure where it would be able to be contained. He was just getting over to the mobile command vehicle when a young junior officer appeared with a wireless headset. "Sir, it's the governor, sir." The colonel nodded and took the headset. "Sir, this is Colonel Frost." The governor's voice was strained and worried. "How bad is it, Colonel?" he asked bluntly. A pregnant pause followed. The colonel scanned the control center that hopped and buzzed with the intensity of a beehive. The activity to the untrained eye would perhaps seem random and chaotic, but to the colonel it was purposeful and orderly. Multiple radios chirped and hummed as reports came in from all over the adjoining military installations. The details and the locations varied, but the consistent message they all delivered was the need for help and evacuation. Most of the reports, the colonel surmised, were not good, as control continually slipped further and further out of reach. "Well, sir, I'm not entirely sure yet how bad it is, but I can say that it will take extreme measures to get things back under control. We are organizing a defensive line at Knik. At this point, we're not entirely sure what is happening, to be perfectly frank, sir. Richardson is a complete loss. I believe Elmendorf is too." "Are the dissidents targeting the military installations specifically? Could it be extremists trying to cripple our infrastructure?" "Sir, the disturbance moved into Elmendorf and Richardson because civilians from Anchorage ran there for protection. It appears that all of this started in Anchorage and just followed the people. I'm afraid that Anchorage may be in as bad a state as the military bases, sir." "What are you suggesting, Colonel?" "I'm not suggesting anything, sir. I'm merely pointing out that I think that this all started in Anchorage and is just spreading." "Can you stop it, Colonel?" The colonel, the warrior, wanted to growl to the politician that he and his soldiers were capable of anything. He was on the verge of doing just that when he looked around at the nervous and scared faces that were running about all over the makeshift command post. Men and women, some young and others not so young, were doing their best to get a handle on the events that were unfolding just up the road. There were some sitting quietly being treated for seeping, horrible wounds to their arms, hands, and even faces. The sedatives to calm their fears and lessen their pain had stolen whatever fire had been in their eyes before. The colonel took a deep breath and then began, "Sir, I'm not even sure what it is that needs to be stopped. There were things happening over there that I can't even begin to describe to you. Atrocities, really. being committed by what appeared to be normal people driven to some state of insanity. I don't really know what is going on. What I can say, though, is that we are going to stand strong here along the Knik and... Colonel, use whatever means you deem necessary to hold your line. Do you understand? Sir, I would like clarification on what exactly you mean by that, if I may. Colonel, before we lost contact with the civil authorities in Anchorage, the ranking officers communicating with my staff here in Juneau told us that there were mass atrocities being committed. We can't allow this to spread. You have my full support in whatever decision you make to stop this, but I want it stopped. Do you understand? Sir, are you authorizing me to use? You use what you feel you have to use to stop this. We have to regain control, and if it requires bringing down the fires of hell, well, you do it then. I understand, sir. I have limited resources at my disposal, but I think what I have will certainly discourage them. Good. We've contacted Eelson and authorized them to scramble some support for you as well. Those jets should be arriving soon. Use your discretion as to how to use them. Keep me updated, Colonel. I am getting on the phone with the President right now. I only hope that you are successful so that we can focus on sorting this mess out and putting things back to right again. Yes, sir. We will do our best, sir. Colonel, I don't want just your best. We need you to be successful. This isn't about politics or careers here. This is about survival, and you are our last best hope for that. Do you understand? You are all that remains between the people of this state and whatever is happening in Anchorage. We are all counting on you and your men to stop this. The colonel was nodding and looking back at the soldiers around him. He took a deep breath and said simply, "You can count on us, sir." Thank you, Colonel. I hope to be able to sit down with you when this is all over and hear about how you solved this problem for all of us. The connection was broken, and the colonel took off the headset, handing it back to the young man still standing at his side. He looked again at the wounded people being treated. The young officer anticipated the question that was forming and said, "Sir, our medical staff, what's left of it that was able to be evac'd, are treating the walking wounded here, sir, and the more serious cases are further back." How many so far? Of the most serious cases, a couple of dozen, sir. The less severe injuries, I'd estimate double that number. The young man wanted to say more, but stopped himself short. What aren't you telling me, son? Several of the medical staff have pointed out that most of the injuries appear to be, well, bites, sir, and the bites appear to be extremely susceptible to infection. Bites? Bites? Jesus, that's right. Those people, for whatever reason, attacked on sight, but they did so without the most basic of arms. He became keenly and suddenly aware that he hadn't seen a single weapon in the crowds. There were no guns, no knives, not even any rocks. He shuddered involuntarily at the implications. It was unthinkable. Bites? Are you sure? Yes, sir. Okay, son. Why don't you try and raise the governor's office again and pass that along? If they're going to figure this mess out, they'll need all the intel they can get. Yes, sir. And what are we going to do, sir? We're going to do what soldiers do best. From off in the distance, the unmistakable chatter of small arms fire suddenly began to filter into the impromptu military camp. Those boys up there are going to need some help, the colonel said. Let's get a couple of choppers up there with some firepower and see what we can do. Almost at once, a pair of Black Hawk gunships roared overhead and made their way toward the fighting. Not able to sit back himself, the colonel found another helicopter and did his best to join his men, who were even then fighting for their lives on the ground. The battle at the roadblock was virtually no different than those that had been fought all over Anchorage. The two hovering helicopters loosed a barrage of rockets and a shower of machine gun bullets into the attacking horde. But even those measures had little to no impact. He watched helplessly as his men, disciplined and brave, fought and then, one by one, were overpowered and butchered where they stood by groups of the vile attackers. A single armored Humvee with a small group of survivors sped away from the disaster before it was too late. Colonel Frost instructed his pilots to lay down whatever cover fire they were able to try and put some distance between his fleeing soldiers and their pursuers. He watched from his hovering perch as high-caliber bullets tore into and through flesh to no avail. The people below didn't seem to even register that bullets had just passed through them. This was more than just adrenaline or some external chemical or drug affecting this behavior. What was happening was unreal and unimaginable, and yet he was witnessing it. There was no denying it. Seeing that these efforts were largely futile, he ordered his pilots to return to the Knik base. It didn't appear that he had any options left other than to allow the incoming jets from Fairbanks to blanket the entire area in fire and death. To him, these people below were still Americans, the same people he had sworn to defend and protect from exactly the thing he was ordering done to them. Over the radio, he was connected with the pilots in the squadron of jets that were just beginning to appear on the distant horizon. He issued the order to use any and all ordnance on the crowd advancing through the valley. And then, from a safe distance, the colonel watched as the entire road and all that was on it was engulfed in a sea of seemingly liquid fire that spread out like a searing yellow and black flood. The flash was blinding, and the delayed roar of the explosion was deafening even over the clamorous growl of the helicopter's turbines. The colonel bowed and shook his head. He was a warrior, but never in his career, or even in his lifetime, would he have imagined that he would be calling down such horrible death on such a target. He wasn't a praying man, but he found himself asking for forgiveness from above. He knew that there were bad guys in that crowd below, but he also knew that there were women and children, and who knew what else? Was his wife down there? His son? Had they just been incinerated along with everyone else? Maybe this would be enough to end it all, so that they could begin sorting out the good from the bad and then figure out who was responsible for this insanity that had cost so much. He was lingering in those thoughts when his radio headset began to squawk. It was the pilot of his helicopter.
"Sir, it doesn't appear to have worked, sir. They're still coming."
What? He looked out then and saw that even through the flames that were still melting the paved roads of the Glen Highway, the rioters, the attackers, the terrorists, or whatever they were to be called, were still moving forward. It was as if the attack, the deadly fire that had swallowed hundreds of people in a single instant, had not even happened. They were showing no signs of stopping or even slowing. Through his binoculars, he watched as dozens of them appeared through the conflagration with flames still licking at their clothes and hair. They made not the slightest effort to extinguish the blaze that flickered and burned over their bodies. Smoldering and blackened, they continued their trek toward the bridge, swirling black contrails in their wake. The bridge. He had to know if the bridge was ready for demolition.
"Connect me with the command post."
"Yes, sir." After a pause, with the colonel still watching the horrible parade as it advanced, the pilot was back on.
"Sir, I don't seem to be able to raise command."
"What do you mean?"
"Sir, just that. The line is open, but I'm not reaching anyone."
"Get us back over there, son."
"Yes, sir."
It took only a few brief moments in the fast-moving aircraft for them to be over the newly formed command post on the north side of the Knik Arm Bridge. When the colonel looked down, his heart nearly skipped a beat. Below him, the scene resembled what he had left at Fort Richardson. People, soldiers, were running in every direction. Some appeared to be fleeing, while others appeared to be pursuing. There were also bodies lying all over the area. There seemed to be a large concentration of them near the critical care unit that had been established to treat the worst cases. And then he saw it. A row of black, zippered bags lying side by side behind the unit. Body bags. But not all of them were still. There were several that had something inside that was struggling to get out. They writhed and squirmed like fetuses trying to be born from inside the black rubbery wombs.
"Oh, dear God." "Sir, what do you want us to do?"
"Get me on the radio with those pilots."
You're on, sir. Pilot, do you have anything left to bring down that bridge?
That's an affirmative, sir.
Then bring it down. We've got to do what we can to stop this.
Are you asking us to destroy that bridge, sir?
That's affirmative.
Roger that. We are targeting the bridge.
The colonel and the pilots of his helicopter watched as the spans that constituted the Kinnick Arm Bridge were laid to rubble. There was less fire with this explosion, but definitely more smoke than with the napalm bursts on the roadway. One of the jets targeted the more distant railroad trestle for good measure and brought it down in a flash of rising smoke and water. And from the south, getting closer and closer, there seemed to be no stop to the tide of maniacal humanity that pressed ever forward. When they reached the concrete and steel ruins of the bridge, they merely continued. Those that could find easy footing crossed, and those that couldn't fell into the spaces and gaps in the span until those spaces and gaps were filled full enough with twisting and squirming bodies to allow others to cross atop them. The pilot said flatly, "It didn't seem to work. There's no containment. They're still getting across."
Part 1. Chapter 1. Several weeks later. Neil Jordan, struggling a bit to catch his breath, asked, "What was that, Doc?"
"I said that it didn't work. It doesn't appear as if they contained it,"
answered Dr. Caldwell. Now finally on a rise high enough to see the bridge, or more accurately, to see where it had once stood, he saw that while the bridge had been downed, it was obvious by the destruction on the far side that the zombies had made it across. It looked very clearly like military vehicles on the far side were in no better shape than those at the attempted roadblock back down the road closer to Anchorage. Curiously, there was a military Humvee beached and abandoned some distance down in the Kinnick below the bridge. Looking at the destruction, he didn't know what to do, how to react. He had actually been expecting that this is what they would find. He had assumed that the destruction would have worked in stopping the onslaught of undead, but it appeared that Dr. Caldwell was right. If it had worked, there would likely be several thousand ghouls gathered and milling about in front of the broken masonry. Neil peered through his binoculars and shook his head. "Damn."
"What?"
"I don't think that the bridge is passable as it is."
"Why not?"
"Take a look for yourself. Pay special attention to the darker spots in the pavement." The doctor took the binoculars from Neil and looked out. He adjusted the focus slightly and then scanned from one end of the first stretch to the other. He leaned forward as if getting those few inches closer would help to bring the scene into sharper relief.
"Are those bodies stacked atop one another?"
Neil shook his head in disgust. "No. If those were just bodies, they wouldn't still be moving around." The doctor looked closer still and could now see a reaching and flexing hand emerging from underneath the top layer of downward-facing bodies. And now he could see the general movement. He was reminded of fish still struggling to breathe and escape from the bottom of a barrel. They were packed in so tightly, having been walked on by thousands of their undead brethren, that they were hopelessly tangled and knotted together. Neil turned to face the rest of the group of survivors, still approaching up the slope. Their weary faces were drawn tight with exertion and deprivation, the only color from the streaks of dirt here and there, as well as the ruddy rose clouds blotching most of their cheeks. They all seemed so gaunt and frail to him. Perhaps it was just a product of his downcast mood, but these people didn't seem to be the robust Alaskans ready to face the challenges of the sometimes harsh environs of Alaska. Rather, they appeared to be a lonely group of desperate souls who had somehow managed to stay a single step ahead of the Reaper, who had apparently harvested most, if not all, of the other thousands of souls who had once populated Anchorage, Alaska. When his eyes fell upon the two children, Danny and Jules, still tagging along with them, he managed to control the outburst that was threatening to explode from his mouth. These kids had seen and experienced more than should be asked from any adult, and they certainly didn't need Neil to add to the misery. Instead, he took a deep breath and held it as he turned back to look at the dashed hope that the bridge had once signified. It was with Jules's brother Martin that the calamity had originally begun. He had been bitten by something down near Seward. The wound was very superficial, but it had bled well more than it should have and led to a very aggressive infection that within hours had claimed young Martin's life. And for reasons that science could not answer and that religion dared not contemplate, young Martin had risen from his death slumber and began to kill everyone around him, setting off a chain of events that had escalated and multiplied, with each victim also rising up to go on a homicidal spree, first at Providence Hospital, and then spreading exponentially throughout all of Anchorage. In a few hours, the city had been overrun with the walking dead. Those survivors fortunate enough were able to flee the city, but the vast majority of the population had fallen prey to the killing hordes. There were others like Neil and his group, still clawing for survival in the city, but he was afraid that all of them, his group included, might be fighting a losing battle against insurmountable odds. He kept his thoughts to himself for the most part, but there were times like this one that he felt the weight of that possibility hanging heavily on him. Like Sisyphus's rock, his thoughts just kept rolling down over the top of him. They had been on the run or in hiding for weeks now. They had seen as much or more destruction, mayhem, and death than even the saltiest of Genghis Khan's Mongol warriors, and neither the running nor the chaos showed any signs of slackening in the slightest. Fleeing the carnage of Providence Hospital and Midtown Anchorage, Neil and those with him found temporary sanctuary in South Anchorage in a small duplex, abandoned by its escaping owners. With supplies taken from the Fred Meyer where Megan had been a manager, the group decided that waiting out the storm instead of running was the safer choice. They did their best to quietly entertain one another while avoiding detection by the ghouls that wandered the streets outside. Those were days of quiet, lonely isolation. After several desolate days in their four-walled life raft, they were joined by another group of 3 survivors, Dr. Caldwell, Emma, and a police officer named Malachi Ivanov. It wasn't too long afterward that their refuge was discovered by the terrors outside, and they were forced to run once again. Since leaving their sanctuary, their numbers had grown and dwindled. The van that had once transported them through the twisted wasteland that Anchorage had become was gone, abandoned by necessity, as it could not navigate the many impassable roads they had encountered. If Anchorage were a person and those roads were its windpipe, the patient would have been asphyxiated long ago. Early on in the catastrophe, the busiest of Anchorage's roads and intersections had become impenetrable barriers that did nothing more than trap the souls whose vehicles created them. Those sane people were virtually served up on glass and metal platters bearing the names of Chevrolet, Ford, and GMC. Neil thought back on the past several days. Weeks. How many had it been? He'd lost count, or more to the point, he'd stopped counting long ago when the sun rising and setting no longer held the same importance. It didn't matter what day it was anymore, because each was going to bring with it the same problems, the same struggles, the same agonizing realizations about their situation without the hope of a weekend to break up the monotony. Chapter 2. Weeks ago, with the minivan loaded with both people and their dwindling supplies, Neil drove away from their South Anchorage hiding place. The vehicle could outrun the ghouls laying siege to the home that had become their bastion, but they were traveling into the unknown, like jumping into a mysterious lake on a dark night. With the exception of young Jules and Danny, everyone in the van had lived in Anchorage for some time. The city, as its former self, was familiar, but as it appeared on that autumn day, they could just as well have been driving on Venus. Every street, every corner, every building held new mysteries and new dark secrets. The roads, once bustling with cars and pedestrians, were deserted except for the random wandering dog or the occasional plastic shopping bag that fluttered and danced on the gentle breeze. There were abandoned cars here and there, but except for the main intersections, which Neil was careful to avoid, the roads in the city were largely empty. Anchorage had become a ghost town. The mix of souls in the minivan made for an eclectic stew of ages, backgrounds, and personalities. At the helm, both figuratively and literally, was Neil. Before the zombie apocalypse, he'd worked in the mortgage industry, though that experience had obviously not hindered his ability to survive the zombie apocalypse. In point of fact, maybe such a ruthless business had prepared him to deal with soulless opportunists. Next to him sat the more senior Dr. Caldwell, who, along with Jerry, who was sitting behind him, had come from Providence Hospital, which was the origin of the outbreak. Dr. Caldwell had served in the military and had worked trauma centers, none of which had prepared him to deal with the horrible circumstances that came part and parcel with current events. Behind Neil was Megan, who had been a manager at a Fred Meyer store. Neil had wandered in looking for supplies and had found Megan. She had been at his side ever since. That's not to say that Neil's trip to Fred Meyer had been otherwise fruitless. Many of the spoils of that visit were still crowding the vehicle. There were piles of canned foods, boxes of crackers and other dry foods, and cases of water and juice all stacked in the back of the vehicle behind the rearmost seats. They had grabbed more than just food that morning as well. The group had a large variety of hunting rifles, shotguns, and sidearms, as well as a large stock of ammunition for each. At the very least, the guns provided them all with a sense of comfort, whether it was justified or not. Beside Megan on the middle bench sat the most troubled and troubling soul in the vehicle. He still wore the uniform of an Anchorage Police Department officer, but his patrolling days were over. Officer Malachi Ivanov was as distant from his companions in the van as he was from a firm grasp on reality. Old memories, lurking in the shadows of the past, were punishing him. And in his punishment, all that Malachi could truly feel was fear. But the terror produced only rage. But like a volcano concealing the wrath within its bowels, he contained the anger in silence. On the floor next to him was Jerry, a young man not even old enough to buy a drink from a tavern, but who was far from a clueless kid. He was squeezed into the space between the edge of the middle bench seat and the sliding side door. Jerry had been a certified nursing assistant at Providence Hospital and was finally getting his act together enough to get out on his own. He had a car and was ready to move into his own apartment when, well, his story from recent weeks wasn't much different than everyone else's in the van. Since that morning, he'd found stores of confidence in himself that, until then, had gone unnoticed and untapped. All of which was rather fortuitous, because on that morning, when their world was forever changed, he had been entrusted with the safety of a pair of children, Jules and Danny. The young boy, Danny, had been the best friend and family guest of Jules's brother Martin, who had invited Danny to vacation with them in Alaska. The pair of youngsters was sitting on the laps of a couple of women situated in the rear bench seat. Emma, sitting behind Malachi, was once an administrative employee at Providence Hospital. She'd had the good fortune of finding Dr. Caldwell early in the emerging catastrophe at the hospital and was saved by his planning and direction. Their harrowing trek through the hospital was followed by a brief trip in a hospital airlift helicopter and a violent crash on the south side of Anchorage. The survivors from Providence were eventually whittled down to just the good doctor, Emma, and the police officer. Kim, sitting next to Emma on the very back seat, asked, "How much gas do we have?" Neil was relieved to hear her speak. When they made their escape from the safe house, her best friend Tony was attacked and killed by several of the walking dead as he threw open the garage door. The severity of his wounds caused him to die quickly and therefore reanimate quickly. With blood still spurting from the gaping wounds on his neck, face, and arms, he chased after the fleeing van. Kim demanded that they stop to help her friend, not willing to accept that it was no longer Tony that was chasing them. Her manic ranting had quickly turned to depressive silence. Dr. Caldwell asked, half-mockingly, "You want to take a road trip somewhere?" Kim, still looking out the side window, said, without much emotion in her voice, "No, I was just wondering how long we had until we would be on foot." From behind Neil, Megan asked with a little more urgency, "How much gas do we have?" Neil answered both of them, "Relax. We've got a full tank and this thing gets great gas mileage." "So, where are we headed?" Megan continued. Dr. Caldwell turned to look at the others in the back.
"We're going to try and find a way out of the city. I don't think anyone is going to be coming back here anytime soon to give us any help, so it's up to us to save ourselves."
Kim pointedly asked, "You mean the way that we helped Tony?"
"Kim, what is done is done. None of us wanted that to happen to Tony any more than we'd want it to happen to anyone else. We can't do anything about it now, and there is no bringing him back. Had we even tried to help him, you know what would have happened to the rest of us. Do you want to be responsible for the same happening to Jules and Danny?"
Kim looked back out the window and didn't answer, tears pooling in the corners of her eyes. Malachi just shook his head and didn't say a word. In his mind, Tony was destined for such a fate. To Malachi, Tony had chosen his ill-begotten path when he decided to lay with other men in sin. It sickened him to even imagine it. The rough groping, the clumsy positioning, the sweating, the struggle. He could feel his heart rate jump, his disgust rising as a sour, biting taste in the back of his mouth. He couldn't shake the images, though. They just kept running in his mind over and over again. Rather than fighting it did no good whatsoever. He closed his eyes and relived a past that was never really any further than arm's length away, always hovering on the periphery. The memories were so common that they didn't even bring on the fear or the pain like they once had. They represented no more menace than the memory of his first cavity filling. Through the tangle of grabbing, abrasive, older hands and arms, his mind sought out better visions, some token remembrance of happiness, however fleeting, from a childhood that was as flat in aspect as was the adult Malachi's face. From deep within his memory trove, he often found his mother with her generous and approving smile. He could see her berry-picking with his sisters out on the tundra in the early autumn. She seemed so far away, but this memory of her was 1,000-fold better than that of the broken woman she became during his adolescent years. But he was able to hold that autumn day from long ago. It may not have even been a memory anymore. He just as likely could be imagining the peace and the supreme tranquility from the vision. It didn't matter to him. It didn't matter that he could still taste the sour and sweet goodness from eating Audiobook, Eskimo ice cream, made from seal oil and the berries they picked that day. Looking out the windows to either side of him, he tried to remember and then hold on to the present. It was becoming harder all the time, and was made more difficult still by his inability to recognize the present and reality as distinguished from the random images and visitations from the past that threatened to dislodge him permanently. He could see some storm clouds gathering over the Chugach Mountains sitting to the north and east of Anchorage. The clouds were dark and purple, like a bruise spreading itself over the horizon. Neil drove them north on Lake Otis Parkway and found a likely path back out to the Seward Highway, which was a primary north-south thoroughfare through town. The van was largely quiet, each of the survivors retreating into his or her thoughts, memories, or torments. Neil didn't have that luxury. By virtue of his being the driver, Neil had to keep his wits about him. There was no pause or moment for him to regroup, though he was punishing himself as much or more than anyone else in the vehicle. He couldn't shake the guilt that, had he planned better, Tony would still be alive, and so would Rachel. The most unsettling emotion he was feeling, however, was a nagging and punishing sense of relief. It could have just as easily been him, opening the garage door and overwhelmed by those things. It all had happened so quickly that none of it really hit him until they were well away. He wasn't quite certain if he saw Tony as he was attacked, but he was sure that he saw his face after his death and reanimation. Tony wasn't there anymore. Humanity wasn't there anymore. All that dwelled in those dark pupils and gnashing jaws was unbridled rage and unquenchable hunger. And that could have been him. This stretch of highway cutting through the heart of Anchorage was largely empty, free of large pockets of cars and obstructions. There hadn't been any large road construction or repair projects, and most of the cars that were scattered here and there were likely already parked or stalled before the tumult had hit. Still, Neil was careful to give any vehicles sitting stalled on the road a wide berth. No point in tempting fate. With the isolation and the quiet all around them, it was hard to remember that they were in the midst of what was once the most populous region in this part of the world. In the distance, where the Seward Highway split and became Ingra and Gamble streets, Neil could see the glint of sunlight reflecting off the metal and glass of a large pocket of cars. It was quite obvious that there was a bottleneck in front of them. Looking to either side of them, he determined that this was a good place to sort things out, so he stopped the van and looked back over his shoulder at his passengers, who all looked at him in wonder. It had been less than an hour since they had made their flight, and the tension was still very high for all of them. Neil rolled down his window just a few inches and welcomed the refreshing breeze into the vehicle. A lot had just happened, more than any of them could fully digest alone. They were free, but now there was a sense of despair as to the choices and the possible consequences in front of them. As Neil had heard it put in the past, sometimes the devil you know is less frightening than the devil you don't. They all knew where they stood while they were still in that house, but now there was no real knowing. Kim was the first to speak. "So what's up? Why are we stopping?" "I think this is as good a place as any for us to figure out what's next. We made plans about getting away, but so far those plans have gone south. What are we doing? Where are we heading?" answered Neil. "We're getting the hell away," Kim answered for all of them. Neil nodded. "Okay, I get that, but to where?" "Away." "Okay, again, where is away? I need to have some idea where we're going, or we're just going to drive around until we run out of gas. Do you want to be on foot?" "So," Emma asked, "can we have this conversation somewhere other than here?"
"Here seems okay for us to talk," Dr. Caldwell said. "It's wide open, so nothing can sneak up on us, and I don't see any evidence of those things for as far as my eyes can see. Seems like we're alone out here."
Kim demanded. "Here? Here? Where the hell is here? We're on a fucking highway." Her coarse language reminded Jules of Rachel. She already missed her. She was fun. Back at the house, Rachel had tried to help Tony, who was in some trouble after he opened the garage door for all of them to get out. In so doing, Rachel fell out of the side door of the van and then ran into the house with a couple of those scary monsters in tow. That was the last they heard from Rachel. Jules was starting to understand what happened when people disappeared and never came back. It was also beginning to dawn on her what that meant about her mother, father, and brother Martin. Maybe that was why people acted so strangely around her whenever conversation found its way back to that first day, and how all of this had begun. She wondered about her older brother Alec, who had stayed behind at their vacation cabin when Martin had been bitten. Was he still at the cabin waiting for all of them to return? Boy, was he going to be mad. Jerry suggested, "If there is anyone that had the means to get through this, it's got to be the military. Maybe Elmendorf or Fort Rich is still holding out. They've got some badass guns and equipment to build earthen-walled fortresses in a matter of minutes. Maybe there's still some people up that way. Maybe they've got the means to get us out." Again, Jerry could feel all the eyes in the van starting to look his way. Every time he decided that this will be the last time he opened his big mouth, he found himself doing it again. It wasn't a habit that he was trying to cultivate, but he was finding it was one that was coming naturally to him more and more. Dr. Caldwell stepped in with, "I think Jerry is exaggerating a bit in the Army's ability to rapidly construct the defenses, but he may be onto something. There are a lot of trained and battle-tested people on those bases. There might just be a chance that they were able to mount an effective defense. I wonder." Neil asked, "Are there any other ideas?" There was only silence from the others in the van. He was careful to look at each person directly to try and register any sort of response, whether verbalized or not. There was as much silence in their expressions as there was in their voices. "Military bases win, then. I guess now we just gotta figure the best way to get there." Without another word, Neil put the van into gear, and they were once again underway. Chapter 3. Always eyeing the north, they seemed to head steadily to the west. Every time an avenue or a street opened up for them heading north, they would invariably run into a roadblock of some sort. They found themselves on International Airport Road heading west. They were approaching an overpass straddling Minnesota Drive, the Seward Highway's little sister. Like the highway, Minnesota's lanes moved largely north and south, but its traffic was neither as heavy nor intense as the Seward. And then, from the other side of the overpass, appeared another car speeding in their direction. At first, Neil didn't think anything of it, having settled into the role of driving friends around for an outing. From behind him, though, Megan asked, incredulously, "Is that really a car coming at us?" Chapter 4. The car, a diminutive black Volkswagen Passat, pulled alongside the van, and casually its driver's side window came down. From within peered out a haggard-looking woman with swirling knots of gray smoke for hair and a slightly confused but hopeful expression on her wrinkled face. Without taking her hands from the steering wheel, she nodded and barked out, "I'm Maggie. Where are you headed?" Neil looked over at the others in the van. He didn't even know quite how to begin. Looking back over at Maggie, he laughed lightly and said simply, "It's really good to see you, Maggie." "If you're thinking about heading to Anchorage International, don't bother. It's crawling with those things, those demons from hell. I think there must have been some survivors holed up in there, but there's no one there now. That place is ugly." Neil asked, "Is there a safe place we can go and talk? You're the first person any of us has seen alive in weeks." He could feel himself start to choke up a bit, surprising himself. "It's really good to see you, Maggie. I can't stress that enough." Emma had her hand to her mouth and felt that if she could anymore, she'd be crying as well. She had the tightness in her chest and the burn behind her eyes and nose, but no tears came. There just wasn't anything left, no reserve of tears stashed for such an occasion. She hugged Jules tightly to her chest and let the warmth of hope find a small corner in her soul to set up camp and wait. They went across the overpass and found their way to De La Vega Park. The sports park was home to a clutch of soccer fields and baseball diamonds. While it sat just south of a major thoroughfare and west of a highway, the entrance was removed and the parking lot open enough to provide a relative sense of comfort. They pulled into a pair of parking spots that sat adjacent to one of the baseball fields. At first, no one moved. To suggest that anyone should leave the security of their vehicle, regardless of how fleeting and insignificant the illusion of security, was just this side of blasphemy. Maggie, hopping from her car and strolling around as if casually stretching her legs, encouraged them all to overcome the fear that lurked and threatened outside of their bubble. One by one, the van's doors opened, and they climbed out. Chapter 5. "Where are you folks coming from?" asked the wild-eyed Maggie. "We've been in hiding for the past few weeks," Neil explained. "When those things found us, we had to hit the road. That was just today, a little bit ago, in fact. Hell, it seems like days and days ago." Megan asked, "Maggie, what about you? Where have you been? Are there any other survivors anywhere?" "Me? I've just been keeping on the road mostly. Haven't seen anybody in a couple of days, but there are still people out there. Every time I start to thinking that maybe I'm all that's left, I run into a group like yours." Dr. Caldwell, his interest piqued, asked hopefully, "What about these other groups? Where are they now?" Maggie spat into the dust of the baseball diamond on which they were standing. It was the same every time she ran into a new group of survivors. The fools always asked the same questions, hoped for the same answers, but shared in the same disappointments. It was so predictable. She was starting to grow weary of others. "You folks have any food? It's been a couple of days since I've eaten." Slightly frustrated that she didn't answer his questions, the doctor took from the back of the open van a couple of granola bars and tossed them to her. He took one of the breakfast cereal bars for himself and started to chew on the honey-flavored oats while he waited for the old woman to answer. Jules and Danny wandered over to the bleachers and started climbing up and down the metal seats. Kim was amazed that despite all that had happened and threatened to happen again and again and again. Kids could still be kids. They could still seek out the simplest of distractions and find entertainment in the most unlikely places, in the most unlikely ways. Jules was singing a children's song, one that Kim hadn't heard in what seemed a lifetime, while Danny was just sitting at the top of the bleachers and looking out over the baseball diamond as if he was awaiting the start of a game. Dr. Caldwell continued, "So, about the others?" Maggie sat herself on the hood of her car and chewed one of the granola bars, stuffing the other bar into one of the many pockets on her military-style camouflaged fatigues. Along the side of the car, her sandaled feet dangled freely, banging out a rhythmless beat on the front quarter panel. She leaned her head back between her shoulder blades and breathed deeply. "When all of this began, I was on the road. I traveled from store to store, mainly the Walmarts and Targets in the area, and merchandise products for vendors. Mostly I dealt with greeting cards and sporting goods, but I really dabbled in just about anything. I liked the freedom of not being tied to one place for too terribly long. It was nice and really ideal for me. I could go into a store, make sure there were plenty of get-well or humorous birthday cards in each of the pockets, and then head on my way again. People at the stores knew me. Customers, staff, managers, they all knew me. You know, it's nice when you can go just about anywhere and people know your name. There's an awful lot of comfort in that. Anyway, I was on my way to the South Side Target when emergency broadcasts began to hit the airwaves. So I drove myself out to Kincaid Park and hid out near those old bunkers that look out over the inlet. You know the ones that I'm talking about? I waited for a couple of hours there, and then a few more, and then a few more. By that time, the radio had stopped broadcasting. It was just quiet out there. Have any of you ever been around quiet that absolute? I mean, there was nothing. It kind of felt like I was the last living thing left on the planet. Like the good Lord had come down and scooped all of his children up in his great, big, welcoming hands, but had forgotten about me. It must have been about the third day I was sitting on my car, looking out over the water when it hit me. I wonder if that was how it was with St. Joan. Neil asked, "Who?" Maggie smiled and looked up at the sky, which was by then a solid gray from horizon to horizon. I heard my true calling. You see, in my previous life I stocked shelves, hooks, and greeting card pockets by day. At night, I talked to others about the Lord and His message. I saved souls. I went to youth groups at churches and to meetings for drunks and drug addicts who needed to be reminded of His glory. It's just so easy for the weak and wicked to forget, you know? Malachi, sitting on the first bench of the nearest set of bleachers, heard her comment and immediately stood and walked over to the conversation. Finally, someone who knew the Word of God was in their midst. Maybe now, people wouldn't look at him like he was crazy every time he brought up salvation. She continued, I'd go to any number of meetings around town and hear about suffering and people lost in the wilderness of their lives. I'd go and listen to the lamenting until their hurt filled the room. Then I would tell them all about the hope of salvation for their souls. She paused and looked at the others, trying to measure any response. Emma, for her part, just walked away, shaking her head and mumbling under her breath about another one of those. Neil and Dr. Caldwell were more patient and willing to listen to her. Neil just wanted to be polite enough to encourage her to talk a little bit about any others she had encountered over the past several weeks. He was especially curious if she was aware of any groups of survivors that were holding out and able to perhaps help their group do the same. Well, on that third day, do you think 3 is an important number? I mean, Christ rose on the third day. There's the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. I guess that's all I can remember right now. But those two, the third day and the Holy Trinity, seem to be pretty important. Neil wasn't quite sure what to say. He just wanted her to get on with her story. But he was afraid that if he was rude that she might clam up and drive off and they would be no better off than before she arrived. So anyway, it was the third day and I heard God's voice tell me that my days of doing man's work were over and that now I was going to crusade for Him full time. I hopped into my car and I realized that the hunger that had been gnawing at my insides was gone. I was refreshed and invigorated. I never felt so good in my whole life.
I felt like a new person, and I guess that I was. My car became my church and his house. We drove out of Kincaid Park together in search of souls to save. We hit the road on that first day of my new life but didn't see anyone other than those things. They were everywhere. I drove by Romig Middle School, and the parking lot was full of them. They were pounding on the walls of the school with their hands, arms, and even their heads. I heard some screaming coming from inside the school and just knew that there were people inside that I couldn't save. It made me cry to think that I had already failed the good Lord. And then I was angry at myself for the fear that I was feeling. I begged for forgiveness for my weakness and drove away. I thought that I was ready and that I could be strong, but I wasn't. Not yet. I turned my car around and drove back through town. On my way, I saw the world coming undone. Hell had flung open its doors and let the dead walk the earth again. I was frightened by what was happening all around. I'm not even sure where it was, but I finally came upon a building that was only partially completed in its construction. It was a big office building, and most of its paved parking lot was still enclosed by a tall, chain-link fence and some of those big dumpsters that you see on work sites. There were people in there, and they motioned for me to go to the gate entrance on the fence. I whipped my car around and got myself into the enclosure. There were at least a dozen folks that I saw right away trying to hide in there. Of course, those things knew that they were in there, but the fence was keeping them out for the time. A few of the people had guns and were doing their best to defend the rest of them, but I just knew that it was just a matter of time before those things got in. I thought about the school and the souls trapped and tortured inside its walls. I was afraid for these people. I wasn't necessarily afraid for myself, mind you. I knew that my time here on this rock was temporary and was waiting for my real life to begin, but I also knew that my work was not yet done. I hadn't been called to return yet. So anyway, a fella named Jeffrey led me up some stairs to a floor whose walls were mostly done. It was in here that they were, I guess you'd call it living. They'd draped some blue tops across the still-opened, unfinished windows to block out the cool air and the smell and noise from those things. There were a few blankets and pillows here and there, but no furniture. It looked like some wooden crates had been broken into pieces to be burned to keep everyone warm, but most of the wood was gone. Whatever food they had was pretty much gone, too. There was trash piled up in most of the corners, empty chip bags and cracker boxes and some soup and stew cans. And then I saw the children. There were at least 10 children with them. They were all huddled together in a small corner in an unfinished office space. Some were crying and some just looked, well, gone. There was barely an ounce of recognition in a couple of their faces. I think they had just seen too much. The whole place was filled to overflowing with fear. I started to feel it too. It was just so strong. I could feel the cold grip on my legs and my arms. But then I felt this warmth inside of me. I could feel him. I could feel his love and his strength like a furnace warm my soul. My arms and my legs may have been useless, but my voice found his word and I started to speak. I began to talk about the apocalypse and the end of days and how it was upon us. I talked about the message from his book about hell being visited upon the earth, but I also spoke about forgiveness and redemption and the glory of heaven. I told them that their fear was only so strong because their faith wasn't. I pleaded with them to embrace the word, and that if they did, then all of the horrible things happening around them would begin to make sense. They would be able to see that this was all just a part of his plan for us.
Maggie paused for a moment and looked at Neil, Dr. Caldwell, and Malachi. They were the only ones still listening to her. She looked over them at the children and was disappointed that they weren't close enough to hear her message. They were the ones who really needed to hear. These two, though, weren't looking like the other children with whom she'd had contact over the past couple of weeks. They didn't look as scared as the others. She might have a harder time sharing the message with them, but she also had faith in herself and his power to show them the truth. She measured the reactions of the 3 men listening to her. Other than Officer Ivanov, she didn't seem to be really connecting with them. She could tell that they were just listening to her because they wanted something else. They weren't truly interested in the word at all. The police officer, however, appeared to be very interested in what she was saying. His eyes were not filled with the same fire that she could feel in her own. There was as much confusion as anything else dwelling there. Confusion or not, she could tell that he was a believer, and so she welcomed him by her side. Neil asked, "So what happened at the construction site? Are those people still there?" Maggie took another bite of the granola bar and chewed it briskly, shaking her head all the while. She looked back up at the sky, as if she were looking for her lost lines from a cue card. Getting down from the hood of her car, she said, "No, they're all dead. I think just about everyone is dead now. I thought I was the last one, and then I found you." Dr. Caldwell, needing more information, begged, "What happened?" He knew what had happened. He was just curious about the cause, really. He actually suspected that she perhaps had a hand in it, but was looking for anything useful that she might share. "Later that night, somehow the gate into the parking lot got opened, and those things got in. I was in my car and was able to get away, but none of the others made it." Neil asked, "How?" Maggie didn't answer at first. She just looked back up at the sky, looking for that celestial teleprompter again. Neil could tell that there was more to the story and was already suspicious of the woman, but he didn't say anything. He was afraid that any confrontation, however slight, might lead this woman to merely leave without telling them if there were others and where they might be. Maybe Maggie knew about the military bases. Maybe she knew anything about what was happening, which was a lot more than anyone in their group knew. Quite simply and direct, she looked at both Dr. Caldwell and Neil. "It was his will. They were called back to their great reward. They all went back home." With eyes and mouth agape, Neil asked, "What about the children? Didn't anyone make it out?" Maggie spoke with as much passion and conviction as an automated answering machine. "Their souls are at peace, and that's what is important now." But how did it happen? Maggie wasn't even quite sure how it had happened that night. It had been so dark. She remembered going back down to her car to get one of her many Bibles in order to read. The next thing she remembered, she was starting her car and driving out as the gate was pushed inward by the beasts outside. They rushed into the lot in a frenzy. The fight that followed was chaotic and confusing, the darkness doing its level best to influence the proceedings. The first two unfortunate souls, a man and a woman, to be swept away by the violent tide, were standing at a burn barrel trying to warm themselves against the bracing night air. Noticing the rushing surge of rancid, oozing attackers, the woman screamed. Her high-pitched wail was cut short by the crush of grabbing, clawing, tearing hands upon her, transforming her voice into a muted gurgle, drowning in its own spilled blood. The man with her was only able to take 2 or 3 quick, desperate steps before he too found himself on the bottom of a pile of ravenous, biting beasts. Their cries sounded the alarm for everyone else, but, with their barrier breached, there was no hope for any of the others. As she sped away, Maggie was startled by a handful of gunshots and then some screaming. In her rearview mirror against the backdrop of the moon, she thought she may have seen the fluttering silhouettes desperately throwing themselves off of the highest accessible floors. She was reminded of images she watched of people doing the same from the burning towers on that awful day in September 2001. She felt sorry for their suffering, but was comforted by the fact that at least they were prepared to face their fates with the word in their hearts. She drove back out to Kincaid Park that night and found her secluded resting place looking out over the water. She prayed through most of the night, sleep once again eluding her. At first light the next morning, she drove back through town, making sure that she passed the unfinished office building in which she had been sheltered the day previous. The gate was standing wide open, and the lot was filled with the fiends milling about, waiting for their next meal. As she passed in her car, a ripple of excitement spread through the crowd, and they poured back out onto the road and tried to pursue her. She watched and prayed for them as she drove away. She knew that those lost souls in the rotting, animated corpses were damned for all eternity for their past digressions. But she prayed anyway. What could it possibly hurt? She, of course, didn't share any of that with the others now. No, they wouldn't understand her. Nor would they believe her that she didn't have anything to do with those things getting in there, or into any of the other enclaves she encountered. It was just the will of God that he recalled his children to his kingdom. Who was she to stand in his way? And if she could be an instrument of his will, then so be it. She was, after all, his lowly servant, and a soldier of Christ. She knew that Neil and the doctor were waiting for an answer, so she merely said, "It was dark. I couldn't see everything as it happened. It was just a matter of time until they came through the gate anyway. There's really no holding them back indefinitely. Eventually those things find their way into everything. So many walls and so many hiding spots, but so little safety and no security, really." Neil was scratching the scruff that was starting to grow in earnest on his cheeks and chin. "I don't understand, Maggie. How the hell did the gate just get opened?" Neil walked around in circles, kicking at the dusty ground. There was more to this story, he was convinced of it. Maybe in a little bit she might open up to them with more details. For the time being, his questions may as well have been directed at the tires of her car, so he asked instead, "Where were you headed when we ran into you?" "I was just moving. You can't stay in one place for too long or those things will find you. You just have to keep moving and you can stay safe." "But what about gas?" Dr. Caldwell asked. "It's not like you can just pull over at a station and gas up your car. How have you been keeping it filled?" Maggie smiled, the satisfaction of her own resourcefulness spreading across her face. She reached into her car and emerged with a section of green garden hose in her hand. Neil shook his head as she handed him a second section of garden hose, as if to say, "I don't get it." Dr. Caldwell nodded his head and smiled along with her. He clarified for Neil and anyone else wondering. "You siphoned gas out of parked and abandoned vehicles." Maggie nodded and took another bite of granola bar. "It's important that you put the right side in the tank and the right side in your mouth or you'll get a mouthful of gasoline. Believe me, it's as nasty as it gets. I put marks on the side of the hose that goes in the tank so I wouldn't make that mistake again. You can't go off of smell because the whole damned thing reeks of gasoline. I keep a couple of gas cans in the trunk just in case. So far, though, I've been lucky and haven't had to touch them. The good Lord has provided for me every step of the way." Dr. Caldwell was smiling as he said, "That's very good. There probably is enough gas to run for a very long time in all of the parked cars around the city." Maggie nodded. "Yeah, but some of them were left running when the drivers decided to make a go of it on foot. I haven't come across too many of those, but there are a few out there with empty tanks on them. The other thing you gotta watch out for is those things in the cars, too." Neil looked back up from the ground. "Huh?" "Yeah, every now and then you'll catch one of those things locked in a car." Dr. Caldwell finished the thought with his own speculation. "Probably the driver, or someone anyway, got bit and then retreated into the car, locking themselves in. They die and then come back as one of the zombies trapped in the car. We should probably be wary of stalled cars anywhere and approach them with caution. Never know what could be waiting for us in there." "Well, Maggie, I think running into you is the best thing that has happened to any of us for some time. Maybe we can all hang out here for a bit and catch our breath. If you need to get some sleep, we can keep an eye out for a bit." Maggie nodded and sat heavily into the Passat's driver's seat. She took one of the numerous Bibles from her back seat and began to read silently to herself. Chapter 6. They sat on the top row of bench seats on the metal bleachers, as if they were waiting for a late summer softball game to start. Neil said to all of them, "I don't trust her. There's just something about her that isn't right. I don't think she's telling us everything." "So what do we do?" Megan asked.
We already have one loony with us, she added, looking towards Malachi as he stood at the Diamond's home plate waiting for an opening pitch that would never come. Danny and Jules were just on the edge of the Diamond and using their feet to plow loads of dirt into a pile, only to jump up and down on it, causing a dust cloud to form. Jerry was on top of the minivan and scanning all around them with the binoculars hung around his neck. The sky, though gray, was calm and peaceful. The slight kiss of a breeze causing the merest wisp of a flutter in the kids' dust clouds was moist and still carried the seasonal aroma of the fall rot. The trees surrounding the lot barely took notice, ignoring the air's suggestion to move. Kim said to herself as much as anyone else, "So this is what it was like before we came." Megan, who was lifting herself from the uncomfortable metal of the bleachers, asked, "What?" "It's so peaceful and quiet. No cars, no planes, no nothing. The loudest noise any of us can hear anymore is our own thoughts. Maybe that was why we had so many distractions around us, to silence our thoughts and our insecurities. If you can't hear any doubt, then maybe there isn't any to hear anyway. I guess it takes losing everything to figure out what was really important to you. We used to spend so much time entertaining ourselves that we really lost out and maybe forgot what it was to be human. I used to follow a strict TV schedule. I didn't miss my shows, and if I did, oh man, was I pissed. I lived a tight existence around my TV, and now that I don't have it anymore, I can't even remember why I watched to begin with. There wasn't any more value to the garbage that I thought was important than the dust cloud that the kids are making over there. And now we drive through the ruins of all that we thought was important, and I can't even fathom why I thought it was in the first place. I have a crap job that got me nothing but more crap from someone else working the same crap job just somewhere else. Really, what was the point? Maybe we've been singled out for extinction with good reason." Kim was crying by then, but they were silent tears. With not so much as a single sniffle, she looked off at the trees that stood as a buffer between the sports park and the highway. It all seemed so surreal to her that, in the middle of the terrifying storm in which they were traveling, there could be such a peaceful spot as this. She wished that Tony were still with them. With his big arms and bigger heart, he'd know how to hold her and make her feel that everything was going to be all right. He always knew how to make things better for her. She wanted to remember all the good times with him at work and at home, hers or his, on the couch watching whatever they could find on television. She closed her eyes and tried to see his face, but all she saw was the venomous rage and hunger on the face of her friend Tony after he'd been attacked by those things. All at once, Kim got to her feet and made her way down off of the bleachers and away from the others. She knew that her resentment for the others was unfounded, and that they were right in leaving him behind. She also realized that it would have been Tony that would have pointed all of this out to her and helped her to accept it. Knowing, however, did nothing to diminish her pain. If the hot, metaphysical poker that seemed to be jabbing into her chest would stop, that would be a fantastic start. She walked over to the van and found a large piece of cardboard on the floor behind the last row of seats. Tearing sections out of it as she walked, she came back over to the dusty infield and began to make a pile of her own. Jules and Danny quickly joined her. She said to each of them, "Now, this is a pile that we'll make but not jump on, okay?" Making their feet into bulldozers, Danny and Jules scooped and pushed piles of dirt until they had formed a respectable mound. Danny went so far as to make motor sounds as he pushed the soil forward, and beeped whenever he went in reverse. Kim, meanwhile, went back to tearing and shaping the cardboard. She did so quietly, her back to the others still sitting on the bleachers. She wasn't doing this for them. This was for Tony. And for her. When she had finished, she paused again. She could feel the heat rising up in her chest. This was how it had been when she'd attended her father's funeral.
Despite not having seen him for years, she couldn't help but be overwhelmed by the loss. She hugged her cardboard creation to her chest and closed her eyes. She lowered to her knees and sank the long end of cardboard into the pile and then stood away from it. It wasn't as grandiose as Calvary, but on the ground in front of her was a mound with a modest cross rising up. Neil and the others stood and joined her. They gathered round the cross as if it were the single mass grave for all that had been lost in the still unfolding calamity. The solemn silence stood there with them, touching each of them. And then Maggie was there with them as well. She opened a Bible and began to read. Even the silence paused to listen, perhaps seeking its own sense of solace. "Though I may walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil." Kim produced a Sharpie marker from the pocket of her light jacket and rolled it in her hand for a few moments, decisions just out of reach teasing her. And then she leaned down, took the cross out of the dirt and wrote Tony's name on it. She held it quietly as Maggie continued to read. With her thumb, she caressed the writing gently, hoping that perhaps touching his name would help mend the deep emotional connection that had once existed between her and her friend. She closed her eyes to see his face one last time, kissed his name, and then handed the cross to Megan, whose hand was extended to her. Kim rose back up with a pinch of dusty earth in her palm. She looked up at the sky, and then let the dirt sift through her fingers and be caught by the slight flurry of air. Megan followed suit by writing her fiancé's name on the cardboard and doing the same as Kim. Dr. Caldwell was next in line. When the cross was handed to Neil, he opened the marker but then stalled when he realized he didn't have a name to write on it. There was no one who immediately came to mind to mourn. His parents, he hoped, were still safe and removed out east in Pennsylvania. His ex-wife had made it abundantly clear that he was less than a memory and a painful mistake for her. He had no children and really no close friends with whom he shared anything. He looked around at the others and was overtaken with embarrassment. He empathized with all of them, but his detachment from all of those around him had the unintended effect of insulating him from the loss that they all felt. He suspected that perhaps he was better off than the rest of them when he stopped and considered the isolation that had characterized his life before Armageddon. Kim, Megan, and Doc had all walked away and were standing next to the van. Jerry was positioned on top of the vehicle, keeping watch, ever vigilant. Maggie and Malachi were still enwrapped in the Bible's words. Emma was staring at the mound and holding Jules and Danny to her legs. Neil was as alone in his moment of self-pity as he was in his miserable life. Not wishing to add irreverence to his misery, he slowly and carefully reburied the long end of the cross into the mound and then walked away as well. Silently, he crept back to the van and took his place behind the wheel without uttering a single word to anyone. Only a few minutes later, Jerry asked no one in particular, "Can you guys hear that?" "Hear what?" Dr. Caldwell was the first to answer. "I can hear, I can basically feel a buzzing in the air. It's like the kind of vibration that we all heard back at the house, but it's much lower, not nearly as intense." The doctor looked at Kim and Megan, still standing next to him by the van, and both of them shook their heads. "No, we don't hear anything." Jerry hopped down from the van, the scoped hunting rifle slung over his shoulder, and said, "I'm not sure, but I think maybe we should get moving again. They may have found us." Kim asked, "They?" Jerry nodded and clarified, "Yeah, you know, them, the zombies. I think that's what I'm hearing, but I feel like I'm hearing it in my chest more than anything. It's hard to describe." Danny, who had come over to the van thinking that they were getting ready to go, added, "It's like holding the lawnmower handle with your stomach." Jerry wrinkled his brow and pursed his lips, then said approvingly, "That's a great description for it, Danny, my boy. That just about describes it to a T. It's just kind of a low vibration that buzzes you from front to back, but there's a sound element to it that lurks in the background. He winked at Danny, who once again beamed with delight at having contributed to the conversation. This was becoming a habit for him, and he liked the praise. This wasn't like teachers back home who were paid to give praise. He was earning it because it was merited, and he could tell the difference. Still looking at Danny, Jerry said to everyone, "Regardless of how it feels or sounds, I still think we should get on the move. It's starting to get stronger. So either they are getting closer or there are more of them." "Or both," shouted Emma, running toward the van. She was pointing at the road leading into the sports park. There, coming slowly up the path but gradually gaining steam, was a crowd of maybe 10 of the beasts. Despite the distance, they could still see that the zombies' skin had taken on a slightly gray hue, and whatever wounds had originally claimed them were now merely rust-colored patches against their skin and clothing. Their movements were stiffer and less organic. They seemed clumsier at first, but as they drew nearer and the scent of their prey became stronger, their shuffle became a slow amble, which transformed into a bit of a fast-paced walk, and then almost a trot. Jerry stood next to the van as the women and children from the party climbed into the rear. He hoisted the rifle to his shoulder, clicked off the safety, and then sought a target through his scope. He picked out a man wearing coveralls that sported the logo of one of the local air freight outfits. His dark, scraggly facial hair stood out in stark contrast against the practically translucent gray skin of his scarred face. Jerry took a deep breath, held it, and squeezed the trigger. Everyone in the van, including Dr. Caldwell and Neil in the front 2 seats, jumped. Across the parking lot, though, there was one fewer attacker coming toward them. Jerry felt that, given the time and opportunity, he could probably take all of them down. He slid the door shut, struck by the ease with which the thought occurred to him. As they exited the park, he sat in his more comfortable spot on the bench seat in complete awe of the change in his temperament and his almost casual acceptance of the way things were now. Maybe that was what was keeping him alive. Maybe. Or maybe deep down, within sight but just out of reach in the well of his soul, there was a sense in him that he was actually thriving and had always sought just such a set of circumstances. This, of course, was absurd. He attributed it to the continual bile of their circumstances. It was ridiculous to think that anyone could possibly be prospering in these difficult days. He was, however, finding himself settling comfortably into the role that he was assuming within their group. The quiet in the van that followed was not full of hopeless despair as it had been earlier. They weren't the only ones still alive, and Maggie was proof of that. Their lot was bad. There was no denying it, but perhaps there was that outside possibility that there were others. Seizing upon the more open mood of those around her, Emma said, "So is it just me, or does calling those things zombies just seem, I don't know, weird? Maybe a little hokey?" Jerry asked, "What do you want to call them?" "I don't know, but I mean we don't even know for sure what they are, do we? Calling them zombies, we might as well be calling them boogeymen." Jerry said sarcastically, "Well, calling them mindless, fearless, merciless killing machines is a bit of a mouthful." Dr. Caldwell suggested, "How about Zeeks?" Both Emma and Jerry, incredulous scowls on their faces, asked, "Zeeks?" "Yeah, zombie, Z, Zeke." Neil said, "Pretty clever, Doc." "I can't claim credit for it. Flyers in World War II in the Pacific called Japanese Zeros Zeeks. For a while, Zeeks ruled the skies. They killed everything in their paths." Neil asked, "For a while?" "Yeah, the American pilots and aviation engineers figured out a way to best them every time. It took some time and some tragedy, but they figured out a way to beat the seemingly invincible. They proved that it could be done." Dr. Caldwell looked over at Neil, smiled, and said, "They didn't give up. They beat the bastards." Neil smiled back. "Yeah, I guess anything's possible." Emma asked, "History Channel?" Dr. Caldwell replied, "Bingo!" To which she said, "Zeke works for me." "So Zeke it is," Neil said, ending the discussion. "Thank you, Doc. Now we're two." Dr. Caldwell smiled, and to Neil he joked, "Sorry, my friend, we're just like Congress. We can only do one thing at a time, and it's usually not what really needs attention. We just gave you a name for our foe. Time for our recess." Neil said, "The park it is." Chapter 7. Malachi and Maggie were closely following the van in the dusty black Passat. Malachi was finding it easier to stay focused and anchored to the present by staring every now and again at the Jesus statuette on the dashboard. It became his reality beacon and seemed to be working. It was comforting to know where and when he was. It was also much more comfortable to be back on the road again. There was something soothing about the vibrations from the road racing by beneath him. Perhaps in some preternatural way he was reminded of gliding around in his mother's womb. When Maggie began to sing "Jesus Loves Me," he joined in almost immediately, as pleased as a schoolboy at recess. They sang refrain after refrain, each with more gusto than the previous, and when Maggie stopped singing and started to speak, Malachi couldn't stop himself from booming out still more of the song. "This I know, for the Bible tells me so." It took Maggie practically slapping him to get him to stop. Whether she was a God-fearing woman or not, her slapping him sent a sour tone all through his body. She began to speak, but all of his focus was on the dashboard Jesus in front of him, and he was unable to follow any of what she was saying. In his mind, he was still singing the song loud and clear. He was hanging on to the present, but his anger was muddying his judgment. Maggie repeated, irritation surfacing in her voice. "I said, are you in or not?" Having not a clue as to what he was agreeing to, he simply nodded his head. Maggie smiled at him, the pleasantness returning to her tone. "I knew that I could trust you, Brother Malachi. I could just see the light of the Lord in your eyes. Besides, when it's done, it'll just be better. They'll be happier, too. I mean, they'll be home. And you and me can go right on down the road spreading His word and preparing souls for their final journey. Salvation." She winked at him, and then launched into Amazing Grace. Chapter 8. They drove west and then south until they got to Raspberry Road. On the corner at the intersection sat a small strip mall which housed several other businesses, including a small traditional ice cream shop called Tasty Freeze. In better times, the shop's loyal clientele kept its mostly pubescent workforce hopping, creating delectable frozen treats and better-than-average greasy spoon food selections. The treat shop was now dark and deserted, something that Neil couldn't remember having ever seen. He was momentarily reminded of better days, and the craving for a chocolate milkshake suddenly hit him. From behind him, Jerry suggested, "You know, there might be canned food in there. We are running low on supplies. We should probably stock up everywhere we go. There might even be bottled water in there, probably worth a look." Dr. Caldwell said half-jokingly and half-accusingly, "You guys are just jonesing for chocolate milkshakes and are hoping for some still partially frozen ice cream at the bottom of a freezer in there. I can see right through both of you, and I think it sounds like a hell of an idea." Megan, who had been looking from Jerry to Neil and now at Dr. Caldwell, asked them all, "Are you guys out of your gourds?" Dr. Caldwell defended them with, "Actually, Jerry is right. There's a good chance that this place has been free of looters way out here and might just have some goodies inside that we could use. Besides, the toilets might still have water in the reservoir. You could use a flushing toilet again. Remember what that was like?" Son of a bitch knows the way to a woman's heart, Megan thought to herself. Any of her protests melted away with her innocent and simple observation. Toilet paper. They pulled into the parking lot, circling once to look at each of the storefronts in the plaza, all of which still had intact windows. It did appear as if this location was largely untouched by the calamity that had wrecked most of the rest of Anchorage. The two vehicles pulled up alongside one another in front of the ice cream shop. Maggie rolled down her window and addressed Dr. Caldwell. "What are we doing here? You know they won't be serving ice cream anymore." Dr. Caldwell, never taking his eyes off the darkened windows of the shop in front of him, said, "Yeah, we get that. We're just looking for supplies is all. There might be cans of food and possibly water in there, and we need both." And to no one in particular, he asked, "How are we going to get in there?" Chapter 9. With Jerry back on his roost on top of the van and acting as lookout, the others assembled in the parking lot and started to discuss their options. Malachi asked,
"Why don't we just smash in a window?"
"We could," Neil said. "But if we could find another way in without making as much noise, I think we would all be better off." Kim suggested, "Maybe we could just punch a hole through one of the windows big enough to fit one of us through, and then that person could open the door." Dr. Caldwell, peering in the large windows and trying to see any threats lurking inside, said, "That isn't a half-bad idea, but who's going to go in?" Emma said, "It should probably be someone who is smaller so that we can make the smallest hole possible. I guess that means me." "I'll go." Everyone turned to the voice of the volunteer. It was Danny. He had been sitting in the van but was now standing in the lot next to Neil. He repeated, "I'll go." "No," Emma said adamantly. "We don't know what's in there. It's too dangerous. Hell, I don't even want to go in there on my own." "I'm not afraid. Besides, if I can get in and open those doors fast enough, I won't be in there by myself for very long." Neil was shaking his head but saying nothing. "Come on, let me do my part. If I thought I could get hurt in there, do you think I'd want to go? I won't be out of sight one bit. If one of those things is in there, you guys can shoot out the windows and come and get me." Without thinking or saying a word, Neil walked Danny over to the glass door. He kneeled down with Danny and knocked a small hole in the glass with the butt of his shotgun. The first couple of strikes cracked and shattered the glass, but it stayed in its metal frame. With his third hit, he was able to punch through. The hole was right at ground level, so any falling glass wasn't able to make much of a sound. Neil looked at Danny. "You crawl through, stand up, and open the door. You don't even take a step away, do you hear me? You get through and open the door, nothing else. Okay?" "Gotcha, boss." Neil smiled, mussed Danny's hair, an action that he had never performed and had never considered doing in his life prior to that moment, and then stood up. He swallowed hard and tried to keep the anxious vertigo at bay and hidden from the others. Danny was through the small opening in just a few wriggling seconds. Inside it was dark, darker than it appeared from outside because of the sun-dimming tint on the glass. There was an overwhelming sweetness that filled the air inside the shop. The odor, strong and not entirely pleasant, tickled his nose and throat. He stood slowly, trying not to make a single sound. He was afraid that his thumping heart was reverberating through his chest and drawing unwanted attention to himself from whatever was lurking in the shadows on the other side of the counter. He leaned into the door handle, but nothing happened. He panicked for a moment and was set to crawl back out to the others. Before he was able, he saw what resembled a key on the metal doorframe. He turned it, pressed the handle again, and opened the door, allowing Neil and Dr. Caldwell to enter quickly and for him to start breathing again. The two men stalled immediately, their eyes trying to adjust to the unexpected low light inside. Neil moved Danny behind himself and the doctor. Emma, still outside, then grabbed Danny and pulled him back into the sunshine with the others. Megan, with an automatic pistol held in both hands and pointing toward the counter, was the next inside. She looked much more imposing than she felt. The guns afforded a sense of personal security, but the reality was that she was anything but competent or even experienced with firearms. Regardless, she stood in the doorway, while Neil and Dr. Caldwell made their way deeper into the seating, which formed an inverted L shape down and around the front counter. Dr. Caldwell stopped just at the angle of the L while Neil continued down and around, disappearing from sight for just a second or two. He reappeared, shaking his head, and pointed at the counter. Behind it was the unknown. Emma, now at the front door, was holding it wide open to let in some light. She was brandishing her heavy, shiny revolver in one of her hands as a precaution as well. Holding at bay her frustration with his apparent cowardice, Emma shot a disapproving glance at Malachi, who was standing next to Maggie in the parking lot. He wasn't making even the slightest motion to go into the ice cream shop and help. She only spared a heartbeat for her chagrin and refocused her attention on the task at hand. Dr. Caldwell, armed with a revolver the size of a cannon, stood at a swinging door leading to the rear of the store behind the counter. It was darker on the other side, and much of it was out of view. There was only so much light coming in through the open front door, and that was restricted further by the counter and tall kitchen equipment. Neil raised the shotgun to his shoulder as the doctor went through. They were both holding their breath and walking at a snail's pace. Like two scared deer at a watering hole frequented by predators, their eyes darted back and forth. Soon both of them were through the door. Megan now entered the shop and stood at the counter, looking as if she was ready to rob the joint. Danny, largely unattended and free to move about, joined Emma at the door. He looked at the menu board and felt his stomach begin to churn with promises of cheeseburgers, chili cheese dogs, French fries, sodas, and ice cream delights. He looked back at Jules, who was still sitting with her legs dangling from the open side door of the minivan. He thought to himself that she looked tired, and something else, though he couldn't quite figure out what else it was. Maybe she was just hungry, but he found himself getting worried about her. He had promised Mr. Hauser that he would look out for her, and he took his promises seriously. He stepped away from the teasing menu board and sat next to her. She said to him quietly so as not to draw attention to them, "I miss my mommy. Do you think she's really in heaven with Grandpa?" She never looked up from her fingers while she spoke. Danny, looking at her thin fingers with dirty nails, said reassuringly, "Yeah, she was always nice to everyone. She shared with everyone. I think she's up there. I still miss her." "Yeah, Jules, I know." "What about Alec? What do you think happened to him?" Danny wasn't sure about that. Alec was Jules's older brother who had stayed behind at the cabin down in Seward when the rest of the family took Martin to the hospital in Anchorage. Danny hadn't really thought about Alec since leaving Seward. As far away as Seward was from Anchorage, there was a good chance he was still okay. Of course, the caveman that the children had disturbed in the melting glacier who was responsible for Martin's injury and the start of all this was still down there. Maybe Alec had found his way into town when his family didn't return right away. Maybe he was still at the cabin and getting by on the supplies that had been left with him. Danny wasn't entirely sure. All of that quickly ran through his head, but he said aloud to Jules, "Alec is tough and smart. I'm sure that he is just fine. We'll probably see him soon. As soon as we can find a way out of Anchorage, I'll bet the two of you will get back together." Jules seemed to roll this around in her head for a second or two before saying, "I'm glad you're here, Danny." "I'm glad you're here too, Jules. Everything is going to be okay." "Will it? Really?" Danny wasn't sure. He wasn't sure of much anymore. In fact, the only certainties that came to him were his hunger, his weariness, and his fear that they would run into more zombies, Zeeks. For a moment, though, he wasn't forced to answer as the shouting coming from inside the ice cream shop distracted all of them. Chapter 10. While the others waited outside or in the lobby of the shop, Dr. Caldwell moved slowly through the cooking and preparation stations in the back. He was careful not to disturb anything for fear of making a noise that could compromise their search. Neil was moving just a few feet behind the doctor. He, too, was moving very gingerly between the stainless steel appliances and hanging kitchen utensils. Nothing seemed to be out of place, but that was no reason for complacency. At first glance, all seemed to be in order and nothing amiss. Then the two of them spotted an opened box lying on the floor, several empty plastic snack-sized packages of chips scattered here and there on the floor. There were also some empty water bottles kicked under a wash basin. Neil noticed some muddy footprints coming in through what was more than likely a back freight door. The prints were not new. but they had likely been left after the most recent mopping of the tiled floor. He was fairly certain there hadn't been much mopping going on since that apocalyptic morning a few weeks back. It was apparent to him that someone had come in recently, and they were careful to avoid giving away their presence. Toward the back of the kitchen there was a large stainless steel door to what was quite obviously a walk-in freezer or cooler of some sort. Dr. Caldwell pointed toward it without saying a word. The shotgun had never left Neil's shoulder, but now he redoubled his grip and found himself holding his breath again. The doctor motioned to Neil to step back and keep his eyes and the shotgun pointed toward the door. He then went to the heavy handle and hesitated. He took in 2 deep breaths, holding the second, and then pulled the lever opening the door. There on the floor of the cooler was a man and woman. There were more of the empty chip bags and water bottles, as well as other partially eaten foodstuffs. Neither of the people moved, and in the darkness neither Neil nor Dr. Caldwell could tell if either of them were breathing. They were both relatively sure that zombies didn't sleep, but both were as frozen in their steps as the banana splits and chocolate sundaes featured in pictures on the walls all around them. And then the woman on the floor opened her eyes, slowly, blinking them rapidly, trying to clear her fuzzy, sleep-riddled vision. Her scream startled her companion awake, who leapt to his feet and hoisted a wooden baseball bat onto his shoulders like he was waiting for the next pitch to cross the plate. Captured in a rigid tableau, they all just held their positions while the woman, still on the floor, continued to utter her single, long-syllable shriek. When she had spent all of the air in her lungs and quiet had momentarily returned, Dr. Caldwell emerged from the other side of the open freezer door and lowered Neil's gun with his hand. There was a pause before anyone moved or said anything. The man and woman, now on her feet, stood their ground, not entirely sure what the gun-toting men standing in front of them wanted. Finally, Neil said, "Do you want to come outside where there's a little more light so we can talk?" The woman, a thin, hungry-looking blonde woman, walked around her companion slowly and approached Neil. "Are you part of the rescue team? Is it over? Is everything safe again?" Dr. Caldwell extended his hand and said, "Maybe we should go outside to talk." The other man shook his head. "I'm not going anywhere until we know what you guys want." "Give it a rest, Art. They've got guns. Do you think they wouldn't have already used them if they had anything like that in mind?" Neil asked. "Like what?" The woman now turned to Neil. "It's amazing how awful some people can be in times of tragedy. Remember all the ugly things that you heard about people doing to one another during the hurricane and flooding down in New Orleans a few years back? Let's just say that I believe most of that now." She walked out of the freezer and said, "He's Art. Well, not really. That's just his name. I'm Claire." Chapter 11. Once outside, questions from every angle abounded, circling the group of people like inquisitive puppies seeking attention. Names, origins, updates, information. Questions flew before answers could be formed. Finally, Dr. Caldwell held up his hands and suggested, "Okay, introductions are important and sharing stories. Experiences definitely have value if we have any chance at all of piecing together a plan to live through this. And no, Claire, we are not a rescue party. We can get to all of that in a bit, but for right now, we should really focus on why we came here." With a smile, Claire asked, "Frosty chocolate milkshakes?" Neil looked at Jerry and smiled. Dr. Caldwell, astonished, asked, "What in the hell is everyone's obsession with chocolate milkshakes?" "What's not to love about a good milkshake?" Emma said with a smile. "I personally prefer mine with a little Baileys." With a sense of amused admonition in his voice, the doctor said, "Well, stop it, all of you. You're making me crave it too, and I was never much of one to like ice cream." Of course, the good doctor was right. They found cans of chili, jars of unopened fruit topping in a rainbow of varieties, some bottled water and canned sodas. There were some other odds and ends like toilet paper that individuals sought out. But within less than an hour, they had more or less cleaned the place out of easily portable foodstuffs. They piled as much as they could into and onto the van, and with the little bit that they couldn't take, They had a very starchy, ad hoc roadside feast. With a mouthful of strawberry topping and bread, Emma asked, "So, Claire, where'd you guys come from? How long you been holed up in there?" Claire wiped a chocolate smear that was just barely more visible on her cheek than the smears of dirt and soot that lined her skin. She was young and probably pretty, though the last several weeks of terror and running and starving had taken toll on her looks. Emma knew that the dark under her eyes wasn't merely dirt. There was a shallowness to her expression that was typically accompanied with dark crescents. She was exhausted. She had scratches only partially healed and seemingly infected on her chin, and her bottom lip was split. Emma thought to herself that under more normal circumstances, if she were to run into this girl on the street, she would just assume that she was an addict with too much time between fixes. Chapter 12. The slight satisfaction in Claire's otherwise flat affect faded. The recent past was a blur of terror and loss. No one had asked her what had happened to her on the first morning, and she hadn't bothered to ask any of the survivors she had encountered. And at this point, she wasn't quite sure if she would be able to remember most of it. She had been trying so hard to let all of it go, like a nightmare, which it most certainly had become, plaguing her constantly every time she closed her eyes. "I was going to the UAA Consortium library to—" She stopped, shook her head, and chuckled for a moment. "It's like I'm still talking to my folks or some of my disapproving friends. I can't believe that I'm still doing it. Even now, after all that has happened, and to complete strangers. Good God. The truth is, I was going over to my boyfriend Michael's house. He lived in APU housing over on the far east side of the campus. I told my mom before I left that the library was opening early and I wanted to get in before it started to get busy. I don't know if she bought it or not, but she didn't give me any shit for it. So I left." She began to cry. "I don't think I even said goodbye to her. You know, you leave the house 1,000,000 times and every one of those could be the last, but we take those moments for granted and then it's too late. I didn't even say goodbye." She was shaking her head back and forth, chastising herself. Emma, hoping to draw her away from that painful place, asked, "So you were headed toward the campus, and that's where it all began? What happened?" Christ, what didn't happen? First, the radio started talking about some problems at Providence, and then the radio just went dead. And then traffic stopped. I've never seen that many cars in Anchorage except for maybe when they shoot the fireworks off on the 4th and for Fur-Rundy. It just felt like every car in the city was right there. There wasn't no going forward or back. We were all just hemmed in nice and tight. I had my stereo on loud so I didn't hear the screams that got others out of their cars. I saw those folks all get out though, and then they all started to run. I couldn't see anything in front of us, so I waited for a few seconds, and then I saw more people running, so I guess I just figured that it was a good time to get going myself. I grabbed my gym bag and ran away as fast as I could. It was then that I could hear the screaming behind me. I didn't dare turn around, though. It just felt too much like one of those dreams where the bad guy is chasing you and he's just behind you with his ghoulish hand reaching out to you. You're keeping just out of reach, and if you slow even a little, you just know that he'll get you. You know the dream? Anyway, me and this group of people were just running. Some folks started to slow down. They were all running out of breath. I'm in pretty good shape, but I wasn't expecting to be doing no running that early in the morning. So, pretty soon I was one of only 5 who were still going. It was me, another lady named Joan, and 3 guys. One of the guys had a big dog named Max with him. He was a great dog. We ran to the cars at Aurora Village, there at Northern Lights in Minnesota. We got there and the place was crazy. There were people running in and then running out with the craziest things in their arms. One guy was carrying a pile of cakes. He must have had at least 5 cakes. He just ran out, threw the cakes in his car, and drove off. Someone said that people were being directed to schools. Well, Romig Middle School was right there in front of us, and down the road a bit was another elementary school, and it just seemed like a better idea to head further away from where we had started.
So we hitched a ride with a fella driving a truck, and he dropped us off at the elementary school. It was better there. People were still scared, but they weren't all panicked. The cafeteria staff brought out coffee and some snacks, and people were sitting around in the multi-purpose room or the library. I chose the library, figuring that it would probably be carpeted. There were almost as many rumors and ideas as there were people in the school. A terrorist attack, an accident with some new weapon system out on Elmendorf, a new kind of rabies, and even the dead coming back to life, believe it or not. It all sounded pretty crazy to me. Still does, I guess. After maybe a couple of hours, I was out front smoking. One of the 3 cops there said that technically I was breaking the law, but he wasn't in the mood to enforce it at the moment. I promised that when everything settled down that I'd never smoke on school grounds again if he'd just let me off with a warning, and to let me finish my smoke first, too. He was cute, you know? So it was nice talking with him. I'm sure that my mom would have approved of him. If he had tattoos anywhere, you at least didn't see them at first glance, not like Michael. We were just talking, and then we heard this sound coming from down the road. I don't know how to describe it, really. I mean, it kind of sounded like a freight train? Interrupted Jerry. She pointed at him and continued, Exactly. Just a few minutes later, well, you know, they showed up. The 3 cops, even the cutie that I was talking to, tried their best. They shot until they couldn't shoot anymore. I saw 4 or 5 of those things take down each of the cops. It was the most awful thing that I've ever seen. Luckily, Joan was there too, and she grabbed my arm and pulled me away. I vaguely remember running to the back of the school with a bunch of other people. We went through an emergency door, and then we were just running again. Max was with us, so I knew that his owner was there, but I didn't recognize any of the others with us. It was like a replay of earlier. Pretty soon our herd became a clan, which became a group. This time we ended up in a hotel down on Spenard. Those things followed us, but we put enough distance between us and them to be able to get into the hotel and get onto the 2nd floor without them seeing us. I guess there were enough other folks to be chasing that they didn't really notice that another had replaced our group. We hung there for a few days. There were 11 of us that got to the hotel, but there was already a small crowd of people hiding upstairs. We huddled together in rooms and waited. There was a little food and a couple of vending machines that we all shared as best we could. We all hoped that the nightmare would pass as quickly as it had begun. Boy, were we in for a surprise. Early one morning, we all woke up to the sound of engines outside. We heard cars, or more to the point, trucks. These 3 big trucks were barreling down Spenard. I should have known better, though. The trucks all had dealer tags and big signs still hanging on them, and they were all too shiny to have seen the kind of action that survivors would have seen. One of the men in the group, a high school teacher, went out front and flagged them down. As soon as I saw them, I knew that they were no good. They were whooping and hollering, probably not a sober one amongst them. I watched that man, that good, kind man who skimped on food to make sure that everyone else had enough to eat. He stood there and tried to talk to them. I saw him shaking his head once, and then again. He looked over his shoulder up at us, and I could see the look in his eye. We'd made a mistake. They shot him while he was still looking over at us. He fell down holding his right leg. While he was there on his back defenseless, they shot him again. This time in his left leg. One of them, what I guess was their leader, asked the teacher something. The teacher shook his head again. I couldn't really hear him, but I could tell that the teacher was crying. And if I was to guess, he wasn't crying because of the pain in his leg. He was crying because he couldn't believe that people could be so ugly. And then that son of a bitch pushed that poor good man over with his toe and stood over him for a second or two. Must have made him feel like a big man. Coward just stepped over him and had one of his toadies finish the job. I wasn't at the window anymore to see where the bullets hit. Joan and I were running again. I hadn't run that much in, well, ever. Joan was older than me by a few years, but I think she was in a hell of a lot better shape than me. We were a good team on the run together. We had to go through the main lobby to get to any of the first-floor exits, and those guys were already coming in through the front doors. It was as chaotic as when those monsters got into the school, only this time our attackers were a little more discerning. They were only going after the women. Any man they happened to grab or who happened to get in the way was stabbed or shot or beaten. I never knew that a gun could be that loud or echo in your ears for that long. It was terrible. We were starting to head down a hall. We were almost there when one of them got a hold of Joan's hair. She had this pretty red hair pulled back into a long braid. He yanked hard enough to snap her backward and knock her off her feet. She fell with a thud and didn't move. When I looked down at her, I saw a couple of the other girls already on the floor with those guys crawling all over them. They were screaming and begging for help, but I felt helpless to do anything. Eric, Max's owner, pulled me along. He kept saying that we had to get away. Just concentrate on getting away. Well, the joke was on the rednecks. I guess it was the screaming or the gunshots. Hell, it doesn't really matter what was responsible. Those things, those monsters, started to arrive from both sides of the street. They just started to wade into the mayhem that was still erupting in the hotel lobby. I felt horrible for those girls who were on the floor, first to be brutalized and then to be butchered. It was too much for me to even think about. Who knows? Maybe those bastards had already killed the girls. I didn't hear any truck engines getting away, so I'm hoping that the cocksuckers got theirs in the end. So, we were back down to 5 of us, actually 6 if you included Max. We ran away from the main road and back into a neighborhood. We just wanted to get away and find somewhere safe to rest. We didn't see any more of those things for a couple of days, but we did see some people back amongst the houses. Mostly we saw faces peeking over cedar privacy fences or folks scurrying like scared rats from place to place. I guess we must have looked like rats ourselves. We did finally get ourselves into a house to hide for a bit. There was still some food in the pantry too, so we all got a bite to eat other than junk food. I don't think Chef Boyardee ever tasted so good. Locking the front door was about as far as we went in securing the house. I know that it was a mistake now, but we didn't know what was happening yet. There wasn't any cell service, no power, no nothing. We only knew that things just seemed to keep going from bad to worse every time we turned around. We had only been in the house for a couple of days, I think. Gotta be honest here, I've lost any sense of time without my daily and weekly schedules. I think we were only there for a couple of days, but hell, we could have been there for a week for all I know. I know that I spent most of the first day sleeping, and then eating, and then sleeping again. I use the term sleeping very loosely. I think I spent as much time staring at the ceiling as actually sleeping. Every time I closed my eyes, I either saw Joan with that filthy, greasy piece of shit on top of her, or that poor young cop at the school as his head was gnawed from his shoulders. When I did sleep, it was because my eyes just refused to stay open any longer. I'd like to say that I felt rested after I got back up, but the truth was far from that. Art was there, and me, Eric, another guy named Vic, and an older woman named Nancy. It was in the middle of the afternoon when we heard this horrible moaning outside. There were 3 of those things in the road outside. I guess Vic had had enough, so he ran out with a baseball bat to, take them on. He did all right, too. He hit the first one on the side of the head and the thing just fell down. It didn't get back up either. It just crumpled down and was done. The next one he hit in the chest, and that one fell too. He started to square off with the last one, but they were too close to one another for him to swing the bat. He jabbed at it with the end of the bat to put a little space between the 2 of them. He had just about gotten enough room when the one that he'd hit in the chest grabbed his leg and tripped him up. Vic fell over backward, but kept fighting. From his back, he hit the one lying next to him with the bat again, but the thing just rolled over on top of him. The other one grabbed one of his kicking feet and started to chew on his ankle. What none of us could see was that there were some more of those things coming up the road as Vic screamed louder and those things moaned deeper. The ones coming started to move faster. They weren't necessarily running, but they were moving at a good trot. And now they knew where we were hiding. We ran into the backyard, but there was another one of those things out there. It grabbed Eric and was trying to get a good angle to bite Eric's neck or shoulder. Max wasn't having any of it. He jumped onto the thing's back and started to bite and claw at the thing. That was enough for Eric to break free. By then, Art had picked up a shovel and hit the thing in the head with the blade. He just split the thing's head in half. Eric was okay, and we were just about to make a run for it when Max started to yelp. He cried and moaned like I'd never heard a dog do before. It was terrible. The dog retreated into the corner of the yard and started to vomit. It looked like it was mainly blood that was coming up, but I didn't really get close enough to check. I was already following Art and Nancy over the fence. Eric was still with him, though. He tried to soothe the dog, but poor Max was beyond consolable. And then he just got quiet. He was lying on his belly with his snout buried under him. Eric was rubbing Max's shoulders, and that's when Max turned on him. Max let out this deep growl and snapped at Eric. He moved away from the dog and tried to talk to him. He was speaking as softly and as tenderly as he could, but Max continued to growl. The dog shook his head like he was trying to lose a ringing in his ear or something, but he didn't make any move to attack. Eric just kept talking and was still talking when Max got real quiet and then lunged at him. Eric was caught completely off guard. The dog tried to bite Eric's face, but Eric fought him off, but Max was able to latch onto his wrist. He tore into him using his teeth like a saw. Eric's flesh was just flayed open, and then Max stopped and backed away. He shook his head again. I think he was trying to fight it, you know? Max started to whimper again as he struggled. Eric didn't wait around, though. He got himself over the fence and fell onto the ground. He was already getting dizzy from the blood loss. Max shook all over and ran over to the fence. It was Max again. You could just see it in his eyes, and just like that, he changed again and started to bark. He started to throw himself into the fence. I think it affects animals differently than it does humans. I didn't know it then, but now I understand that it's some kind of virus or an infection or something that's been spreading all of this. After seeing Eric, I guess it just kind of made sense to me that there was some kind of virus that killed people and then something happened that brought them back. Only it wasn't them that got brought back, because it wasn't Eric that stood back up in the next house we found to stop in. We got to another place and hid upstairs. We tried to take care of Eric, but he just wouldn't stop bleeding. He barely had any color in his face, and we were nearly carrying him by the time we got in. He was drenched in cold sweat, but he didn't have a fever. It was creepy. We laid him on a couch upstairs and tried to make him comfortable. There were some crackers in the kitchen and some odds and ends, so we grabbed a bite while he rested. Nancy grabbed a handful of cookies from a package and went back into the living room. She stood there for a second without saying anything. She was just looking down at Eric. I saw her whole expression change all at once. She just said, "Eric's gone," and she started to cry. She barely knew him, but she was crying for him like it was her son or something. When Eric leapt back to his feet, she jumped back. Hell, we all jumped back. She called his name, but then he pounced on her like she was cornered prey. I guess that's kind of what she was, really. She let out a couple of screams. The second one just turned into a hollow, wet noise that sounded like she was swallowing her own voice. I think it's the worst thing I've ever heard. And on top of that, to hear Eric chewing hungrily, he was kind of grunting with each bite. Art and I didn't stick around to be second courses. We ran out the back door and through the yard. We ran the rest of the day and most of that night. I don't know about Art, but I just wanted to get as far away from Eric and Nancy and Vic and Max as my legs would take me. I'm pretty certain that I saw more people here and there, but not a one did the slightest thing to help. It bothers me now, but right then I didn't really concentrate too much on it. I guess those folks were just too afraid to do anything, and I can't really fault them for that. If I was somewhere that I thought I was safe and thought that maybe help would be coming, I don't know for sure what I'd do either. We ended up here a couple of days ago. It seemed safe, and no one seemed to be around. It felt a little like being on Mars or something, like it was some kind of ancient civilization, one whose inhabitants had long since left. She paused to fish some more chocolate out of the jar she was holding. Is this the end? I mean, I guess what I'm asking is this happening everywhere or just here? Does anyone know how it all started?
Neil shook his head. No, I don't think this is happening anywhere else. At least not yet.
And I've been told that it started with a small boy and a small bite that appears to have awakened something that's been asleep a long time, and probably should have just stayed that way. He looked over at Jules and Danny, who were barely listening. They knew the story and had heard it all before. "What about you, Art?" Kim asked. "What's your story?" Art scarcely looked up at her when he said, "The beginning is a little different, but it's the same ending. What does it matter anyway? All that does matter is that we're standing here in a parking lot when we should probably all be dead already. What does it matter where I started running from? I mean, really, what difference does any of it make anymore? I was the fucking king of Siam." He threw his mostly empty jar of ice cream topping out across Raspberry Road. He walked over to the far side of the parking lot and stood there. It was obvious that he was crying by his body language. Everyone just watched him, an uncomfortable silence gliding amongst them as they stood motionless. Chapter 13. Claire asked from the back seat, "Where are we heading?" Dr. Caldwell answered without taking his eyes off the road in front of them and the houses, streets, and trees on his side. "We're going to see about camping out at Kincaid tonight. With as little as we've seen on this side of the city, and especially in this little corner, it seems safe over this way. We are going out to the chalet looking out over the inlet." She nodded. "Yeah, I know that place. I went to a wedding out there once. It was beautiful, but a little windy. Do you think it'll be safe?" Dr. Caldwell turned around this time and said, "Nowhere's safe anymore. You've got to understand that, or you won't make it through this. You've always got to be on your guard." To everyone in the van, he said, "We all have to be, and we have to watch out for one another." His cold seriousness chilled Claire's warm memories. She resented him chasing away the single best memory and thought that she'd had in weeks. The wedding and raucous reception memories were replaced by the stark and unpleasant realities that she and everyone else had faced over the past few weeks. Of course, the doctor was right, but still, why did he have to bring her down again? They drove by the Cullis Air National Guard base entrance. On the other side of the chain-link fence and wide-open gate, the deceptive calm stretched out of view. Neil looked over at Dr. Caldwell as they passed, but the doctor, sensing Neil's hopeful glance and the slowing of the vehicle, shook his head and pointed to the parked vintage cargo plane further down the fence line. Its sides were shredded from people kicking through them. It appeared as if some people had taken refuge inside only to be discovered and then trapped. The victims kicked their way through the thin sides of the aircraft and were most likely overwhelmed as they emerged. There were clothes strewn all around and other evidence of a horrible struggle around the stationary craft that suggested whoever had been there was there no more. They passed a small stone marker announcing their entrance into the park. The straight road gave way suddenly to sharp turns, cutting in amongst the trees, winding its way back to a clearing with a large parking lot and a two-story structure overlooking the lazy high tide of the Cook Inlet. It was normally a great view, and the clear day, again under more normal circumstances, would have had them all excited for such a treasure of the late summer, early autumn weather. Next to the chalet, a fairly abrupt slope led down and away into a large open field. Neil said, "I guess we're here. Let's see if we can get ourselves into the chalet. It'll probably be warmer in there, and I think we can bring one of those trash cans upstairs to light a fire on the balcony." "And burn what?" Emma snapped, her voice irritated. Neil said without a pause, as if he was accustomed to the attitude, "Wood. What else?" Emma looked away toward the tree line, which sat a fair distance from the chalet, and asked, this time as much as a bark as actual speech, "You expecting one of us to gather wood from over there? There's no knowing what's out there, is there? We don't know what's out here at all." She was right. He was assuming gathering wood or any other once mundane task continued to be so. He couldn't allow complacency to cloud his judgment. Was he willing to go in there to retrieve wood? There was no telling what dangers were waiting behind the trees. His casual assumptions could have cost a life.
He felt that familiar chill slither down the length of his spine and curl under, tickling his testicles into retracting for safety. They could just get inside and hope the closed windows and doors would be enough to keep them relatively warm through the night. It wouldn't be snug, but they could probably make do. He tried to imagine the dark stillness of the woods, but was stung with the wretched memory of his closest encounter with one of the Zeeks. It had held him close enough for Neil to be able to smell the stench of death clinging to its clothes and lurking on its wet, rotten breath. In the dense woods, it was unlikely Jerry would be able to deliver the same quality shot from his hunting rifle as he had on that occasion. Jerry's precision was all that saved Neil that day not long ago. He physically shook as the next wave of chills coiled itself around his spine. How could he expect anyone to do what he himself was too terrified to do? He was about to say as much when Dr. Caldwell said, "I can go. Malachi, you're a hunter, right? Familiar with the woods? How about lending a hand? Maggie, you've got room in your back seat. Can you bring your car a little closer so we can load it up? It'd make it so that we could bring enough wood to last us through the night. It's going to be bad enough, no point in freezing if we don't have to. You in?" Malachi looked at Maggie, and both nodded hesitantly. Dr. Caldwell smiled and said as soothingly as his bedside manners training would allow, "Look, Maggie, you don't even have to get out of the car. You just wait inside your locked car and keep the engine running if you'd like. When we come out, unlock the back door so that we can pile the wood in. Malachi and I will keep an eye out for one another while we're out of sight. It'll only be a few minutes. Believe me, I don't want to be in there any longer than we need. It'll be okay. Trust me." Jerry was reminded of all the jokes in which politicians, attorneys, or even used car salesmen used that phrase. Trust me. He was able to stifle his chuckle, but decided to step away just to be safe. He and his hunting rifle found their way into the now opened doors of the chalet. He went out onto the second-floor balcony, looking out over the sloped, open field immediately to the north of the building. With the rifle raised to his shoulder, he peered through his hunter's scope. He was amazed at the clarity of the images as they appeared to him through the magnifying lenses. As opposed to an indistinguishable line of trees, he was able to pick out specific trees and branches. He could read Maggie's license plate as clearly as if he was standing next to the car. HLYRLR. And then it hit him. Holy roller. Jesus, this lady is a freak. He watched the three of them drive down the path leading away from the parking lot. At the base of the winding driveway, they stopped abruptly. He didn't much like watching the good doctor disappear into the woods, but he had to admit that having some distance between Maggie, Malachi, and himself made him much more comfortable. He'd seen and heard Malachi's disconnect and agreed with Neil that Maggie was hiding something. She'd avoided directly answering any questions and seemed to only be telling partial stories that served her own ends. What she had said, though, was enough for him to be wary of her both coming and going. Chapter 14. Dr. Caldwell had always thought of the woods as a quiet place. On that afternoon it was as silent and as peaceful as a crypt. The forest was made up of narrow, white-barked birch trees with equally thin limbs and branches still holding tight-fisted to the small leaves, starting to show all of their colorful autumn personality. Mixed in amongst these trees were their taller, fuller cousins, wearing thick, conical coats of fragrant green needles. A few birds here and there chortled lightly, but there were no songs, only avian warnings shared well above the two men's heads. The quiet was at once menacing and comforting. The two men walked side by side, their feet crunching an uncomfortably loud marching tune in the drying foliage. They had no tools to cut anything down, so they were relying on whatever scraps the forest floor had to offer. They walked solidly for several minutes before Dr. Caldwell finally said, "Okay, that's far enough. Let's find us some wood and get the hell out of here. Maggie's likely to get spooked and leave us in a lurch out here if we're not careful."
"She wouldn't leave us," Malachi said defensively. "Maggie's no coward."
"And she's no fool, either. If she gets to thinking that we ran into trouble, She could just think it wiser to go back to the chalet or just hightail it out of here altogether. It's really got nothing to do with being brave or cowardly. It's a survival response, the whole fight or flight mentality kicking in, and sometimes we can't control it."
Malachi didn't know if he agreed with the doctor, but he appreciated that the man was speaking to him like he was an equal. It was the first show of respect he'd seen from anyone in a long time. It felt nice, and made him feel like he was important. He watched the doctor gather handfuls of sticks into his arms clumsily until, trying to pick up the last small branch he could reach, the doctor dropped most of what he was carrying. Malachi smiled for a moment and felt really good. He went over to the doctor and motioned for him to stop. Malachi sifted through the collections of branches and dried twigs until he found a long, thin, and still partially green branch that was slightly longer than all the rest, and set it aside. He then piled most of what the doctor had collected atop the lone twig, but turned them so as to be perpendicular to it, forming a close approximation of a plus sign. "Now watch," he said. He found both ends of the twig under the rest and pulled these ends together until he could fashion them into a knot. He was left with a good-looking bundle of wood that made it easier to carry larger amounts of fuel for the fire. They worked out a system in which the doctor gathered the wood while Malachi bundled it. They only spent a few minutes, but they were able to gather 4 very large armfuls of wood. With the wood bundles clutched under each of their arms, the 2 men ran out of the woods toward Maggie's car. At first, Maggie was worried. They looked like they were running so fast. Was something following them? She started the car with a single thought suddenly coming to her. Is this the moment? Then she realized that there wasn't anything on their trail and that they were just excited about their haul of wood. She unlocked the door as they approached and they tossed in the wood, turned and ran back toward the woods. They quickly got back into the routine. Dr. Caldwell tried to find better-sized pieces of wood this time, but even the most mature trees were still only a scant few inches in diameter. The pickings were slim, literally. He was walking over with one of several armloads of wood when Malachi suddenly shot up and stood stock still. Dr. Caldwell followed the other man's lead and froze in mid-stride, his eyes widening when he realized why Malachi had stopped. He had heard something. Maybe he was seeing something too. Dr. Caldwell was finding it difficult to control his breathing, especially when he heard a not-too-distant crunch. He hadn't moved, and he was pretty certain that Malachi hadn't either. There was something else out here with them. His mouth was suddenly a desert, experiencing a drought. He couldn't swallow, which made his breathing even more desperate and loud. Malachi reached to his holster and drew his pistol. The doctor was still too stunned to move. He prayed to himself, please let Malachi shoot straight. There was another crunch, this one even closer. Then there were several more. Dr. Caldwell felt nauseous, a horrible burning rising in the back of his throat. When Malachi lowered his weapon into a firing stance, Dr. Caldwell was ready to break into a sprint if only he could remove the concrete blocks that seemed to be affixed to both of his feet. He wanted to move, but he just couldn't. He couldn't even drop the sticks that were lying across both of his outstretched arms. When the moose appeared from behind one of the robust fir trees and sauntered past them, both men were silent at first. It was Dr. Caldwell who laughed first, but Malachi was quick to follow. Dr. Caldwell dropped his load of wood. I think this is about enough, don't you? If it doesn't last through the night, well, so be it. I've had about enough of the woods for one afternoon. How about you? Malachi, putting his pistol back in its holster, nodded and, still laughing, said, I just about peed my pants. Damn moose probably knew what he was up to. Just messing with us. But yeah, let me get these ready to move and we can get out of here. Back up at the chalet just a few minutes later, Malachi's description of the doctor's face and his own intense fear of the moose solicited roaring laughter. The mood for the rest of the afternoon was light and pleasant. Everyone's bellies were full, and the sun was warm. Without the terror that still lurked in the city waiting to pounce, it would have been a very nice day for all of them. a teasing reminder of how things had been before. It was a relief for all of them to momentarily forget the sorrow and the loss that had gripped all of their lives so tightly these past few weeks. As night descended and the temperature dropped with the setting of the sun, the bundles of wood that Malachi and Dr. Caldwell had collected were combined with pieces of wooden furniture found throughout the chalet to make a pair of warm fires around which they all gathered. To most of them, it wasn't much different than camping. They talked about mundane memories and even shared jokes with one another, trying to keep the laughter flowing whenever possible. Chapter 15. It was very late, or very early depending upon one's perspective, when Jerry woke Neil. Jerry had agreed to work the latest watch shift and Claire had elected to keep him company. They were standing next to the lone metal trash can that still had a fire burning in it when Claire looked at Jerry and asked, "Can you hear that?" Jerry suddenly realized that he could, but it was that same sound that he felt as much in his chest as he did in his ears. They weren't alone. He squinted and struggled to pierce the night, but the darkness was impenetrable. Jerry whispered, "They're out there, but I can't see a thing." "Do you really think it's them?" Claire asked. "Yeah, it's them. Either they're not that close yet, or there are only a handful out there. You some kind of pro or something? You've lived through an apocalypse before, have you?" "No, but I'd guess you to be about, 19? "Exactly 19. Is it that obvious? And what the hell does that have to do with anything? We've got a working theory that their moans, when heard in small numbers, vibrate at a frequency that affects ears in different ways depending upon the age of the listener. You've got young ears, so you can hear it. Me too, but I bet most of the others can't. Not yet, anyway." She looked at him quizzically, doubtfully. She was set to ask him about his theory when Danny appeared and asked, "They're here, aren't they?" He was massaging his chest and making a face like he was suffering a very bad case of heartburn. Jerry said, "Good timing, kid." "What?" "Never mind. Yeah, I think you're right. I was trying to figure out how many and how far off they were. Can you go get Neil?" Neil was outside in an instant, still wiping sleep from his eyes. Megan, of course, was fast on his heels. "What's up? Kid says we might have some Zeeks out there." "Yeah, they're out there." "How many do you think?" Danny answered this time. "There's just a couple out there, and I think they're still out on the road, but they're getting closer." Jerry added, "If we wait too long, like, let's say until dawn, they're going to draw more of them to us." Megan, just catching up to the conversation, asked, "What are we talking about here?" Neil said, "Jerry's right. We gotta deal with them now. No fucking around and nothing fancy. They're not clever. They'll just come right at us if we bait them a little." Danny suggested, "We could use the car headlights. It might even blind them a bit. Slow them down, maybe." Jerry and Neil nodded, congratulating Danny on a good idea. It was definitely time to get everyone up and moving just in case. This was going to take everyone's help. A moment or two later, the entire group was awake and gathering themselves. To Claire, Art, and Maggie, it appeared as if this was a well-rehearsed activity. Of course, the truth was far from it. If nervous tension and fear could be tapped as energy sources, there was enough in the room to light up most of Anchorage. They were well armed, but they were all amateurs in these matters. Dr. Caldwell and Malachi were the only ones in the group who had actually received weapons training, so all the guns in the world didn't give them any special edge when it came to using them. Neil grabbed his shotgun and put on the dark blue jacket with the deep pockets filled with shells. He was also carrying a .45 caliber semi-automatic pistol. Dr. Caldwell was similarly armed, as was Malachi. Jerry toted his hunting rifle and a smaller caliber revolver that he tucked into his belt. It was decided that Megan would drive the minivan and Maggie would drive her own car. Megan was carrying her own sidearm while Maggie declined to carry any firearms herself. The two vehicles were parked on the opposite side of the chalet, away from the approaching undead. They didn't think there were any of the things on that side of the building, but they all emerged from the back door at the ready. 2 vehicles were started and moved slowly around to the front of the chalet with the shooters, Malachi, Dr. Caldwell, Jerry, and Neil, walking slowly between them. The children were escorted onto the balcony and told to sit on the folding chairs next to the burn barrel. Once out there, Danny said to his chaperone, Kim, "They're getting closer."
Jesus, kid, that's creepy. But I think you're right. I can hear them now, too.
Emma, Claire, and Art, also armed with pistols, were inside the chalet but downstairs by the front door. When they had first arrived earlier the previous afternoon, they all decided to bar the all-glass front doors with a rolling rack of folding chairs and tables. It was heavy, and when locked into place, very difficult to move. They hoped that if the things were to find them and make it up to the chalet, that the heavy rack would help to secure the front doors long enough to allow them to escape. Art said to the 2 women,
"Maybe we should just make a run for it. What happens if there are too many of them out there? Who the hell put Neil in charge anyway? What makes this guy qualified to lead us?"
Emma, not looking away from the unfolding drama in the parking lot, said, "It's dark and dangerous outside. If there are only a handful of them, it probably just makes sense to deal with them so that we can move out of here when it's light enough to see. If there are too many of them out there, Neil will get us out of here. He's good. He's kept us all alive this long. Just be patient." As she finished her sentence, the first gunshot cracked the quiet with its report. Out between the 2 vehicles, Jerry operated the bolt-action slide on the rifle at his shoulder and said, "I got one. Pretty sure I got him through the head. He went down and isn't getting back up." Megan had the passenger side window down. Neil leaned in. "I think that's far enough. Now roll up this window and let's wait for them." Megan, whose hands were quivering, nodded and swallowed hard. She fumbled with the window control a few seconds before figuring out how to raise it. She started to look to her left now to make sure that none of the things were trying to swing up and around them. It was dark, but she was able to see a little further with the help of the van's high beams, despite being pointed in a different direction. The bright setting of the headlights cast enough of a cone of light so as to illuminate the space to either side of them. Maggie's driver's side window was already up. She saw Megan come to a stop and followed her lead. Neil asked Jerry, "Can you tell how many are out there yet?" Looking through the scope, Jerry said, "I can see at least 5 and maybe more, but I think that's about it. I think we're lucking out right now. We can take these few." Dr. Caldwell asked, "And then what? We know that these gunshots are going to attract attention from more of them. How much time will we have until more of those things show up?" Jerry fired his rifle again. "Damn! Only got him in the chest," Dr. Caldwell said, as if to reassure the other man. "Under different circumstances, that would be a good shot. Don't be so hard on yourself." Jerry's rifle kicked again. "That got him. What were you saying, Doc?" "Never mind." Jerry said, "They're moving much slower now. They seem more like Romero's zombies. Sorry, Zeke's. Still trying to get used to the new name. Maybe the decomposition theory was right. As they get further into decay, they'll become less and less mobile. This group is getting closer, though. Get ready. I can still see 5, so maybe we've got close to 10 of them out there after all." Neil started to chew on his lower lip. He could feel his heart rate begin to climb and his breathing begin to quicken. Dr. Caldwell could sense Neil's anxiety and said, "Let's all relax a bit. Keep a sharp eye out and we'll be okay. We can't let them get around behind us. If we start getting overwhelmed or hemmed in, we haul ass out of here." They could all hear a faint, deep moan as it became a kind of hungry growl. There was also a dragging shuffle, probably feet, coming from out of the darkness. And then the ghouls were upon them. The Zeeks were just out of reach and fully in view within the glare from the headlights. Megan screamed involuntarily and hid her face. Neil, distracted, peeked into the van to make sure she was all right. He didn't see the female fiend emerge from the light. Dr. Caldwell did, though. He pulled the trigger on his shotgun and half of the woman's head disappeared. The beast spun around violently and collapsed in front of the van, just out of reach of Neil. The doctor pumped another 12-gauge shell into the firearms chamber and prepared to fire again. This time, Malachi was the shooter. His semi-automatic shotgun didn't require any action on his part to reload between shots. He fired once, hitting one of the things in the chest, which set it back slightly. Then he fired again and removed the beast's scalp. He pivoted slightly and brought down another with a single shot. Now, brandishing a sidearm, Jerry fired the revolver 3 times, apparently hitting nothing. He backed away a few paces and stopped. He had never been so afraid in all his life. He couldn't concentrate, and therefore couldn't aim at this close distance. It was different to be shooting at these things through his scope, and with enough distance between him and them that he was largely out of harm's way. Fighting them up close like this was an entirely different experience. He could see them more clearly, even in the dark. He could smell their rank odor and hear their horrible guttural sounds. Neil fired his shotgun and another one fell, closer still. Jerry said, "I think there's still one more out there." They all paused and held their breaths, trying to hear anything at all. Jerry said as he raised the rifle, "Yeah, here he comes." And out of the darkness came another one. It was wearing a police officer's uniform. The ghoul's left hand was gone at the wrist and his left ear was just barely still attached, having been all but chewed from his head. Malachi backed away and lowered his weapon. He was shaking his head and mumbling unintelligibly to himself. Dr. Caldwell stepped forward and pumped a lethal round into the beast's head, bringing it down in an instant. He looked over at Malachi and asked him, "Did you know him?" Malachi didn't answer at first. He just stared at the fallen officer. Without looking back at the doctor, Malachi said,
"I didn't know him well, but I knew his face more than anything."
"I'm sorry, Malachi. I don't think there were any options, though. He—"
Walking away with the shotgun propped over his shoulder, Malachi interrupted him.
"Yeah, I know. It couldn't be helped. He was one of them."
Malachi was more caught up in seeing the police uniform than anything else because he could imagine himself lying there instead of the other man. He wondered how it had happened in the first place. Was the man doing his duty and helping others, or was he just trying to get away and got cornered? It had been ingrained in him that the police force was a brotherhood, a fraternity that bonded each to the other. He wondered to himself how many other police officers were still around. Was he the last of the brotherhood? Or were there others still fighting and trying to preserve the peace? And then he remembered the man's name was Collins. Sergeant Collins. He'd met him at a couple of public safety functions and recalled liking the man. Between his larger-than-life size and his booming voice, he was someone that everyone recognized and could find in any crowd. And none of that mattered now. There he was, lying amidst a pile of rotting corpses in an empty parking lot of an abandoned city. He wondered if there was any hope of escaping Anchorage alive. He tried to stave off the horrible misgivings that were taunting him then. He had gotten used to feeling somewhat normal again. He and the doctor had bonded in the woods while they gathered wood, and it felt good to have some connection to someone again. But like a bad connection on a cell phone, he felt the bonds begin to fade into a garbled echo barely recognizable for what it was. He walked back to the chalet and was surprised to see his father looking out at him from inside. The older Ivanov was standing inside holding a can of beer. He wasn't waving to him or showing any real emotion. He just stood there, watching and waiting. Malachi lowered his head as he walked and tried to ignore the image, the memory. Ghost. He wasn't sure what he was seeing at the moment and just hoped that it would go away. There was no comfort in that face from his past. There was only pain and distrust. Back at the cars, Jerry, Neil, and Dr. Caldwell were still standing their ground in case there were still more of them. Dr. Caldwell leaned down and removed the dead police officer's belt. The man's sidearm was still in its holster. Neil said, "I think that's all of them. Maybe we should get back inside and start getting ready to move out of here. I'm sure those gunshots will bring more of them our way." Jerry asked them rhetorically, "Was this really just the first day since we left our safe house?" Dr. Caldwell, who was tightening the police belt around his waist, said, "Yeah, what a first day, huh? I wonder what tomorrow has in store for us." Chapter 16. The next day found them driving away from Kincaid Park. Maggie and Malachi, driving in Maggie's beat-up Volkswagen, were following Neil and the rest of the group packed tightly in the minivan. The mood in the van, though not joyous, was much lighter than the day before. There was a general sense of possibility amongst the survivors for a change.
I can't believe we got them all. And it seemed just so easy, Jerry commented. You were right, Neil. They did just come right at us.
Dr. Caldwell breathed deeply.
This is no time to get complacent, he said flatly. There was just a few back there. What happens when we run into a big group of them? Hey, Doc, why you gotta go raining on my parade? Can't a guy be happy for at least a little bit? I know we're not out of the woods yet, but it felt good to kick some ass for a change. Yeah, I know. I guess I'm just being a bit of a pessimist, is all. Sorry. You're right. It did feel good to be on the dealing end of things instead of the receiving end.
Art asked, "How much ammo do you guys have?"
Megan answered, thinking about all the boxes of bullets and guns taken from her store.
Several $1,000s worth.
What?
Enough, at least for a while.
And then what?
Claire said bluntly with that irritated tone again.
Enough for today, and we can worry about tomorrow when it comes.
Art corrected her.
You mean if it comes?
Megan interrupted.
Talk about raining on someone's parade. I think you and Doc need to spend some time apart.
Art got quiet again and stared out the window at the passing trees, houses, and cars.
What did you do, Art?
Before, I mean, Neil asked.
You mean before the end of the world?
Yeah.
I was a real estate agent.
Megan said to that.
Oh, that explains the gloom and doom. You sell anything lately?
Well, not over the past few weeks.
And he rolled his eyes as he looked over at Megan. Not taking the bait, but still feeling a little mischievous, she continued.
Not many buyers lately?
No, the market is kind of dead.
Neil moaned from the front and said, Now that was bad, and I know a bad pun. I kind of made a name for myself at meetings in the office for them. Art asked,
So where are we headed?
Dr. Caldwell asked, You got a house you need to show or something?
Yeah, in sunny Hawaii and as far away from here as I can get. No, I was just curious where the next stop was.
Neil said, I think we need to get over the Knik and head north. I think that's where the army is. At least, that's the direction they were headed last time we heard any news.
How long ago was that?
Claire asked. Dr. Caldwell answered, When all of this started. Art disbelievingly asked,
And that's the best plan that we can come up with?
Megan, irritated with Art too now, asked him,
You got any better ideas?
Art didn't answer, and chose instead to look back out the window. Neil changed the direction of the conversation slightly. Before we get away from the city, I want to make sure that we've got everything we need, and that includes gas.
So we going shopping? Claire asked. I always loved to shop even when I didn't need anything.
Jerry asked. And what about now? Claire sniffed her shirt.
If my shirt smells this bad, I'd hate to think what my socks and my underwear smell like.
Jerry's face reddened slightly with the mention of Claire's underwear. He said, Thanks for the image. The continued and enticing vision blooming in his mind caused him to blush even more.
Don't mention it.
Neil added, I don't know about the rest of you, but away from the fire last night, I was a bit chilly.
Yeah, and it's only gonna keep getting colder,
Dr. Caldwell noted. Maybe it would be worth the effort to do a little shopping, Neil said. Where to, though? Jerry said,
Well, if there have been other survivors like the scumbags that Claire and Art ran into on Spinard, they may have cleaned out a lot of obvious places.
Megan said,
I wouldn't count on Fred's for supplies.
Neil added, or Walmart, Target, cars.
Emma asked, Are we in a rush to get somewhere?
Why? Asked Dr. Caldwell.
Maybe it would be worth the effort to swing by each of those. You never know. Maybe the infection swept through quickly enough that some of those places didn't get hit. It's probably worth the look, you know?
Neil nodded his head. You're right. Doc, give Maggie a shout and let her know the plan. I think we'll shoot down Jewel Lake and then go across DeMont. There are lots of options down there. Everyone seemed in agreement, or at least any dissent was not forceful enough to warrant comment from anyone. Dr. Caldwell called Maggie on the two-way radio and told her the plan. She smiled when she heard the details. She had been to DeMont a few days ago. It was a mess and swarming with those things.
She'd just barely made it away herself, and there would be some new ones down that way now. Oh, the possibilities. She needn't do anything. The Carr's grocery store at the intersection of DeMond Boulevard and Jewel Lake Road didn't look very promising. There were dozens of cars parked haphazardly in the parking lot, some quite literally atop others. Many of the store's large windows were either shattered or missing. Much of the building's facade was scarred with blackened, wavy streaks of soot. Megan thought aloud. What the hell?
People scared and looking for help, Dr. Caldwell surmised. Flocked here because it was open and well lit.
To which Jerry added, and that's what drew them here, too. I wonder how long it took. Moving beyond the scope of that question, Neil said, I wonder if there's anything of any value still in there. Emma, leaning forward to get a better look out the front window, said, I wonder how many of those things are still in there. She pointed to a single ghoul walking toward them from the parking lot. It wasn't moving fast. In fact, it was hardly able to move at all. The thing was as stiff as a cadaver. Neil and Dr. Caldwell looked back at her and wondered the same thing. It would be dark in there, even with the light coming in through the front, and with their flashlights, the cavernous depths and corners of the store would be frightening. With the one staggering through the parking lot, they could count on more of those things being inside. Maybe they would luck out, and that thing was just a late arrival who missed all the festivities, and there wouldn't be others. That was a lot of maybes, and they couldn't bank on maybes. There could well be a time in the future in which a maybe would be as good as it got, but for the time being, they could play it safer. There were too many opportunities for something bad to happen in there, so Neil was leaning toward just moving on. It was several minutes of sitting at the intersection while they considered what to do. Finally, getting fed up with just sitting, Maggie barked into the radio.
We going in or what?
Still watching their lurking and slowly approaching predator, Neil said to Dr. Caldwell and everyone else in the van, I'm thinking we move on. What do you think? The doctor suggested,
We can always come back. That might even encourage any others still inside to come out. Makes for much easier picking.
I hope you're right. Neil turned the van onto the broad, empty lanes of DeMond Boulevard and headed east. Ahead of them was the true commercial district of Anchorage, with a string of stores, strip malls, and culminating with the DeMond Center shopping mall. It all started with the Fred Meyer store that shared a parking lot with a Burlington coat factory. There were cars there too, but the number were far less intimidating, and the destruction, though present, wasn't nearly as dramatic. For one thing, there didn't seem to be any evidence of a fire. As they slowed, Maggie's voice came across the radio.
Why are we stopping?
Dr. Caldwell answered.
I think we're going in for a closer look. I thought we were going to the DeMond Center.
Maggie's voice seemed doubtful somehow, maybe even a little desperate. Why the hell would she want us to go to the DeMond Center? Jerry asked the people in the van. Talk about a Zeke magnet. Dr. Caldwell said into the radio,
I think we should be able to get what we need right here. We can always head down that way if we still need to, but we're going to start right here. Copy?
Again from the radio.
I just thought.
Jerry shook his head and leaned back into the seat. I don't know what she was thinking. If she has been surviving all these days and weeks, then she knows what attracts those things. How could she possibly be that clueless? Art said, I think she's just as scared as the rest of us and is trying to help out any way she can. I can't imagine that she would actually want to see any of us hurt or worse. She just sounded scared to me. How can you say that? Jerry shook his head again and started to say something, but thought better of it. He wanted to say that he thought Maggie was a complete loon and felt that she was trying to get them all killed. He didn't know why yet, but he was convinced that she fully intended to see all of them dead. Maybe he was just being paranoid. But maybe a little paranoia was what was keeping them all alive. It was no longer his practice to argue with people, though, so he let Art have the last word. Maggie didn't sound scared to Jerry. She sounded desperate, like someone sounds when a plan unravels. Chapter 17. They pulled into the parking lot and drove slowly toward the store entrance. There weren't a lot of windows on the facade, so most of the store's interior was obscured from view. Art said, "It's going to be dark in there, too. How is this any better than cars? Maybe Maggie's right. Maybe we should just head down to the Demand Center. I was in there once when the power failed and all the lights went out. It was dark, but it wasn't that dark. The big skylights on the ceiling above the ice rink lit up that side of the mall really well." When no one seemed to be listening to him, he ended with, "That's an option is all." And then he fell silent again. Neil emerged from the quiet with an upbeat, "I've got an idea." He steered the vehicle blithely through the random cars and shopping carts scattered across the otherwise empty parking lot. He pulled into the covered lane just outside one of the main entrances and then drove up and onto the curb, angled the van into the glass doors, then turned on the van's high beams. There was some comfort in being able to see something inside the otherwise dark store, although the lights had about the same effect as trying to put out a house fire with a squirt gun. Sure, every little bit helps, but... It was decided that Megan would go in because she was familiar with the standard Fred Meyer layout after having spent the last few years working at one. Dr. Caldwell, Neil, Jerry, and Art were to go in as well. They got out of the van and gathered themselves into a circle, each checking his firearm and the flashlights that they would carry with them. Malachi, standing next to Maggie's car, checked the load in his Glock and then made his way over next to the doctor. Kim climbed out of the back of the van. "For Christ's sake, it's going to take more than 6 people to grab what we need from this place. I guess I'll go too, but if I get killed, Neil, I am going to be really pissed off." Also getting out of the back of the van, Claire said, "She's right. Where do I get a gun again?" Emma, sitting at the wheel of the van, pulled a small automatic from the glove box along with a pair of extra magazines filled with shells. "Here, do you know how to fire and load this?" Claire took the pistol and held it out in front of her, targeting the liquor store sign across the street. "Haven't got a clue. Until earlier today, I'd never even held a gun before, but I've got to say that I kinda like it." "Malachi, can you give her a very brief introduction to safe firearm handling?" Dr. Caldwell requested. The former police officer strode over to the young woman and walked her through a 30-second tutorial on how to load and fire the pistol. He showed her the safety switch and told her to leave it in the safe mode until she needed to fire the gun. When Malachi was done, Dr. Caldwell said to her and everyone else, "We're not here for revenge or to start a war with those things. If we run into trouble, try to get away. Use the gun as a last resort. If they are in here, then there probably are more of them around. Gunshots will only attract more of them to us, and that's not going to help in the slightest." Echoing those sentiments, Neil said, "Okay, let's get in and get out as quickly as possible. We'll work in teams of 2. We need food and drinks, more ammunition, batteries, and anything else that looks useful. Emma and Maggie, if either of you see any of those things out here, lay on your horns and wait for us." There were nods all around. Claire stuffed her pistol into the front pocket of her University of Alaska Anchorage sweatshirt and stood next to Jerry. For his part, Jerry elected to leave his hunting rifle in the van and was sporting 2 pistols instead. And so they entered the store, with the van's lights casting a cone of light into the immediate entrance and shadows across the deeper aisles and walls. Neil could feel his breathing already start to quicken. He and Megan made their way to the electronics department at the front of the store. Amazingly, most of the flat-screen television sets, Blu-ray and DVD players and video game consoles were gone, along with most of the movies and video games from the walls. The glass cabinet at the front of the area was still intact. Inside were digital cameras and video cameras as well as more of the 2-way radios. Neil broke the top pane of glass and reached in to grab out those radios. He also grabbed a couple of digital cameras and a digital video camera. He stuffed those into the empty backpack hanging from one of his shoulders. Megan was deeper in the department and was loading every battery she could lay her hands on into her own duffel bag. Kim and Dr. Caldwell went to the sporting goods area to look for needed supplies. Not surprisingly, most of the guns were gone from the racks, and about half of the ammunition as well. There were a couple of pistols and smaller caliber rifles scattered on the floor, as well as several boxes of ammunition. Ignoring the guns themselves, Dr. Caldwell started to pick up the boxes of shells. Kim asked, "You gonna get those guns too, or do you want me to grab them?"
"No, I think we've got enough guns. Hell, we've got some that are still stacked under the seats in the van that haven't been used yet. It's bullets that we might be needing down the road.
Kim countered. Grab them all. You never know what we might need tomorrow. Hoisting a .22 caliber semi-automatic carbine onto his shoulder, Dr. Caldwell conceded.
You're right.
They went into the aisles and found some dehydrated camping meals and some more backpacks into which they loaded a lot of what they found. They also grabbed some more binoculars and multi-purpose knives. Dr. Caldwell located several pairs of gloves and some camouflaged stocking caps as well. Kim had her hands on some battery-powered Coleman lanterns when she saw what appeared to be a dried slime trail left by a slithering red snail. The crusty ooze led away from the sporting goods department, further into the store. She stopped and grabbed the doctor's arm. Using the flashlight they carried, they both examined the rust-colored mess on the floor. Dr. Caldwell pointed the beam of light in the direction in which the trail disappeared, but couldn't see anything. He drew out the new automatic pistol from the holster he had taken from the fallen police officer and which he was now wearing.
Should we go take a look, or do we just get the hell out of here?
Kim had no answer. Looking over her shoulder, Dr. Caldwell saw another possibility. He reached over her, taking the light aluminum baseball bat in his hands. Liking the feel of the bat, he grabbed 3 more and slid them into the top of one of the backpacks he was carrying.
If those things move as slowly as the ones that we saw earlier this morning, Dr. Caldwell said reassuringly, then I don't think we have that much to worry about.
Kim's eyes were as big as saucers as she processed what he was suggesting. Looking at the bat in the doctor's hands, she said, "If you don't mind, I don't plan on letting them get close enough to me to be able to use a bat." And she held up her pistol for him to see.
No problem. Let's go check things out. I guess we should give everyone else a heads up too, huh?
And how in the hell are you going to do that? Dr. Caldwell shrugged his shoulders.
It's not like we're in a library. Everybody! We might have some trouble near sporting goods.
At first, his voice danced like a spelunker's around the distant walls and corners of the store. For all of its kinetic enthusiasm, the voice seemed to be without a partner. There was only silence. A moment of utter terror followed as the realization of the grim possibilities occurred to them. They stared into each other's eyes and waited. And then Neil's voice cut into their worry with, "It's all clear up front." From over near the automotive department, Art shouted, "Not sure in auto parts. Got some blood, but no bodies yet." There should have been one more update, but an encroaching quiet was all that followed Art's update. Neil asked of the store, "Jerry?" Jerry and Claire were neck-deep in the grocery section. They had a shopping cart that was rapidly filling up with large family-sized bags of rice and dry cereal. There was a mix of canned fruit, vegetables, and meat on top as well. They had been busy and efficient, working together to hit both sides of each aisle into which they had gone. They were in their 3rd aisle when they heard a shuffle coming from the soda aisle next to them. Fast on the heels of the disturbing sounds, they felt the familiar vibration of fear that tickled and teased their insides uncomfortably. All of Claire's color, what little Jerry could see in the scant light of their flashlights, faded until she resembled a mime. She whispered in her quivering voice, "If I could, I'd be pissing my pants right now." Jerry's parched lips and arid tongue were making it impossible for him to speak. It didn't really matter. He wasn't quite sure what he'd say anyway. He looked up and then down the aisle in which they stood and tried to come up with ideas, any ideas to help them stay alive. Think. Come on, Jerry, you can do this. Okay, there's only 2 ways they can come at us. That means you watch that way and I'll watch the other. We can get through this. What? Are we just gonna settle down here and make a life for ourselves among the canned foods? Her fear was making her ramble. Sweetie, you're such a romantic. What girl wouldn't dream of... The shuffling noise was moving down away from them, making Jerry's side the most likely from which it would emerge. Jerry whispered, "Don't panic." With worried tears coursing down her dirty cheeks, Claire forced a smile and said, "Panic? Who's panicking? I'm cool as a cucumber." "Switch off the safety on your pistol." Claire, who was already pointing the gun out toward whatever targets decided to make the mistake of appearing before her, said,
"Thanks. Seems like one of those things that I should have remembered the cop showing me, huh?"
She swallowed hard and tried to slow her breathing. She was painfully aware that she was making quite a bit of noise, but try as she might, she couldn't calm herself. Her heart was thumping a frenetic beat that she imagined was acting like a homing beacon for their stalker. The trembling beam of Jerry's flashlight shined an unsteady light out into the darkness. The shuffling footsteps had stopped, and now Jerry and Claire felt like patients waiting in a dentist's chair. They knew the shot was coming and were anticipating the moment. With Claire pressed against him back to back, Jerry could feel her shaking and could sense her fear. His was there too, restricting his breathing with its icy grip. He wondered if she could feel his fright as well. He tried to get a handle on his emotions and asked,
"Where did it go?"
A single bead of sweat threatened to drip from his nose after having traveled from his forehead. Jerry barely noticed. The truth is, Jerry would likely have scarcely noticed a massive coronary at the moment. He couldn't peel his eyes away from the danger that lurked just out of view. He was contemplating moving forward a little when he noticed the tip of a shoe that was protruding just beyond the bottom of the grocery shelves to his left. He touched the back of Claire's shoulder and then pointed toward it.
"Now what?"
she breathed. His voice cracking slightly, he whispered,
"How the fuck should I know?"
"Well?" Before either of them could say anything else, there was a flurry of movement that was in and then out of the flashlight's cone of light. Jerry was then aware that there was another light that was shining across his beam. He settled back onto his heels slightly and waited. He was pretty certain that zombies did not attack one another, but was definitely certain that they didn't use flashlights to help them see in the dark, so he relaxed a little. When Dr. Caldwell and Kim appeared, he smiled and lowered his pistol back down to his side. And when he saw the bat in Dr. Caldwell's grip, he nodded and said to Claire,
"I think we're okay."
On the floor, but obscured from view by the darkness again, was laid out an already decomposing corpse that, until just moments before, had been stalking Claire and Jerry. Its largely ossified skull had nearly disintegrated beneath the weight of Dr. Caldwell's heavy swing. The creature had hardly made a sound or any move to defend itself from the attack. It just reached out toward the doctor, allowing him to dispatch it without much fuss. Dr. Caldwell cautioned,
"Keep your eyes open and stay alert. If there's one, there are bound to be more wandering around in here."
Both Claire and Jerry nodded, but were relieved to know that the immediate danger had passed. Jerry said,
"Thanks, Doc."
Dr. Caldwell smiled and said jokingly,
"That's all right, kid. After seeing your shooting with a pistol last night, I kind of figured you could use the help."
Jerry cocked an eyebrow, to which the doctor replied,
"Don't get me wrong, you're dead on with your rifle, but I think your sidearm marksmanship needs some work." "Don't worry, sweetie,"
Claire said.
"I'm sure you'll get lots of practice."
"Yeah, I guess I'm kind of dreading that." Kim continued to look around nervously.
"You guys done?"
Claire nodded.
"Just finishing up. Looks like a lot of stuff has already been nabbed by looters."
"You mean like the one that Doc just laid out?"
"Something like that."
"Well, let's get this show on the road, then. It's probably not the best idea to hang around here any longer than we have to."
"Agreed."
Back out at the van, the new ammunition was stacked with the old in the back behind the last bench seat. The new sleeping bags and camping supplies were piled onto and then bungee strapped to the roof. The food they were able to grab, which seemed like so much more in the cart, was placed on top of the ammunition and extra firearms in the back. Looking at it then, Claire and Jerry wondered what had happened to all the food they had grabbed. Jerry said mockingly,
"I guess when you're shopping for two, the cart looks a hell of a lot fuller than if you're shopping for an army."
"Should we get some more?"
asked Claire, afraid that her suggestion might actually be heeded and she might have to go back into the store.
Megan said,
"No, I think maybe we should hit Burlington over there and get us some warmer clothes and coats. No point in overstaying our welcome or stretching our good luck too far. We don't have enough of that to go around as it is."
"She's right,"
Dr. Caldwell added.
"We should probably keep moving."
Art and Malachi had, meanwhile, busied themselves with filling up the windshield washer fluid reservoirs in both vehicles and then checking the oil levels in both as well. Most of the automotive supplies they had pilfered were forced into the trunk of Maggie's car, sandwiched between spare fuel cans and Bibles. Chapter 18. They could have walked to Burlington Coat Factory, and during friendlier times they probably would have. With things as they were, though, caution dictated that they never stray far from their wheeled lifeboat, so they drove. They pulled up in front of the clothing store and went through largely the same routine as at the previous store. In pairs, they made their way cautiously inside. Danny watched them as they walked into the store and disappeared. Danny and Jules, both sitting on the middle bench seat of the van, had taken to silently watching most events as they unfolded. Unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, one can never be sure of these things, they were never entirely certain what was going on, but always seemed to show that they wanted to understand. There was, however, a degree of relief in not having to participate in every decision, but sometimes Danny felt like an afterthought, the proverbial third wheel, though he'd never have put it in such a way. The distance was starting to become more apparent. In his own way, he realized that he and Jules were a burden, and that bearing that burden was something that these people could decide was no longer in their better interests to bear. They weren't, after all, family. When it was quiet and the fear was being held at a distance, like today, for instance, it was then that he started to think about his family. He missed them, and the quiet moments afforded him the opportunity to be reminded of them. He had thought that he was too old to miss them anymore, that he had grown up enough that he could get by on his own. The separation from everything and everyone that he loved and had taken for granted only proved all too well how painfully wrong he was. It was troublesome for him that he couldn't remember his mother's face or his father's voice. Of course, the memories of both of them were strong, but they were feelings more than actual images for him. It didn't matter, really. The feelings were bittersweet enough. He was disappointed that the pictures he brought with him on his mother's advice, in case he got a little homesick, were still in his backpack, which was still sitting at the cabin near Seward, in which he was supposed to be vacationing with the Hausers. What a tragic turn of events. Never in all of his former camping trips, sports camps, or family vacations had home seemed so impossibly far away. The sadness had nearly taken him over when he realized that Emma was looking at him in the rearview mirror. She smiled and tilted her head a little. "You okay?" "Yeah." "Miss home?" "Yeah." "Me too." "I thought you lived here in Anchorage." She looked out toward the road and beyond, seeing things that weren't actually in sight. "I don't know what this place is anymore, but it sure as hell isn't home. I don't think it ever could be again. Not for me." They were both quiet for a moment or two when Emma asked, "You got a dog?" Danny nodded his head. "Yeah, his name is Romy. Roman, to be exact." "I've never heard of a dog named Roman." Danny smiled. "My mom and dad just found him roaming around the yard and they decided to keep him. So they just called him Roman." Appreciating the rehearsed nature of the reply, and that the story likely originated with his parents, Emma smiled warmly. "What kind of dog is Romy?" "A golden retriever. He's a great dog and loves to play. He can catch better than almost any other dog." "I like dogs. You can count on your dog when you can't count on anyone else. Whoever said that dogs are man's best friend was right." Danny nodded and drifted away in memories of Romy, playing in the backyard, tossing, well, anything for Romy to run down and bring back. He was a great dog. And in remembering Romy and the great backyard at his house, he was surprised that he was suddenly visited with visions of his mom and dad in the backyard with him, remembering a barbecue from earlier in the summer. He could almost smell the coals on the grill as they cooked themselves from black to gray. His Uncle Justin was there with his cousins Sidney and Stuart. They were twins, but were a boy and a girl, a fact that always confused him. He thought for sure twins either had to be two boys or two girls, but in the end it didn't really matter. It was just great to have them in his backyard and to be playing. They climbed into the clubhouse his dad built for him and alternated between playing war and playing house. Sydney didn't mind being the princess in the castle being defended by Stuart and Danny, but she definitely preferred being the mother or the teacher of the two boys. Danny's favorite time of the night was when his uncle brought out the fireworks he'd brought with him. Of course, Danny's mother immediately went into worried parent mode when she envisioned the pyrotechnical injuries that were sure to follow. Uncle Justin assured her over and over that nothing would happen, and then shot her a concerned look when Sydney burned her finger on a hot sparkler. That just about ended the fun, but then Uncle Justin brought out the big rockets and Roman candles and whatever else he had in the wooden crate filled to overflowing with colorful cardboard packages. Danny's mom was much more comfortable with these items because Uncle Justin was the only one who handled them and lit them, allowing everyone else to stand back at a safer distance. The red and blue and green and purple fiery flowers that raced into and then blossomed in the sky were spectacular and seemed to go on and on. When the evening ended, Danny said a very tired goodbye to his cousins and Uncle Justin. He and his dad then sat down in front of the television to watch some of a movie before Danny was sent off to bed. He missed his family and Romy more than ever, but it was nice for the memory to visit him. He looked over at Jules. She was sleeping again. She seemed to sleep an awful lot lately, and when she was awake, she was always tired and yawning. It was about then, with Jules snoring peacefully and Danny remembering wistfully, that Emma looked into the rearview mirror and noticed a trio of ghouls emerging from the Fred Meyer entrance from which they had just departed. Once again, Emma was amazed at the clarity of Neil's foresight. He had instructed Art and Jerry to move some of the shopping carts into a kind of barricade in front of the doorway, and now those carts formed an excellent barrier behind which the fiends were trapped. They banged themselves repeatedly against the shiny metal rolling baskets, but lacked the necessary problem-solving capabilities to realize that they could just lie themselves over the carts and pull themselves free. For that matter, if the three of them were to work in concert, they could probably move the carts far enough away as to make a large enough opening through which they could all shuffle. Neither appeared to be forthcoming, though, as they merely banged into the carts futilely, spun in a hopeless circle, and then banged into the carts again. If she weren't so disgusted by their appearance and behavior, the scene might even seem comical. Next on America's Funniest Zombie Videos. She doubted Fox had the sense or the taste to realize what a bad idea that would be. With the right marketing, though, anything's possible. Just look at American Idol. She lifted the radio and said calmly, "Neil, we got some friends caught up on your shopping carts over there. Nice idea, by the way." There was a pause and some electric snow that was suddenly broken by a concerned voice. "You all right? We're on our way back out."
"Relax. They seem to be pretty well contained right now, but I'd say let's not dawdle. No point in pushing our luck. Just get what we need and get back out here."
"Give us 5 minutes."
"For you, sweetie, I'll give you 7.
She set the radio back down next to the silver pistol on the console between the seats.
"Danny, wake Jules, will you? And then you better get your hands on a gun yourself. I know it's a lot to ask you, but 2 guns are better than 1, and I think I know just the one. Why don't you get into the back there and start grabbing some of the guns from under the seat? I want you to get a rifle. It's kind of small, but it's definitely a rifle."
Danny shook Jules awake and then followed Emma's instructions. He re-emerged from the back with a very trim camouflage-colored rifle. It had a fairly short stock and a very narrow barrel. On the bottom of the rifle was a stubby clip magazine. The gun was exactly the right size for him. His eyes were wide and slightly dazzled.
Emma said, "That was the kind of gun that I shot when I was about your age. My brother had one and used to target shoot with it all the time. It barely gave any kick at all and shot really straight. At least, that was what he used to say. I remember shooting it, and all I could think of was how loud it was. But even that wasn't too horribly bad. I'm guessing that it needs bullets put into that clip, so why don't you climb under there and find a box of .22 caliber shells? I'll show you how to load it and how to fire it, but hurry up. There's no time to waste."
Chapter 19. As soon as his hands touched the small rifle, he felt different. Special. Like a grown-up. But peering through the magnifying scope attached to the rifle stock, he felt powerful and fierce. When he focused his aim on one of the zombies banging himself to no avail against the simple shopping cart barricade, his heart quickened and his fingers buzzed as if he had just touched a live wire. He smiled, held his breath, and pulled the trigger. Click. Emma patted him on the back and said,
"That's good, Danny. Now, when there is actually a bullet in the gun, there won't be much kick, but the sound might startle you at first. It sounds kind of like a big firecracker."
"Cool."
"Danny, you seem like a smart kid, so I don't want to talk down to you, but I think I ought to at least say that this gun is a very dangerous thing, and the present circumstances don't change how dangerous this thing is. Do you understand what I'm saying?"
Danny looked her in the eyes and nodded. He understood. He also understood that, even under the present circumstances, his parents would never entrust him with a firearm. He doubted that his parents would have one for themselves. They didn't like guns and wouldn't have one in the house. He'd heard them talk about that many times with friends, family, and neighbors. Many of their neighbors kept guns in their houses. Most were for hunting, but some kept them for home defense, as he'd heard it put before. It just made sense to him that people would keep a gun in the house. He could never figure out why his parents had been so adamantly opposed to the idea. Why wouldn't you want to defend your home against intruders, whether they were burglars or zombies? He just couldn't figure it out, and current events had encouraged him to question it even more. There was the time when Mark Little got his dad's gun down from the top of the bookcase. When he jumped down, Mark dropped the gun, and it went off. No one was hurt, but he did kill one of his mother's nice planters and a struggling ficus tree. Everyone agreed that Mark was lucky, and that his dad should have done a better job of securing the gun. And there were the stories in the newspaper that he saw when he was looking for some easy but juicy current events topics. Stories about teenagers being prosecuted as adults in the shooting deaths of friends, or suburban homes being robbed by thieves looking for guns to sell. Regardless, when Emma handed him the 10-round clip and he clicked it into position, he felt more like a part of the group than ever before. Now, he could contribute something, rather than just always taking. He was probably the most happy when Neil saw him standing next to the van. Neil saw the gun, wrinkled his brow, and tilted his head, and then gave Danny a thumbs-up gesture. Danny was so proud of himself. He slung the rifle over his shoulder and stood next to the van as a guard while the others loaded the gear into the quickly diminishing space in the back of the van. They all had jackets now, and the heavier coats were packed away for later use when the temperatures dropped further. They had food and water, more ammunition for their firearms, and some baseball bats for close-up protection. Megan surveyed all of this and then turned to Neil.
"So, I guess that's about it. We ready yet?"
"Almost. We still need some gas for the rig." Chapter 20. Unfortunately, the vehicles in the Fred Meyer and Burlington Coat Factory parking lots did not yield much gasoline. Most of the fuel tanks were close to empty or were bone dry. They were able to fill one 5-gallon can and partially fill a second, but that was far from comforting for all of them. When they got back on the road and started putting some distance between themselves and Anchorage, they'd need much more fuel, and the likelihood there would be filling stations between here and Salvation was slim to nil. Unfortunately, the Tesoro gas station on the northwest corner of the parking lot was a blackened ruin. It appeared as if someone had already tried to pilfer the gas from the underground storage tanks but had actually blown himself or herself up in the process. Megan asked as they stood in the parking lot,
"So now what? Can we make it with this much?"
Dr. Caldwell shook his head.
"No. This might be able to get us out of town and maybe on our way to Fairbanks and the interior, but we'd run out in the middle of nowhere and then be on foot. Doesn't seem like the safest bet to me."
Maggie stood on the edge of the discussion. She wanted to offer her suggestion, but waited for the right moment. She didn't want to sound too eager and arouse any suspicions. The conversation swayed back and forth, shifting between opinions and strategies. Claire even suggested that perhaps they should just find another hiding spot in Anchorage to wait out all of this. All of the talk went back and forth until finally Neil asked, "How about you, Maggie?
You have any ideas or know where we can get some gas?" Maggie smiled a little and looked over all of them at the eastbound DeMond Boulevard.
"I don't know about gas for sure, but I do know that there are dozens and dozens of cars that way, toward the DeMond Center. It looks like a parking lot just up the road. I'm sure with that many cars, we can find all the gas that we need."
"Are you sure?" Maggie nodded her head and pointed.
"Everything that you need is down that way."
Jerry asked suspiciously,
"What about, them?
"Are there zombies down that way too?" Maggie shrugged her shoulders.
Aren't they everywhere now? I mean, they were in the store behind us and they didn't seem to pose much of a problem for you."
"Yeah, taken in ones and twos we can handle them, but how many of them are there down that way?"
"We won't know until we go there, now will we?"
Jerry didn't like the way that she answered his questions without really answering anything. It was like watching a politician at a press conference coming clean about the latest scandal. She could talk and never really say anything. He wanted to press her, but knew that ultimately it wouldn't yield anything but more frustration. Besides, she was right. They had been handling themselves well lately. Emma asked,
"Maggie, you've got a bunch of gas in your trunk. Can you share some of what you have with us?" "Find your own. I worked hard for what I got."
"I'm sure you did, but doesn't it make more sense for us to share what we've got and work together?"
"What do you mean, share?"
demanded Maggie, suspicion in her eyes.
"Oh, I don't know. Like maybe the food that we have that we shared with you? And maybe the protection we shared with you last night at the park? Things we gave to you and did for you because it was the right thing to do? I didn't need nothing from you. Just because you gave me some of your food doesn't mean that I didn't have none of my own. I was doing just fine without all of you, and now you want to take my gas."
Neil interrupted. "Nobody's taking anything from anyone." Emma wasn't satisfied, though. She continued,
"Well, what about Christian charity? Isn't there a vestige of decency that is taught in your Bible?" "How dare you question my faith? My belief in God is steadfast and loyal. How could someone like you know anything about faith anyway? Malachi has told me all about you and the poison that you spew." "Malachi told you about me? Well, let me tell you a couple of things about your hero, Malachi, there."
Malachi jumped in to defend Maggie. "Shut your mouth, you Jezebel. You got no right to ask Maggie for anything. Why would she give gas that is fueling the Lord's message to you, a non-believer just trying to avoid her fate?"
"Fate? Fate? Don't go using pagan words that you don't understand."
Again, Neil interrupted the exchange. "Stop it. This isn't getting us anywhere." Emma wasn't through, though. Even as Dr. Caldwell was pulling her away, she spat.
"Your Malachi there? He's a coward and a rapist. What does your goddamn book say about that, huh? No amount of faith can change that, you disillusioned—"
Dr. Caldwell turned her and said to her, cutting her off,
"Emma, this isn't helping."
Over his shoulder, she shouted,
"Hypocrites! You pick and choose what you believe from your book and then belittle the rest of us when we question your motives or your actions. You disgust me. And him, he belongs with those things over there. He's a monster and doesn't deserve to be wearing that uniform or that badge."
With that said, she pushed Dr. Caldwell away from her and walked away. Danny, still standing next to the van, walked away too and stood next to her. By then, she was bent over at the waist and shedding hot, angry tears. She was so enraged she couldn't see straight and was afraid that she was going to vomit at any moment. She said quietly to Danny,
"I'm sorry, Danny. I guess I kind of lost my cool."
Danny didn't say anything. He was thinking, however, that he agreed with Emma. Why wouldn't Maggie share any of the gas she had? It just seemed like a safer thing to do. They could fill up both cars with what she had and then get moving. They could get away from all of this and leave it behind them. He wasn't sure about the Christian charity thing that she had said. He didn't remember a whole lot about that from church. He remembered coloring pictures and eating snacks at Sunday school. He remembered the stories about Noah and Job and the Garden of Eden. He remembered singing songs. That was about it for him. Maybe Christian charity was what the adults talked about while the kids were downstairs in the classroom.
He put his hand on her shoulder and looked over at the Fred Meyer entrance. Those things were still there, and the buzzing in the air was getting louder.
I think we should get going again. The sound is getting louder, so I think more of those things are coming this way. What?
I can hear them.
They're coming. Hey, everyone, Danny, says that he can hear them coming. We should get moving.
Jerry nodded and agreed.
Yeah, I think he's right. I guess I was hearing it too, but didn't pay enough attention to realize what it was. Those three over there are probably acting like a homing beacon for more of those things.
Without having resolved anything, the group split up and went to their respective vehicles. They were moving again without any real direction, but Neil was relieved that the confrontation was brought to a temporary close, if not to a more permanent solution. It felt good to be moving again, and to put the parking lot and anger behind them. Emma sat in the back and didn't say much. She was still angry, but she was quiet again. She kept looking behind her at the car following them. She imagined turning herself around in the seat and firing her pistol out the back window at Maggie and Malachi. In her mind's eye, she could see their car swerve and veer off the road out of control. Her thoughts didn't get any darker than that. She knew that her fury would subside and that these ugly musings were neither realistic nor healthy, so she closed her eyes and tried to let go of the hostility. When she awoke, they were stopping near what looked like a parking lot, but she knew that it was actually a street that cut through Midtown in Anchorage. She was unaware that she had dozed and woke feeling a little disoriented.
What are we doing?
We still need gas, Jerry replied. Chapter 21. They sat for a few seconds in the stopped van without anyone saying a word. Danny lifted his new rifle from the floor in front of him and laid it across his lap. He was ready, but it didn't seem anyone else was. He looked over at Jerry and Claire, and then to Emma and Kim. They all looked exhausted, like his mom and dad did every Christmas morning after all the presents had been opened. Claire asked no one in particular.
So we have to do this, huh?
No, Neil said flatly. We don't have to, but we'll probably be on foot soon if we don't. What do you prefer? She didn't need to answer, and neither did anyone else. Regardless of the need, there didn't seem to be much enthusiasm in collecting the gas. Their failed attempt to siphon gas from the collection of vehicles at the Fred Meyer parking lot didn't inspire much confidence. Of course, there were a lot more cars here and a lot more possibilities. Jerry finally said,
Okay, let's get going. We work in teams again?
Dr. Caldwell said,
Yes, 2 teams of 3, 1 spotter, 1 siphoner, and 1 toter.
Neil said, Okay, how about... Dr. Caldwell cut him off.
How about you stay with the van this time? You can find the bungee cords in the back and get the top ready to load the full cans. Megan, you stay at the wheel in case we have visitors and have to get out in a hurry.
Neil started to protest, but his fatigue caught the words in his chest and buried them beneath his momentary relief. He felt guilty about sending folks off on an errand of his choosing, but even the guilt couldn't find a voice. Malachi was out of Maggie's car and joining the group as it formed next to the van. Dr. Caldwell began.
Okay, how about Emma, Malachi, and I?
Emma, still not ready to be near the police officer, challenged.
Yeah, that's not gonna work.
She could have outlined all the reasons why, but she didn't feel the need to open that argument again, at least not there on the street.
Okay, how about Jerry, Emma, and me? Then Kim, Art, and Malachi. We each take a couple of the large and a couple of the small cans with us. There's no messing around out here. We get what we need and we get the hell out of Dodge, okay?
Everyone nodded his or her head. Malachi nodded his head too, but he shot a concealed sneer over at Emma. Since his wife, he didn't think he had ever had the same feelings of animosity toward anyone that he harbored toward Emma. She dug at him every time she could, and he was getting tired of it. He hoped there arose a time in the future where she really needed help, his help, and he would just turn and walk away. He hoped that she begged for him to save her. He could see her surrounded by reaching, grabbing, clawing hands and hear her voice calling out to him to save her, but he wouldn't. He would smile down at her and revel in her desperation. The thoughts made his head swim for a moment, and he teetered on his heels a bit. Dr. Caldwell asked, concerned, "Malachi, you okay?"
"Yeah, just tired, I guess."
He looked over at Emma, who was walking away, and was relieved that she didn't see him start to swoon. Each group walked up to the closest cars, and, of course, there was no fuel in either. The same was true of the next, and then the next pair of cars. Several cars later, Dr. Caldwell found a tank that was nearly full, based upon the fact that they were able to siphon out enough gasoline to fill 2 of the 5-gallon plastic containers and start on one of the smaller 3-gallon jugs. As he looked around the car, he noticed that there were no keys in the ignition, while in the previous cars there had been keys. He called out to the other group, "Hey, look at the ignitions of the cars. If there aren't keys there, then we stand a better chance of getting gas." Art nodded as he looked into the next driver's side window. He wasn't expecting the spectacle in the front seat that he saw. There, sitting slightly hunched over into the passenger seat, was a decaying corpse. Clutched in its discolored right hand was an automatic pistol.
"Jesus,"
Kim asked him as she walked up. What did you find?" Art just stood there looking down at the dead body. It was a woman who appeared to have been heading to work based upon her professional dress. She still had a cup of Khalidi Brothers coffee in the cup holder on her dash. On the seat next to her lifeless hand was a wallet opened to a family photo, and next to that was a cell phone. Kim looked in the window and gasped, surprised that after all that she had seen, she could still be startled. "Do you think she could be one of them?" Art was already shaking his head.
"No, I think she did it to herself."
Malachi was standing there now, but was not offering any comments. He was looking around at the other cars and trying to stay focused on the task at hand, which, for him, was becoming increasingly more challenging. Staying moving as he was seemed to be helping, but there were cracks in his reality that were separating him further and further away from everyone else, including his new friend Maggie. Kim asked, "Why do you think she did it?"
It could have been anything, given the situation. Maybe she was trapped and scared. Maybe she was already planning on doing it and it just seemed like the right time. Maybe she was on the phone with the family in the photo and heard those things getting to them and she couldn't bear it. Hell, does it really matter? The keys are still in the ignition, so she's got nothing for us.
Kim looked at him in disgust. "That's a little cold, isn't it?"
Would you like me to say a prayer for her and for every corpse we come upon? That's a lot of praying.
She thought about it and responded,
"No, I guess not. I'm just afraid that the longer this goes on, the less sense of humanity we seem to be holding on to."
I get what you're saying, but I guess I'm just more interested in being alive than in retaining something like my humanity. When we've gotten through this, I promise to say a long prayer for all the people that we come upon, but until then..."
Kim nodded her head and moved to the next car.
"Hey, no keys. Maybe we'll get lucky."
Art snorted.
In a different time and in a different world, getting lucky had a whole different meaning.
"Just like a man. Even now, on the eve of extinction, all you can think about is sex."
Hey, you're the one that brought it up.
"Did not?"
Did too.
"You're impossible."
I like to think of myself as just complicated, complex, an enigma to be unraveled but never solved.
"Is that a line that you've used before? 'Cause it sounded rehearsed."
Art smiled.
Yeah, and it worked more than it didn't. Does it really sound rehearsed?
Kim just chuckled and opened the car door to release the gas tank lever. There was enough gas in that car to partially fill one of the 5-gallon cans, but that was all. They moved deeper into the line of cars and further away from the van. Jerry shouted to them from the other side of the car-choked street.
"We've filled all of our cans, so we're taking them back to the van. We'll go grab some more cans and be right back."
Back at the van, they filled the vehicle's tank with one of the 5-gallon cans and most of one of the 3-gallon cans. Neil said to Dr. Caldwell, "I'm already feeling better about this. Maybe we do stand a chance of getting out of here after all." Dr. Caldwell felt the relief in his gut, too.
Yeah, I think we should go back out there and refill these 2 cans. Do we have any other cans in there?
No, we've just got water jugs that we grabbed from Fred's. If we get the other group's gas cans back here and refill yours, I think we should be okay. That's a lot of fuel, especially since the van is full again. That will buy us a lot of miles.
But will it be enough?
Only time will tell. Besides, there are bound to be other cars out there. Hell, so far things seem to be going much better. Art, Kim, and Malachi came upon a couple more corpses in cars while they searched. Apparently, the first woman who took her own life wasn't alone in her decision. In another car, a woman had taken an overdose of some kind of medication, the empty bottle of which was still sitting in her lap. And in the next car to that, a man had done similarly as the first by shooting himself in the head. His suicide was much messier, as he had used a much higher caliber pistol. The inside of his window was stained a dirty, disgusting brown. The 3 of them came to a big Ford pickup truck and paused. Kim said with concern, "I think we're getting a little too much distance between us and the van. Maybe we should call it quits and head back." Art agreed. "Okay, let's check this big truck out and head on back." "Deal." They popped open the gas tank and started to draw out the gas. They filled one of the 3-gallon tanks, deciding to fill that first because they hadn't had much luck so far in filling the bigger ones. Working together, they were able to lift and balance the empty can so that the short rubber hose could reach the opening. They stood there, each doing his or her part, as the malodorous but essential liquid filled the plastic container. Art said to Malachi playfully after several seconds of quiet, "Kind of reminiscent of standing at a urinal, isn't it?" Kim asked, "Excuse me?" "Well, there are certain things that guys do and don't do at urinals." "And?" "I guess standing here without saying anything and listening to liquid pouring into the can just made me nostalgic for those simpler times when a guy could stand quietly and pee at a public restroom." Malachi, of course, hadn't said a word, but instead cocked an eyebrow at Art. He didn't like talking about things as personal as that with a woman around. It just didn't seem right, like he was breaking some kind of established rule of politesse. A few seconds later, their smiles faded after hearing a rhythmic clicking that appeared to be heading toward them. The sound started very faint, but grew with each moment. Art looked at Kim with a question in his eyes, and Kim actually asked, "What the hell was that?" "I don't know, but I don't see anything. If it was one of those things, it seems like we should be able to see them long before they get close to us. Let's get this can full and then get on back. We can just say that we got all the gas that we could." Kim, still looking in the direction of the sound, asked, "You sure?" "Have you ever seen one of those things sneak up on anyone? I think Neil's right. They don't plot and plan. They just come right at you. I don't think an ambush is something they could manage." "Okay, let's just get this done then." Malachi adjusted his hands slightly so that he was still able to support the can with one and get the other to his hip holster. He didn't remove the pistol yet, but having his hand there made him feel slightly more comfortable. The sounds grew louder and seemed to expand as if there was more than one source creating the racket. And then they could hear a growl, though they all agreed that it wasn't the same sound emitted by the zombies. It was more naturally animalistic. Art shook the can a little. "We're almost done. Let's get ready to move." They all wore concerned expressions like familiar masks that are never out of reach. Kim looked down at the hose, which was moving and threatening to emerge out of the top of the can as the container neared capacity. When Art suddenly turned and ran, it caught both Kim and Malachi by surprise. Kim raised her free hand and was barely able to balance the gas can and keep it from toppling onto the ground. Just a heartbeat later, Malachi saw what had spooked Art. A pack of dogs was almost upon them. The dogs were a variety of breeds and sizes, but one thing they all shared in common was a look of bloodlust that preceded them. Without warning, Malachi stepped back and pulled his pistol. In so doing, he forced Kim to try and hold the gas can herself, which she was unable to do in the position in which she found herself. The can fell heavily to the ground, but not before landing squarely on Kim's foot. "Ow, fuck!" Kim still hadn't seen the dogs, but she knew that trouble was fast approaching. She took a step, trying to follow the now fleeing police officer. Her first step, though, delivered a chorus of pain that rippled through her legs and up her spine. Her vision, too, was colored with tiny florets of pain, dancing like imaginary fireworks before her eyes. She fell to her knees and was finding it extremely difficult to get back to her feet. She forced herself up onto her one good foot and tried to hop, but she was too off balance to take more than a couple of steps before she fell again. She screamed, "Help me!" Malachi turned to see Kim sprawled on the ground with her hands reaching out to him. He started to step toward her, but then saw the dogs that were nearly upon her. Malachi fired his pistol 3 times, bringing down the closest of the dogs. Even after having done that, he was still frozen in place. The terror in his eyes matched the same that was in hers. They looked at one another for a mere second, but that torturous second seemed to stretch on and on, seeming to span a lifetime. His furiously pounding heart demanded that he act. Kim was doomed if he didn't. His feet felt planted, though. He tried to force them up. He tried, but he just couldn't. His fear was making him lightheaded, and that only contributed to the already formidable presence that paralyzed him. His mouth opened and closed as if he was trying to speak, but the words didn't find a voice. He teetered forward on the balls of his feet, but then he leaned back and straightened his stance slightly. Kim could see all too well that Malachi wasn't coming to help her. The fear was palpable all around him. Even her panic-filled voice desperately screaming, "No! Don't leave me!" couldn't break the wall. Malachi turned and ran back toward the van. Dr. Caldwell and Jerry met him at the edge of the line of cars. Dr. Caldwell asked, "Malachi, where's Kim? What's out there? Where's Kim?" Too ashamed to even speak, Malachi pointed out toward the cars and toward Kim's cries. He felt sick and weak. He needed to sit before he collapsed. He couldn't handle the emotions that were gripping his chest and clouding his eyes. He wasn't sure if he was crying or not, but it didn't really matter. He couldn't control it anyway. Art said from already in the van, "Dogs! We were attacked by infected dogs."
Where the hell is Kim?
Almost in answer to that question, 3 hurried gunshots rang out from somewhere amidst the cars. Malachi shook his head and then hurried on over to Maggie's car. He climbed into the passenger seat, closed the door, and bowed his head into his hands. Neil jumped into the driver's seat of the van. "Let's get loaded up. There's no time to spare. They're still coming. Listen." And when they all stopped speaking, they could hear the approaching growls and something more. They could hear Kim. The anguish and the agony made her words close to unintelligible, but hear the words they all did. "No! Oh, God! I'm not ready! Oh, Jesus! No!" There was a final gunshot, and then all they could hear were the growls from the dogs that were now within sight. There were a variety of breeds and mutts coming at them. Some were big and some were small, but they all shared the same savage, aggressive appearance. They were no longer man's best friend by any stretch of the imagination. The van's doors closed as the first of the dogs cleared the line of cars. The animal didn't even hesitate. It threw itself against the side of the vehicle with a thud and then stood up to do it again and again and again. With each impact against the door, everyone in the van jumped. Megan and Emma both said to Neil, "Just go!" Neil shut his eyes for a second. The sorrow was as heavy as it had ever been, but he couldn't find tears. The reservoir of his pain was as arid and salty as the Dead Sea. He put the van in gear and steered them away. Chapter 22. In the van heading toward downtown Anchorage, the questions came fast and furious. Megan demanded, "Art, what happened?" "We were just getting gas, and those dogs, they snuck up on us. It all happened so quickly, Claire finished with a bit of a snarl.
You just had to save your own ass, isn't that right? You got scared and left her, didn't you?
Stung, Art didn't bother to even look at her. "I did all that I could. She just couldn't keep up. If I would have stayed with her, there's no telling what would have happened." What could I have done?
Megan looked at Claire and stifled her next comment. She could see that Claire was holding resentment toward Art that wasn't only stemming from this incident. There was something more going on. She looked over at Emma, who was casting sideways glances over her shoulder at the car following them. Megan already knew about the animosity Emma bore for Malachi. Megan said,
Art, tell me exactly what happened.
What does it matter? She's gone, and no amount of my telling you how it happened is going to change that.
I just need to know.
Okay. We had to go into the cars kind of deep to find enough gas to fill those cans. And then we found a big truck with 2 tanks on it, and one seemed to be pretty full, so we started to fill the cans. The gas was only coming out so fast, though. So we just stood there trying to fill up as fast as we could.
Who was doing what?
What does that matter?
Claire interjected.
Just answer the goddamn question.
Art started to vocalize a response to her barb, but bit it off still in his throat.
Kim fed and held the hose into the can, while Malachi and I held it up.
Held it up?
Asked Megan for clarification.
Yeah, the truck had a lift package on it, so the tank was up kind of high. We were just standing there talking and filling the tank when the dogs attacked us. They were there just all at once.
Emma, sitting in the back seat next to Claire, thought to herself that if Kim was only holding the hose in the mouth of the can, then it was only logical to assume that she would have been the first to be on the move. She dismissed her suspicions, however, as merely being products of her distrust of Malachi. She didn't bother to mention her thoughts out loud. She looked over at Art to see if she could detect any malfeasance. The side of his face held no clues whatsoever. Refusing to look anyone in the eye, Art said,
What does any of this matter?
Dr. Caldwell, who had been sitting quietly but listening intently, said calmly,
Because, Art, if we know what went wrong this time, then maybe we can avoid the same mistakes in the future.
Mistakes? What mistakes?
Megan, her distrust on the rise now, asked,
You tell us. How did it all go so wrong?
What do you mean, wrong?
Claire shouted, unable to contain her frustration any longer.
She died, you fool! She's dead, and you were with her. You were there!
Seeing his opportunity to turn the tables, Art shouted back,
That's right, I was there. I was putting myself at risk while you stayed back here at the van safe. Who the hell are you to judge me? You weren't out there when those goddamn dogs were coming at us, were you?
Claire wanted to shout back at him, but she could see that it wasn't going anywhere, and now she felt like she may have disrupted Megan's questioning enough to let him off the hook. She couldn't know for sure that Art had anything to do with Kim's death, but when he appeared from the line of cars well before the cop, she couldn't help but wonder. And now he seemed to be getting awfully loud and adamant about some pretty basic questions. But this wasn't going anywhere, so she dropped it. Art, too, dropped it. He was satisfied that he had deflected blame from himself. While Art knew that he could have done more to help Kim, he was also fairly certain that in so doing, he might have put all 3 of them at risk. As it was, 2 of the 3 of them had made it out, and in his mind he felt that perhaps his actions had saved his and the police officers' lives. If Art hadn't recognized the danger and taken to flight, then those dogs might have caught them and they'd all be dead. In fact, his running probably saved everyone's lives, because his sudden appearance put them all on alert. Would they have been loaded into the van already, had he not warned them? And yet these women and that doctor were berating him. Who the hell was he kidding? Art could see right through the doctor's ploy. He didn't want to know how to make them all safer the next time something like that happened. No, he was fishing for any excuse to blame Art for Kim's death, and that was clear. Well, to hell with him. Art had dealt with people like that all his life. People who would twist and distort every detail of what everyone says just to prove themselves right. Kim's death wasn't his fault, and he wasn't going to let anyone try and figure out a way to blame him for it. He figured the best thing for him to do was to not give them any fodder with which to work. He leaned back into the seat, crossed his arms, and closed his eyes. If he was asleep, even if he was faking it, they couldn't ask him any questions and use his answers against him. Neil hadn't said a word. As he drove, he watched in the rearview mirror as the dogs tried to pursue them.
Several had stayed with them for a bit, but in the end, the two vehicles proved to have too much speed and too much stamina for the dogs. One by one, they slowed down and then stopped the chase. As the infected dogs disappeared behind them, Neil relaxed his foot from the gas pedal a bit and started to breathe normally again. With the immediate danger gone, he surveyed the cabin of the vehicle. Down Megan's cheeks spilled silent tears, and in her eyes was a very familiar sorrow. To Neil, Kim's death felt like losing a family member, and judging by Megan's tears, she must have felt the same way. All the passion and anger and accusation melted away with each salty drop. Part 2. Chapter 23. Downtown Anchorage resembled many cities of similar size and age. There was a multi-lane thoroughfare or two. There were some good-sized office towers with names like Key Bank and ConocoPhillips at their tops. The government buildings and courthouses were large granite structures that seemed to serve as landmarks for navigation as much as they did actual civic function. Usually the streets were mostly clean and the shops were mostly open. The restaurants were typically busy and the several hotels were absolutely hopping during the busy summer tourist months. Once away from the city center, Anchorage was as beautiful and well plotted as any city. The Delaney Park Strip, just south of downtown, ran for several east-west blocks and served as a median separating the commercial from the residential portions of the old city. Amongst the small houses and cottages with finely groomed yards, flower gardens, and yard swings, it was easy to forget that a bustling commercial district that catered to tourist needs was just a handful of blocks away. Adding to the fairy tale quaintness, it was not unusual to see a horse-drawn carriage with sightseeing passengers skirting the edges of these largely idyllic neighborhoods. It was as peaceful and safe a place as its residents desired. Of course, that had all changed for the inhabitants on that fateful morning several weeks ago. People, young and old, fled the vicinity like every other corner of Anchorage, and like the rest of the city, the vast majority of those people, both young and old, met their doom while trying to escape it. The chaotic desperation that had claimed most of the city's inhabitants visited itself upon this peaceful corner as much as it did everywhere else. There seemed to be no escaping it. The amazing thing, though, was that after the people had left, the peace had returned. The once quiet streets were quiet again, even more so than before. The flowers continued to grow, as did the grass. There were children's toys, big wheels, and bicycles scattered in several yards, but no laughing, screaming children to ride them. Yard swings, if gently nudged by a breeze, still swung, but there was no resting gardener to enjoy them. As the two-car caravan made its way through the neighborhood, there wasn't a voice to be heard from any of the survivors therein. To most of them, speaking seemed as irreverent as skipping through a cemetery. They watched each passing house and wondered about its past occupants. Had they made it out alive? For Neil, seeing the absence of any human life in such a uniquely human setting was more than a little disturbing. None of the movies he had seen that depicted such events came remotely close to delivering on the intense sense of loss that he was feeling. He brought the van to a rolling stop for no reason other than the fact that he was feeling so overwhelmed. No one in the van spoke for several seconds. They just looked out at the abandoned houses and the empty lawns, much as Neil was doing. Megan placed her hand on Neil's shoulder and massaged his tense muscles slightly. He barely acknowledged it. Claire whispered, "Are we all that's left? Is everyone else really?" Jerry finished her thought when she trailed off. "Dad?" Without a hint of humor, she continued, "Well, kind of, anyway. There aren't even any of those things. It's just so—" Dr. Caldwell stepped in this time and said, "Eerily peaceful." "Yeah." The radio connecting them to Maggie's car chirped loudly, startling all of them. "Why are we stopping?" Neil lifted the radio to respond, but set it down without saying a word instead. He looked in the rearview mirror and saw Maggie with her hands raised and her shoulders hunched. He wanted to point out how annoying he found her, but decided against saying anything. There was already enough doubt circling Maggie, much of it his own, and he didn't need to add to it. Dissension in their ranks wouldn't serve any useful purpose for any of them. Besides, the tension in the air was all but palpable since Kim's death. It was obvious Claire, Emma, and Megan had more or less made up their minds that Art was at least indirectly responsible for losing her. It was also apparent that Claire was not completely forthcoming in her reservations about Art. Neil wasn't entirely sure what she was hiding or why, but he could see in her disposition the vague outlines of a buried secret. Jerry had maintained his silence. Neil could see that there was more going on with Jerry than before as well. He was infatuated with Claire, and that was setting the young man off balance a bit. So now he and Jerry shared something in common. Both were finding themselves falling in love at a most inopportune time. Nothing like falling in love on the verge of the end of existence. Neil was finding himself relying more and more on Jerry. The kid was smart, despite what he would have everyone believe about himself. He was also very resourceful, having been able to make do and even thrive under the current conditions. What Neil liked about him most, though, was that he could count on Jerry to always be there. It probably didn't hurt that Jerry had saved Neil's life while they were still hiding in the house in South Anchorage. Jerry had become quite adept at using the hunting rifle. His cool-headed attitude and sure-shot aim made Jerry a very capable sniper. Neil was as thankful for Dr. Caldwell as he was for Jerry. The doctor brought a level of calm to most decisions and discussions. Dr. Caldwell was older than the rest of them in the van, and had experiences and training that helped him maintain his cool under most circumstances. The doctor had shared that he was a war veteran, having served in Iraq in a medical unit during the height of the most recent Middle Eastern conflict. He also related that the events of the past several weeks were responsible for his dismissing most of what he thought he knew about medicine, physiology, and trauma care. Nothing like having the dead rising to shake your unshakable faith in science. Was this what it was like for the all-powerful clergy when the scientists of the Enlightenment began to introduce physical laws based upon science to explain the universe, thus debunking an eternity of natural phenomenon being attributed to gods of various stripes? He could understand why they reacted so coldly and sometimes lethally to such suggestions. It had to be disheartening to contemplate the possibility that all or most of what you had learned was now in doubt. Of course, none of the doctor's combat experiences really prepared him for the terror that had virtually wiped out Anchorage either. But then there wasn't training that could have done that anyway. Maggie and possibly Malachi might argue that receiving training at church in the Lord's Word is the only training that could prepare someone for what was happening, but Neil was a little skeptical about the nature of that training and for what one might be prepared. He wasn't certain if Maggie was an end-of-days believer or some kind of apocalypse seeker, but her brand of Christianity didn't seem helpful or healthy to Neil. He hoped that perhaps the doctor might still retain some of his combat skills training and be able to pass it along to the rest of them. That was training that would hopefully benefit all of them. Malachi's peace officer training with firearms and other self-defense techniques would be useful as well, but Neil was more than a little suspicious of Mal's capability in imparting any of that knowledge on anyone. All of this was running through his head when he heard little Jules in the back say,
"Maybe he can help us."
Megan asked,
"Who, sweetie?" "That man over there walking his dog."
All of the adults looked back at her and said, "What?"
"There, look."
She pointed down the road at an old man who was walking along the sidewalk. He had a dog on a leash in front of him that was sniffing at fences and bushes along their route. They conducted themselves as if it was just a Sunday morning and they were out for their daily constitutional. Confused, Neil looked all around the houses of this section of the neighborhood. He had never felt more like he was somehow caught up in an extended and disorienting nightmare in his life. Could this be real? Megan nudged him from behind.
"Go check it out."
Still dumbfounded, Neil sputtered, But, and turned the van toward the old man. The dog walker stalled and waited as the unknown vehicle strode up next to him. His hair was as white as fresh snow, while the thin beard on his face was a slight mixture of salt and pepper, with the salt definitely imposing itself over the darker patches of pepper. He looked over at the eager faces looking at him from inside the van. He revealed neither relief nor caution with his expression. Neil thought to himself that this guy is probably a hell of a poker player. Dr. Caldwell lowered his window, smiled, and said amiably, "Afternoon." The old man smiled back. "Afternoon?" There was a pregnant pause, filled with questions and confusion for all of them. The old man, still smiling, said, "There aren't many of those things around anymore, but staying in one spot for too long still isn't a very good idea. You folks want to come back to my house for a little respite? I don't have much, but I'm willing to share." Still caught up on the old man's nonchalant attitude despite what had happened and was still happening in the city, Dr. Caldwell was at a loss for words. Megan decided to step in.
"We've got food and water and other supplies too, but your house sounds wonderful. Is it safe?"
"I'm standing here, ain't I?"
"Good point," she said, smiling and nodding.
Dr. Caldwell asked,
"You want a ride?"
"Thanks, but no. Mo and I need to finish our walk first. We can meet you at the corner of 11th and P if you can wait for us."
Chapter 24. Back at his house, the old man introduced himself as Mr. Truman Holton.
"But please call me Charles."
Claire asked,
"Oh, is that your middle name?" My dad didn't like his first name, so he always went by his middle name. Most of his friends went his whole life without knowing that they were calling him by that instead of his real name.
"No, my wife, when we first met, decided that I looked much more like a Charles than a Truman. To her, Charles seemed just as dignified but less stodgy than Truman, and it just took. I've been Charles for more than 60 years.
"Oh,"
Emma clarified.
"And your dog's name is Mo?"
Actually, he's my wife's dog, and his name is Mowgli, but we've always called him Mo."
Dr. Caldwell took his turn to ask,
"And your wife, is she here somewhere?"
Before answering, Charles suggested they go downstairs to talk. He said again that he hadn't seen those things around much, but that there was no point in inviting disaster. The basement was as big or bigger than the upstairs. There was a large sitting room with a pair of couches and a plush, well-used recliner. A hallway leading away from that main room revealed at least 3 doors, one of which was open to a lavatory complete with a shower. The other 2 doors were closed, but it was surmised that one was likely a utility laundry room and that the other could be a storage room or possibly a spare bedroom. In one corner of the main room was a small kitchenette complete with a deep freeze that hummed as if it was working. Charles seated himself in the recliner as if it was his throne, and Mo, a trusted thane, plopped himself on the floor to Charles's right. Dr. Caldwell, sitting on one of the couches, asked,
"About your wife, sorry to pry. I'm just curious if there are others still alive."
No. I understand completely. Mo and I lost Lucy to lung cancer 3 years ago, didn't we, boy?"
"Sorry."
"Yeah, it was the damnedest thing. Woman never touched a cigarette, she rarely drank, especially lately, and she was a hell of a lot more active than me, and she's the one who gets the big C. I guess there's just no telling for sure what fate has in store for us until it's already sprung. People have said that God has a strange sense of humor about things. I always wondered if her death was the punchline to some cruel joke, or was it still coming? Well, I did wonder, and all this happened. It's probably just as well anyway. Lucy wouldn't have liked this at all. She would have reminded me, at least, that this is why we should have moved south when we had the chance."
To Mo, he said as he rubbed the top of his head,
"Mama wouldn't have liked this at all, would she, boy?"
The dog lifted his head into the massaging touch and opened his mouth in satisfaction. Mowgli was obviously not a young dog, but it was also apparent that he wasn't a senior, either. He appeared to be a well-behaved adult with more than a little Australian shepherd in him. He was primarily black with a white patch on his chest, some white on his face around his eyes and one of his ears, and then some scattered brown patches on the lower third of his legs. Jules, who was on the floor, said,
"He's named Mowgli, just like the little boy in the Jungle Book?"
"That's right.
My wife loved Disney and named everything with Disney names. She even named our car Thumper because it kind of clicked and thumped when we drove it.
Jules smiled. My favorite is Beauty and the Beast.
Our vacuum is named Beast. It's a big, heavy, loud Kirby. And upstairs in the front window there's a big peace lily that's named Belle.
Jules' eyes lit up and she smiled. This was the most alert anyone had seen her in days. She stood up and walked around the room, eyeing all the different items and trying to guess what name could possibly be assigned to each. Her steps and pace were reminiscent of one of Disney's many princesses as she glided from place to place, humming a quiet tune to herself. Charles watched her for a moment or two and then stood himself.
I might have something that you'd be interested in, he announced, and then he disappeared down the hall and went into one of the closed doors. Mo stood and walked over to the hallway too, though he stopped short of walking into the room as well. When Charles reemerged, he was carrying a golden satin princess dress with sparkling sashes and glittery, puffy sleeves. I think this is just about your size, if I'm not mistaken. This was a favorite of our granddaughters, but they're all too big for it now. What do you think? Would you like to try it on for size?
Jules was speechless. She had never seen anything so beautiful in all her life. It was even prettier than the ornate wedding dress her cousin had worn in the only wedding that she had ever attended. She nodded her head enthusiastically. A little later, with Jules spinning and dancing around the room like a euphoric princess, the talk returned to Charles's survival to date. Charles looked at all of them and began.
Mo and I have a routine. He likes to be walked in the morning and then evening, so that's what we have always done. We tended to go out before everyone else was up and moving about because it was just easier. Less distractions for old Mo. We get up, get dressed, and walk ourselves around the neighborhood. He relieves himself, and I get some exercise, doctor's orders. That morning it started out like any other. We got ourselves up and out the door. Nothing seemed amiss. We just went about our business like usual. The neighborhood was quiet, but it always was early in the day. Again, that's why we walked then. It was still dark when we got home, and that's when things started to happen, I guess. At first we heard a few sirens, and then a few more, and then a few more. It was like the whole city was burning down or something. I didn't smell smoke, so I thought that maybe one of the big banks had been robbed or something. Well, Mo doesn't much like the sound of sirens, so he and I went downstairs to watch some TV and read the paper. Hell, I figured that if something was happening, being downstairs was probably better anyway. Boy, was I right. We were watching a little CNN when the program was interrupted by an emergency news update. Some yahoo from one of the local news stations started going on about a disturbance of some sort in Anchorage. He started talking about looting, arson, and killing, and how authorities were trying to get the situation under control. They showed some video taken from a news helicopter that was circling over the university. Looked like a riot to me. Not that much different than what you might see from a protest from Iranians angry at their government again. They couldn't tell us for certain what was happening, only that civilian and military authorities were doing what they could to restore order. From the video shots they were showing, it didn't look like the civilian authorities, at least, were having much luck at stopping anything. There were police cars all over the screen, but nothing seemed to be working. Those folks just kept coming. Pretty soon the helicopter wasn't just over the university. They were showing shots from all over Midtown, and then, all of a sudden, the screen went to a test pattern, and that was all the TV was going to tell us. I went upstairs to make sure that the front door was locked. I started moving as much food downstairs to this fridge as I could. I grabbed blankets and some books. I didn't know how long this was going to last or how long we would be stuck down here, but I'd never been through a real disaster before, so I was just guessing. Lucy and I didn't move here until 1965, so we missed the big quake of '64, which I guess would have been a bit of a warm-up. At that point, no one really knew what was happening. While I was upstairs during one of my trips to move supplies, I saw Mrs. Gardner across the street. She was loading up her car with stuff. She loaded in some photo albums. She was so proud of those, a suitcase full of clothes, and some other odds and ends. I just kept watching her and wondering if maybe I should be getting out of town too. When I looked around at this old house, though, I just couldn't bring myself to leave it. Me, Lucy, and Mo were just too comfortable here. So Mo and I stayed. We watched Mrs. Gardner and most of the neighbors leave. For a short while, the neighborhood was more hectic than it had ever been. Even on the nicest of summer days, I don't know that I've ever seen that many people in the street. And then they were all just gone. The folks on the radio tried to stay calm and cool, but you could hear in their voices that everyone was just plain scared. They didn't sound like they knew any better what was going on than the folks on TV. They started telling people to go to some of the safe collection sites, schools, mostly. Mo and I, we just got ourselves comfortable downstairs and decided to wait it out. Early on that first day, I decided that it might be safer if I was to put a lock on the door at the top of the stairs. I took one of the deadbolts from a door down here and put it on the door. With that on, we started to settle in a little. I guess I must have dozed off because the next thing I remember was waking up to total quiet. I looked out those small windows over there to see out into the street. They sit right at ground level and, as you can see, are really too small to let anything in or out except a little sunlight. You know how I said that I had never seen the streets so filled with people before? Well, I didn't see anyone. I looked up the street and down. There wasn't so much as a hint of anyone still around. I had one of those Vincent Price last man on earth moments. You folks know what was happening probably better than I did at the time. All of a sudden, there just wasn't anybody around anymore. We stayed downstairs for the next few days. I was already a bit of a hermit, but at least before I could watch people doing their daily activities. The only thing to watch during those days was the grass grow.
Charles could tell that his audience was reliving those same first few hours and days themselves in their minds. He could tell that the memories for all of them were less confusing and more traumatic than his. They had seen up close and personal and lived through what he had only seen glimpses of from cameras in hovering helicopters and heard about from radio reports. He decided that his experiences from early on paled in comparison to theirs, and that they probably didn't need to hear all of the mundane details of how he spent his time. The room was quiet, though. The gentle hum of the freezer was the only sound in the room. It was the hum that encouraged the questions. Neil asked, "Do you have electricity?"
Well, yes and no. I have a generator upstairs in the garage that's keeping the freezer running and lets me turn on the stove every now and again. After I went through all the gasoline in my car, I just went around and found all the other cars in the area and have been running it off of that since. I haven't needed to take that much gas so far, but I know where the cars are and know where I can get gas when I need it. I usually turn it off at night and then turn it back on during the day. I figure the freezer should be able to keep itself cold when I'm not going in and out of it.
"So, what all do you have in the freezer?" asked Jerry. "If you can share a pizza, I think I would be willing to be your slave for all of eternity."
No pizzas. It's mainly halibut, salmon, and moose with a little caribou and some vegetables from the garden.
Emma asked, "Garden?"
Oh, yeah. It was Lucy's garden, but Mo and I have kept it up over the years. We've got tomatoes, potatoes, carrots, cabbage, and some other odds and ends out there. Lucy showed me how to can vegetables a few years back, so I've got shelves of jarred vegetables in the storage pantry and even some cranberry, blackberry, and raspberry jelly in there. If we're quick about it, I can show you out back if you'd like. There are quite a few raspberries still out there.
Emma, still distracted with his inventory, asked,
"Cranberry jelly?"
Sure. You want to try some? I've got a jar over here in the fridge.
Neil asked, "I thought you only ran the freezer."
Oh, I do, but I keep refreezing water bottles and cooling packs to keep in the fridge so that I can keep some of that chilled too. I figured it would be a long time before Fred Meyer was going to open again, so I'm trying to make everything last as long as possible."
Neil had thought he had been clever and resourceful, but now he was seeing true resourcefulness. Charles was amazing. He did not strike any of them as someone who was trying to scratch out a basic existence with only survival in mind. He was living well as could be expected. Looking around the room again, Neil found himself wondering at the level of comfort in which Charles had surrounded himself. Neil looked at the cleaned and drying dishes sitting next to the sink in the kitchenette, at the garbage can next to the stove, and at the dog food dish next to that. He looked at the neatly arranged books and magazines on the shelves along the wall, and at the blankets folded and sitting along the top of the couch. There were some candles and flashlights on the couple of end tables in the room. Nothing was out of place, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Really, the only things in the room that looked slightly out of place and dirty were the group of survivors that were Charles's guests. That one fact was more than a little embarrassing to Neil. Here was a guy who was older than any of them by decades, and he was doing a much better job of taking care of himself and his surroundings than all of them combined. Sure, it could be argued that a single person requires less food and less maintenance, but a single person only has himself to rely upon as well. What would Neil have done if he were alone? Could he have made it this far all by himself? He doubted it. And then he remembered the day when he and Tony started the fire down the block from their safe house. He got himself up and over a fence only to be confronted, grabbed, and threatened by one of the ghouls. The creature had Neil in his clutches, and had it not been for Jerry, Neil would be one of them now. That memory still chilled Neil's thoughts and made him in even more awe of Charles. Dr. Caldwell asked what Neil and Jerry were thinking.
"What about, the Zeeks, zombies, those things? You've obviously seen them. When did you first start seeing them?"
Charles sat back in his chair and thought. A hint of emotion crept onto his face and landed squarely in his eyes that were as gray as time. He took a deep breath before he began.
"Sorry, it's just this is really the first time that I've had to talk about those first few days. Mo doesn't ask me a lot of questions, and when he does, it's usually about either eating or going to the bathroom. The streetlights still worked through that first night, but they only light things up so far. I think I started seeing them then. There were just a few, and in the dark they kind of looked like normal folks who were just in a bit of a daze. I guess I wasn't the only one who decided not to leave, because old Jasper from down the street, he went out to see if he could help them. Maybe he thought they were just in shock or something, I don't know. I could tell that they didn't seem right, and it wasn't shock. They just weren't right. As soon as Jasper came into the light, there was this horrible noise, and they took off after him. Jasper was old, so he wasn't running anywhere. He held up his hands, but they didn't stop. They just came at him. In the glow from the street light, they didn't look human anymore as they went to work. It looked like something you might see on Discovery, or... He looked at Jules and Danny and stopped himself short. Well, you know what happened. I heard his wife scream from further down out of the light, and those things were after her just like that. She must have been up at the house still, because I heard some banging and then some shattering glass. There was a scream and then nothing. I hope she had a heart attack or something before they got to her. Beatrice, had a bad heart. The next morning, though, there was Beatrice in her pink nightgown wandering in the street. She was a walking nightmare. She wasn't a thing of grace and beauty when she was alive, I gotta be honest, but she really was a monster. The thing that I think bothered me most, though, was that her little yappy pain-in-the-ass white dog was still following her around like she was still in there. I'd hope Mo would have better sense. The next day I woke up and looked out the window there and didn't see anything. Beatrice was gone, and so were all the others. Of course, I couldn't see much from those windows, but what I did see was a lot of nothing out there. A little later in the day, I saw my first group of survivors. They were running. There were about 6 of them, maybe more.
They looked like they were just ordinary folks, but they looked so scared. They stopped right out there by the street lamp. It looked like they were just resting, trying to catch their breaths. I wanted to go upstairs and tell them to come inside, but I just couldn't. I was too afraid. It looked like two of them started to argue about which way they should go. One pointed north into downtown, and the other pointed west, toward the airport. Maybe they were being tracked already, or maybe it was their raised voices. Regardless, they all stood up at once, and the fear already in their eyes became panic. Two of the women, girls, really, started to cry. I might have still had time to help them. I could have told them to run over here, and they could have hid in the basement with Mo and me, but I didn't. Instead, I watched them start to run that way up the street, and then all of a sudden they came running back the other way. They disappeared from my sight, and so I didn't see what happened, but then I heard the screaming. I honestly don't know what happened to them. They might have gotten away. I haven't seen any of them around since, if you catch my meaning. I saw a handful of others over the days, but it's been quite some time since the last group. In fact, the last one I saw was a single woman. She looked like she was in a bit of a daze, but she was still alive. I saw her at least a couple more times after the first, too. She would just wander in the street and then disappear again. My guess is that she's moving from house to house, if she's still alive.
Jerry asked him, "What about lately? Have you seen any people or any of those things?"
Charles nodded and continued. I've seen those things a bit, but we've been able to avoid them mostly.
Neil tilted his chin and said, "Mostly?"
Well, Mo still needs to go out. I didn't really want to turn Lucy's house into a latrine. I didn't want to catch hell from her for an eternity when it was my time to join her, so after the first few days, Mo started to go out back, but I could tell that he wasn't satisfied with this arrangement. I got myself a tire iron and decided to take him out.
Megan asked, "A tire iron?"
Charles answered, "It was the best I could do."
Jules asked,
"Weren't you scared?"
So scared that my knees were knocking with each step. That first walk was short and sweet. He went out, took care of his business, and then we got ourselves back home. This went on for a few days, but then we decided to be a little braver. We took a walk around the whole block. That was our routine for a couple of days, maybe a little more. When you're spending as much time alone as I have, details start getting a little murky. I guess we were feeling a bit cocky because we decided to let our guard down a little and almost ran smack dab into a group of 3 of them. Lucky for me, they didn't walk any faster than me, and we were able to lose them. But now I knew that there were some of them around, and they knew that we were around too. Almost ruined a perfectly good thing.
Dr. Caldwell asked slowly,
"So are they still around then?"
In a manner of speaking, they're really not much of a threat anymore.
Jerry nodded.
"I get where you're going with that."
Probably not, actually. I decided to go out on my own one morning. I didn't want anything to happen to old Mo here, and I didn't want to get tangled in his leash or anything. No offense, Mo, but I think you would have been a bit of a liability. I went out with my tire iron and not a clue as to what I was doing, but I knew that I needed to get rid of them or they'd end up getting rid of me. It didn't take long to find them. They were standing out on a corner. It looked like they were just waiting for the bus or something. They were just standing there. It was the damnedest thing. They looked like gray statues or something. Only every now and then one of them would shake from their feet up to their heads and out to the tips of their fingers. It looked like maybe they were each in turn stepping on the same exposed live wire and getting a little jolt of electricity. I think that bothered me more than the way they looked, or even smelled, for that matter. I got their attention, which didn't really take more than me rounding the corner. While I was still headed toward those things, I saw Jackie Gordon's garage door open. So, on my way back, I decided that maybe this would be my chance.
I knew that I couldn't outfight them. Hell, I was fighting with the tire iron just to keep it in my hands. Those things get heavy after a bit. Anyway, the garage is a detached model that used to be someone's shop, and Jackie's late husband, Ty, did some modifications to it. One of the things that he'd done that he was most proud of was rigging a release to the back of the shop right next to the back door. The lever was just a really big switch, and when triggered, it was a manual release for the garage door to come down. They had an automatic garage door opener, but he was a tinker, and it came in handy when the garage door was out of repair. I guess none of that matters. What does matter was that I led those little buggers into that garage, shut the front door, and let myself out the back, locking them inside. With a can of Ty's spray paints that I swiped from one of the shelves as I made my way through, I painted a warning on the front of the garage, just in case anyone ever heads back this way. I'd hate for the wrong person to open that garage door and get a nasty surprise.
Neil asked, "And so you haven't seen any more of them since?"
No. Mo and I have been pretty much the only ones around in several days. It may have been more than a week since I locked those things up. You want to see our garden now?"
They went out back to check out the garden and just get some fresh air. Using a ladder, Jerry climbed on top of a little storage shed in the far corner. From there, he could see into most of the adjoining yards and beyond. He could also see up and down several streets. It was a great vantage point, but even better than the view was what he didn't see. He didn't see any of the predatory undead creatures that had been stalking them. Charles was right. There really didn't seem to be anything or anyone in the vicinity. Still, Jerry found himself scanning the backyards and streets over and over again as the others picked raspberries and other late odds and ends from the garden. The raspberry bushes covered the entire back fence and were popping with the little red fruit. For Jules and Danny, this was the best time they'd had on their vacation to Alaska yet. There was something special about picking fresh anything from a plant and eating it right on the spot. They savored each sweet, juicy bite. While the others enjoyed the backyard, Dr. Caldwell and Neil moved the van into the backyard through a large vehicle-sized gate. With the gate closed, and Jerry in his crow's nest observer position atop the shed, the backyard seemed like a fortress, safe and secure. For the first time in a long time, Neil felt like he could relax for a bit. Chapter 25. Malachi sat in the open air of the backyard and thought to himself that this was probably how Adam felt on that first day. This was no Eden, but it was the closest thing to it that he'd seen in a long time. He leaned back in his folding lawn chair and soaked in the scene. Other than a grill, the afternoon had all the trappings and leisure of a holiday barbecue. There was food and laughter and, more importantly, no fear. It was as if the 7-foot cedar fence that wrapped itself around the yard like a pair of protective arms held all the horrors of the past several weeks at bay. Of course, as he sat and reveled in the day, he was sitting away from most everyone else. To him, it was just safer, in case none of what he was seeing or doing was real. Charles had brought out a couple of packages of smoked salmon from the freezer. The packages were passed around to each of the very eager guests in the backyard. Jules and Danny sniffed at the strips and then declined to eat any, but everyone else dived in hungrily. The two kids busied themselves with eating the raspberries and then going back to pick more. While they worked on the harvest, they each ate the peanut butter sandwiches that Megan made for them. Art and Neil were busy at the back of the van. They were unloading some of the food and most of the blankets and extra clothing and carrying it into the basement. It had been decided that the group would stay for a day or two with him while they formulated a new plan. Hoping to assuage some of the guilt he felt for not helping the others that he'd seen, Charles elected to open his sanctuary to these strangers. He was watching Art and Neil work and found himself amazed at the stacks of food and material they were removing. He moved over next to the van and peeked inside. When he saw the supplies in the back, he let out a sigh and said with obvious relief in his voice, "Boy, you folks sure travel in style. I was afraid that maybe I was gonna have to feed all of you. But look at all of that." With a hint of false offense in his voice, Neil asked, "What kind of house guests do you think we are? Do you think we were just going to eat all of your food and then leave you high and dry? I've got something for you in here, too. Where is it?" Neil lifted a canvas bag filled with cans and moved it aside. He pulled a plastic container from under the back seat. "Ah, here it is." He opened the opaque tub to reveal a variety of handguns and boxes of ammunition. He lifted a small, stubby-nosed revolver and a box of shells and handed this to Charles. "You look like a Smith & Wesson man." Charles took the firearm and weighed it in his hand like the statue of justice holding her scales silently. He didn't say anything for several seconds. Neil wasn't sure whether he was having an emotional response to the gesture, or if it was maybe something more. The gun was sitting on his hand more than in his hand, and this fact was not lost on Neil. He asked tentatively, "Is everything okay, Charles?" No response except more silence. He was thankful that enough was happening around them that no one else was paying any attention to their interaction. Neil could see now that Charles's quiet was memory-induced. He could see the past in the old man's somber, distant eyes, a past that was steeped in forgotten memories. "Charles?" "Sorry, I haven't held a gun in my hand in over 50 years. "I didn't mean to. I didn't know." Charles smiled as reassuringly as possible and replied, "How could you? My kids don't even know." What happened? Neil was imagining some accident or possibly a crime involving a gun. Perhaps Charles had been a police officer or a security guard and he was forced to use his weapon. Charles asked as he looked up at the sky, "Have you ever heard of the Chosen Reservoir?" Neil started to say that the name wasn't completely unfamiliar to him, but stopped himself short. Instead, he shook his head and let Charles continue. "I was in the Army in 1950. I was part of the Army of Occupation in Japan. It was easy work and good pay. I was only 18, hell, just 18, and I was seeing the world on Uncle Sam's dime. And then, all of a sudden, I found myself aboard a troop ship heading to Korea. Who the hell had ever even heard of the damned place before 50? I eventually got assigned to the 32nd Regiment of the 7th Infantry Division. We were called the Queen's Own. I know, it's kind of funny to think that a U.S. Army formation could carry that title, but we did. It had something to do with the unit coming originally from Hawaii and having some traditional queen there first call us into service. I used to know the story pretty well. I guess because I was pulled from my original unit, an anti-aircraft battery, to supplement the 32nd's infantry roster. I didn't have the same connection to the unit that the other guys had. Hell, I was so new that I didn't even have a name yet. I was just, "Hey, new guy." By the time I came ashore, most of the major activity was over, and we were just offloading and marching inland. There had been some fighting when the first wave hit the beach, but I guess we scared the North Koreans pretty good because they just bugged out in a hurry. That was September, and it was already starting to get cool at night and staying cooler in the mornings before the sun had a chance to warm the air a bit. It was unpleasant where we were, and compared to the comfort of Japan, it was downright miserable. But I was lucky to not have fought in the Pusan perimeter defense. They almost lost it, and quite a few young boys like myself saw their last days during that battle. But then the enemy broke, and it was our turn. We hit the tough yellow bastards so hard that we pushed on up that peninsula right north of the 49th parallel, all the way into North Korea. And then it started to get cold. I think the Koreans got the worst of it, but it still wasn't comfortable. On the drive north, we'd see their frozen bodies all along the roads as we chased them. Most of them looked like they just laid down their rifles and went to sleep. By this time, Danny had joined them and listened intensely. There was just something about war stories and boys, like mosquitoes drawn to warm blood. Danny's grandfather had fought in Nam, whatever that was, but never talked about it. He looked it up on the internet and found out some basics, where it was fought, who fought, and for how long, but his grandfather's silence on his experiences was most frustrating. He eagerly awaited each word, reveling in Charles's adventure. Charles continued, "We came to a place called Haga-Ru-Ri, a kind of crossroads for mountain roads and passes on the southern end of this huge valley smack dab in the middle of some of the most inhospitable terrain in all of Korea. In Haga-Ru-Ri, though, we got all loaded up with supplies, like extra ammo and dry rations and things like that. And then we knew that something big was coming because we got treated to real food. It wasn't world-class cuisine, mind you, but it was a hell of a lot better than the dehydrated pig droppings we usually got." This latest comment brought a chuckle from both Danny and Neil. Even Charles seemed to be pleased with his wit. "It was late November and as cold in those Korean mountains as any winter day in Anchorage I've ever felt. And I've lived more than half of my life in here. We didn't know it then, at least not yet, but we were at a place called the Chosin Reservoir. I guess it's a pretty big man-made lake, but it just looked like the world's biggest ice rink to me. I couldn't imagine it ever being warm enough in that valley for that damned lake to thaw. Man, it was cold there. Unfortunately for us, it was at the Chosin Reservoir that the Chinese decided to push back on behalf of their North Korean communist brothers. All at once, an entire Chinese army was in the valley with us, and they were all about business. They weren't necessarily well armed or even well led, but there were just so damned many of them. By then, we had been designated a regimental combat team, which is just when you take a bunch of infantry and then throw tanks, cannons, engineers, and anti-aircraft units in with it. The theory was that an RCT could operate independently in the field, indefinitely, so long as supplies continued to be delivered. A mini-army unto itself. The problem we had was the same problem the regiment had when it left Japan. We were understaffed. We had only one of our infantry battalions, about a third of our operational strength. We were tough, well-armed and well-supplied, but there just weren't that many of us. That's not to say that we were the only good guys in the valley. There were some South Korean soldiers, some British soldiers, and a hell of a lot of U.S. Marines. Believe everything you ever hear about how tough those guys are. From their generals on down, they are a burly bunch and always spoiling for a fight. Unfortunately for us, most of the other fellas were on the western side of the reservoir, and we were on the eastern side. The Chinese decided to hit both sides at once. When you outnumber your enemy by more than 2 to 1, attacking like that is possible. The first few hours on that first night were bad. I was in the 1st Battalion and further north than any other units. There were somewhere between 300 and 400 of us in the line, and we got hit by a few thousand Chinese infantry. They just poured out of the darkness like bad news and drove us back. Colonel Faith, our CO, was really the reason that more of us didn't die on that first night, because he was everywhere, telling us to keep our heads down but keep fighting. He just told us to hold until first light, and then the Air Corps would come and kick some ass. Believe me, I forgot all about the cold on that first night. I was part of a forward observation team. It was our job to spot the enemy and then call for artillery support. We would use the radio to adjust their fire for better accuracy and effect. Because of this, we found ourselves higher than and more forward than most of the other units. Me, our officer, a Lieutenant Dan Green, and Sergeant Ansel McGuire had been attached to an understrength infantry platoon. We were on a hill that had a good view of the roads and choppy fields approaching our positions.
We called in fire all around us until we realized that we'd been cut off. That was a horrible feeling. Up to that point, the riflemen and machine gun teams seemed to be holding the enemy at bay well enough to allow Lieutenant Green to call in what they called danger close fire support. Some of the explosions were so close that the heat was scorching the hairs in my nose. I wasn't sure what I was supposed to be doing. Maybe I was just another set of eyes, I don't know. What I can say is that I tried my best to be as small in my hole as I could get and stay out of the way of the bullets zipping by overhead. I only found courage to fire my rifle when Lieutenant Green ordered me to do so, and even then it wasn't something that I jumped at doing. Hell, those crazy Chinamen were trying to kill me. I could hear it in their voices. They were that close. I popped up and just started pulling my trigger. I didn't pick targets. I didn't have to. They were pretty much everywhere, and I don't think they knew where I was at first. I shot until my rifle didn't have any more bullets to shoot. I reloaded, and did it again, and again, and again. I lost track of how many times I repeated the process. There just wasn't time to think about things like that. I was probably making more noise than anything else. I couldn't imagine being an infantryman whose primary job was to be in those kinds of situations. Hairballs, we would call them, and then sort them out. No, thank you. And then there was a blast, so close by that it knocked my helmet clean off my head. It's hard to describe those first few seconds immediately after. There was a ringing that wasn't just in my ears. My whole head and even my chest were ringing. I had blood running down from my nose and out of my ears, but I wouldn't figure either of those out for quite some time. I guess it's fairly common to have that after suffering a concussion like I did from the explosion. Anyway, I looked up and the lieutenant was gone. He was just gone. The radio was there on its side and still squawking, but the lieutenant had vanished without a trace. They never did find his body. Sergeant McGuire was hit too, but he was still alive for the time being. Shrapnel had hit him in the arm, chest, and face. He was bleeding pretty badly, but when I tried to help him, he just pointed to the radio and told me to keep calling in fire. I grabbed the radio transmitter and tried to answer the questions that were coming through, but the ringing in my head made it nearly impossible. I could hear faint noises, but couldn't make out what was being said. I finally just told the other end that the lieutenant appeared to be dead and that I would continue to adjust fire. When the radio went quiet, I thought that would be the end for us. Luckily, the entire battle had moved on. It was like we were forgotten in the Chinese infantry's haste to close with the main force's position. There was still shooting and fighting, but it was well behind us by then. I can honestly say that I've never seen anything like what I was seeing all around our little hill when first light broke. The rocky fields all around us were carpeted with the bodies of dead Chinese soldiers. I don't know how many I shot personally or how many were killed by the artillery that I personally directed. I felt sick all over, though. Until recently, it was the closest thing that I've seen that resembled hell on earth.
Charles paused and looked at Neil and Danny. He shook his head at the memory, as if he was seeing it all for the first time again. By this time, Megan had joined them as well. She was standing next to Neil with her hand hooked under his crossed arm. The old man looked at her and smiled warmly, but then he looked embarrassed. Neil could tell that he wasn't accustomed to talking about his experiences in the war at all, and was even less comfortable talking about them in front of a woman, especially one he didn't know. With the smile still on his face, Charles looked at Megan, who, to Neil at least, seemed to be glowing in the sunlight. Neil could tell that Charles was seeing it too, and was also aware that Charles could tell Megan and Neil had become a couple. To acknowledge this fact, Charles looked at Neil, smiled, and winked.
I didn't realize that I had been monopolizing the conversation for as long as I had. Where are my manners? Your generosity must have just taken me by surprise. You always hear about disaster bringing out the worst in people. I have first-hand experience with it from back then. I guess it's still true as well that disaster can also bring out the best in others.
Neil blushed and lowered his head until his chin rested on his chest. Megan leaned over and whispered in his ear,
See, I'm not the only one who's seen it.
She smiled and kissed his cheek lightly. This did nothing to diminish the bright red from his face. It wasn't like Megan to show any real affection in front of others. Truth be told, though, Neil couldn't imagine anything that could ever feel as velvety soft against his stubbly cheek as her lips did at that moment. He looked back up at Charles, who was watching Megan walk away. He said to Neil, "You got it bad, don't you?" Neil pointed his finger at himself and in a half-hearted show of being flabbergasted said, "Me? I don't know what you're—" "Can it, son? Remember, I've got a few years on you, so I know what to look for. And I looked the same way when Lucy used to kiss my cheek. So don't try and convince me otherwise. Got it?" Danny, who was still standing there, smiled and even giggled a little. He liked Charles, and he liked Neil looking so happy. Danny also liked that he could stand there and be included in any conversation. It wasn't anything like back home when the adults would stop speaking any time he would approach them. He was feeling more like one of the grown-ups every day. He looked around at everyone in the yard. Jules was still over by the raspberry bushes along the fence. In the gold dress Charles had given her, Jules really did look like a princess. Emma had braided her hair and adorned it with some of the late blossoms from the flowers in Charles's garden. He couldn't hear her, but he could tell that she was singing something softly to herself. He wondered for a moment what would happen to Jules when they got back home. Would some distant relative come and take her away? He hated to consider that. He had grown very protective of her and was wondering if maybe she could just come and live with his family. Maybe there wouldn't be anyone in her family who would want her. Maybe if he went home as a hero, he and Jules could just tell the authorities that she was going to stay with him. Maybe. Claire had joined Jerry on top of the shed. She was sitting down with her arms behind her and her legs stretched out in front of her. Jerry was standing next to her and still scanning the neighborhood all around them. When Claire motioned to Jerry to sit next to her, however, he was quick to heed her command. Danny was starting to see the same expressions on Jerry's face when Claire was around as when Neil was near Megan. Danny chuckled to himself at his newly discovered insight into human behavior. His understanding of what was happening between both couples made him feel more like an adult than ever. Chapter 26. Maggie and Malachi chose to sit in the kitchen through most of the gaiety. They sat largely in silence, with not even the gentle hum of electric appliances to cut into the heavy quiet. For Malachi, the stillness was welcome. He valued peace, especially since his life had been so devoid of it for as long as he could remember. In the silence, there was always the threat of his torturous memories assailing his thoughts and threatening his calm, but on that afternoon the quiet was without judgment, without accusation or blame. It was merely peaceful. Still looking out the window at the others, Maggie said calmly but with a sneer, crouching behind her facade, "You know that God loves you, don't you?" Malachi nodded his head. "You know, too, that he has a plan for all his children, don't you?" Malachi nodded again. "Do you know your plan, my son?" Again Malachi nodded, trying to preserve the quiet. He'd heard that said many times over his life, that God has a plan for everyone. No one, however, had ever asked him if he knew his or if he understood his role in a greater plan. Somehow, he had always assumed that someone would just tell him one day. He had always hoped that someone would reveal it to him. So far, he had been left painfully ignorant of any of it. He spent those next several seconds after Maggie's question staring more at the thin, lacy white curtains than through the window. The yard beyond was obscured by the veil, like a body beneath a funeral shroud. The people lost all identity. They were just nameless, faceless people going about their business. He watched them move about beneath the sheer cloak. He remembered a day long ago and another veil similar to this. The face beneath was familiar, but he could barely make out the details beneath the cloth. She lay there on the bier while others stood beside her and cried. They touched his shoulder gently, some rubbing his back as they moved on and took their seats in the room. He didn't understand then how much pain was growing inside him. He swallowed it down long ago and it became something different. Anger. That anger, both with the world in general and with some of their companions even then relaxing in the backyard, faded into the thin white cloth in front of him. He was still wearing his police uniform and was never more aware of that fact than at that very moment. He started to remember things. Promises. Oaths. The remembering was painful, and its clarity was actually confusing to him. The oaths seemed out of place to him, foreign somehow. Had he taken them? Was that actually him in some long-ago forgotten life? He touched the cold metal badge on his chest. He saw his mother. He could see her eyes and her approving smile peering out from beneath the veil. He stood up from the table and, without uttering a single syllable, he walked out of the kitchen and into the backyard. He grabbed a lawn chair from the neatly stacked rack hanging on the back of the house and joined the others. The voices around him were soothing, despite his still feeling uncomfortable. He knew that he wasn't quite right yet, but for his mother, he could try. Maggie watched him go in equal silence. In the ring of moisture left on the tabletop by her water bottle, she traced a cross and whispered, "That's right. They'll all be somewhere better soon enough. The believers and the non-believers will all finally see. And so will you, my friend. You half-wit, you pagan trash. You'll see. And it'll all be better for everyone soon enough. You can only run for so long from the truth and from the deliverers of his message." She removed a small folding knife from inside her jacket pocket and held it out in front of her. "Truth," she said to herself, and used the blade to open a small incision on her forearm. She watched the small rivulet of blood form and then course down her skin. Like a tigress cleaning her young, she ran her tongue the length of her arm, lapping the salty red fluid from the wound. "Truth. Truth is in the blood of the Lamb," she quietly sang, the soft tune echoing like a symphony in her head. Chapter 27. The first night in Charles's basement was fairly pleasant, all things considered. The air inside was cool, but absent was the crisp edge the air outside carried on its shoulders. Between the food that Charles contributed and some of the supplies from the van, they enjoyed a veritable feast. After dinner, they all played board games and told stories to one another. Charles shared with Emma and Megan some of his wife's cherished photo albums she had created over the years. They looked at both black and white and color photographs of national landmarks and family occasions, a life of happiness documented on film. Following Malachi's guidance, Art, Jerry, and Neil cleaned and oiled some of their preferred firearms, talking and laughing as they did so. Danny watched them, knowing that he would need to clean his own rifle in the not-too-distant future. After it had gotten some use, of course. The switch in Malachi's mood pleasantly surprised even Jerry. He and Dr. Caldwell agreed that moments of levity and stability were not uncommon with people suffering mental illness, and that they should continue to be vigilant when it came to Malachi. The break, however, was nice for all of them. They also appreciated his knowledge of firearm care. None of them would have even considered for a moment the need to perform such essential maintenance. Maggie ate her meal quietly, but did smile at the frivolity and generally good moods that everyone seemed to have. After having eaten, she chose to open a Bible and read from it rather than join in any of the games or discussions. When it came time for everyone to go to sleep, Charles retreated to the bedroom down the hallway, and everyone else tried to make themselves comfortable on the couches and floor around the main room. Lying on the floor next to Megan, Neil stared up at the dark ceiling. His mind was filled with images, memories, and waking dreams that became harder and harder to control as sleep began to overtake him. His last coherent thought was, "I hope this can last." The next morning, Jerry woke with a start. He shot straight up and sat there on the floor for a moment or two while he tried to remember where he was. He looked down at Claire, who was still curled up next to him and holding onto his hand. His chest warmed as an involuntary smile spread across his face. The room was still filled with the sound of deep, sleep-filled breathing. Someone's nose was buzzing slightly with each exhaled breath. He looked around at the others, trying to distinguish everyone in the dim light of the early morning. He stretched and yawned, thankful for feeling rested again. He smacked his lips together loudly and rubbed the sleep from his eyes. He looked around again and realized that something seemed slightly amiss. He immediately looked around in a panic, but found Malachi still leaning against a wall in the corner, still asleep. Jerry stood up, laying Claire's hand back at her side, and wandered over to the small window looking out across Charles's front lawn. The light outside was faint but growing stronger by the minute. He didn't see anything that stood out to him as being wrong out front. Maybe it was just his imagination. He found his water bottle and took a short drink from it, mindful of preserving whatever water they still had. Standing in the kitchenette, he realized what was wrong. He could see the soft glow of the rising morning on the wall of the staircase leading down to their room, which meant that the door at the top of the stairs was open. He felt his heart skip a beat, and his skin went cold. He held his breath for a few seconds as his eyes darted back and forth across the room again. He didn't want to make too much noise in case there was some threat lurking upstairs, so he tiptoed through the sleeping bags and their occupants until he found Neil. He shook the other man slightly. "Neil, Neil, you've got to get up," he whispered urgently. "Neil." Neil opened his eyes, saw Jerry looking down at him, and knew immediately that something was wrong. He leapt up to his feet, grabbing the pistol that was lying next to him in the process. With a whisper, he asked, "What's wrong?" Jerry motioned toward the stairs and said, "The door upstairs is open." Neil looked around. "Maybe Charles and Mowgli went out for a walk and decided not to wake us." "I don't think so. I don't think he would have done that to us. Besides, he would have at least shut the door at the top of the stairs, don't you think? I mean, he wouldn't just take off and leave everything open like that. He's smarter than that." "You're right. Get a gun, and let's get everyone else up, quietly." Jerry nodded, and did as he was told. Neil crept over to the stairs and looked up. Sure enough, the door at the top of the stairs was open. It wasn't just ajar like someone had forgotten to latch the bolt into the locking position either. It was wide open. Shit. As Neil made his way up the stairs alone, he was reminded once again that he was not cut out for the hero business. He didn't really think of himself as a coward, but he also couldn't believe for a moment that a hero's heart would be beating as quickly or as loudly as his was at the moment. The sleek automatic pistol clutched in his right hand was visibly trembling and offered little comfort to him. He stopped on the last stair before emerging into the room above. He held his breath and leapt through. He spun around right and then left, trying to see everything at once so as not to be surprised from behind. He could smell the cool morning air in the house and then realized that the front door was standing wide open as well. He ran over to the door and slammed it shut, spinning again on his heels, terrified that his latest move might have drawn unwanted attention to himself. His breathing was coming in very quick, shallow breaths, like a fish out of water struggling for air. Coming up the stairs, Dr. Caldwell asked, "Neil, how are things looking up there?" Neil looked around the living room and didn't see anything necessarily out of order. He appeared to be alone. Of course, he hadn't checked down the hallway or even out in the kitchen and dining room. "Neil?" The doctor's voice this time was a bit more concerned than before. Forcing his voice to raise louder than the whisper that it wanted to be, Neil answered, "So far so good. The front door was open too, though. We better look around and make sure." "Okay, we're coming up. Hang tight." Neil let out a long breath that he could clearly see due to the cooler outside air that hung in the room. What the hell happened? It was just a scant few seconds before Jerry's and Dr. Caldwell's faces emerged from downstairs. They looked around slowly and nodded to Neil, who was still standing with his back to the now closed front door. Jerry said, "It's cold." "Yeah, the back door might still be open. We should go check that next. How's everyone downstairs?" Dr. Caldwell answered,
All right, I think, but a little shaken. Maggie's gone.
What?
And then Neil pivoted over so that he could see out the front window. Her car was gone too.
Son of a bitch.
What about Malachi?
He's still down there.
Neil nodded. Let's figure out what happened after we check the house. I want to make sure that none of those things is wandering around up here looking for breakfast. They checked the back hallway. Luckily, Charles had chosen to close the door for the bedrooms and bathroom on the main floor, so the checking didn't take very long. The back door was as wide open as the front, though. Despite the status of the doors, the house still seemed to be clear and was secured again almost immediately. Standing in the kitchen, Jerry looked out a window into the backyard and saw that the van's doors, too, were standing wide open, and some of their supplies had been removed and dumped on the grass. Standing next to the van a few moments later, Jerry said to the other two men,
"It looks like she took what she wanted and left the rest. What about the extra guns under the seat?"
Neil answered, "She didn't know about those, I don't think, because the tub is still under the seat." And then, from the back of the van, Dr. Caldwell said,
"She took the extra gas and the empty cans."
Not willing to believe the heartless actions, Jerry asked,
"Are you fucking kidding me?"
Dr. Caldwell came around the van and asked the other two men,
"What about the gas in the tank? Did she leave us anything?"
Neil answered, "I'd have to go get the keys to start the engine. I think that'd be a hell of a lot easier than anything else. I'll be right back."
"Agreed,"
said Dr. Caldwell. Just a minute or so later, out of breath from having run downstairs and back again to retrieve the keys, Neil was sitting behind the steering wheel of the van. He turned the key in the ignition, and nothing happened. He tried again and again. Nothing happened. Nothing. Not even a single attempt at coming to life. Neil looked up and noticed that the dome light overhead wasn't on despite his door being open. Curious.
"What?"
asked Jerry. "I think it's the battery."
"The battery?"
"Yeah, I think she might have drained the battery because the car is dead. It's not even turning over, and it's never had problems like that in the past. Maybe she turned on the headlights or something. Hell, she left the doors wide open. Maybe that was enough to do the trick. We don't know how long she's been gone." "Yeah, why don't we take a peek under the hood? Either of you guys know anything about cars?" Neil asked as he pulled the latch to release the hood. Both Dr. Caldwell and Jerry shrugged their shoulders and then disappeared behind the raised hood. Dr. Caldwell said before Neil had even gotten out of the driver's seat,
"I'm no mechanic, but I can see at least one problem."
"Oh yeah?"
"Yeah."
And he held up several of the cut and slashed pieces of a wire.
"She killed the battery cables, and it looks like that wasn't all. We're missing some other parts, and there are definitely some pieces of something other than battery cables in here, too. Shit, she took all the spark plugs, too."
"What are you saying, Doc?"
"Like I said, I'm no mechanic, but I'd say that we've lost this patient, and there's no bringing her back."
The kidding, in fact, all the humor from each of them melted away with the realization that statement engendered. They were going to be on foot now. Chapter 28.
"You folks are more than welcome to stay here. Me and Mo don't have much to offer, but we're willing to share."
Megan looked at Neil, wanting to hear his ideas. He was a good man, and a smart one, too, and she trusted him. She doubted any of them would have made it this far if it hadn't been for him. He was always so doubtful of himself, but when he made a decision, things tended to work out. Megan knew that Kim blamed Neil for Tony's death, but she couldn't see how it possibly could be laid at Neil's feet. It was precisely because of Neil's planning that they all hadn't ended up that way. If it was left up to the rest of them, they would have probably stayed in the house until those things got in, and then it would have been over for all of them quickly. "You are too kind," Neil said to Charles. "Your generosity is greatly appreciated. I just think that we would end up being a bigger burden on you than you know. When winter hits and supplies are really scarce, you aren't going to want to have as many extra mouths to feed."
"Don't think of yourselves as a burden to us. We'd like the company."
The offer was very appealing. It would be so nice to just stay and hope for the best. But Neil knew deep down that staying just wasn't the right thing to do. For one thing, Maggie knew about the house, and what was there to stop her from leading back an army of those things like some perverted Pied Piper?
Maybe if Neil and his group were to move on, she would just leave Charles and Mo alone. For a moment or two, Neil thought about the prospect of leaving Jules and perhaps even Danny with Charles. But then he saw an image of Charles keeling over from a heart attack and Jules and Danny being left to their own devices to survive. He just couldn't do that to them. There had to be help somewhere out there, some vestige of civilization that was still clinging to survival. They just had to find it. He was all set to say that when Jules said quietly, but to all of them,
"I want to go home. I don't want to be here in Alaska anymore."
Quiet tears and gentle sobs followed her words.
"I want my mommy and daddy and Martin. I want to go home and have everything be the way it used to be."
Emma lifted Jules in her arms and hugged the crying child to her chest. Everyone wanted to hug her and tell her that it would be all right. Charles saw that they were resigned to leaving, and that it was futile to convince them otherwise. "What can me and Mo do to help you folks get ready to move on, then?"
"I don't know why we don't try and find another ride before we leave. It's safe here and Charles doesn't seem to mind us being here. Can someone please explain it to me?"
pleaded Claire. Almost apologetically, Jerry replied, "Really, this place only seems safe. Sorry, Charles, safety is a bit relative at this point. This place isn't any more or less safe than anywhere else. I mean, there's just a single bolt lock on the door at the top of the stairs. If those things got in upstairs, there wouldn't be any holding them back. They'd just slam themselves against the door until it gave, and then this refuge would become a trap without a way out. Charles has just kept a low enough profile to keep himself from being noticed. In fact, I wouldn't be at all surprised to learn that our being here has actually threatened his anonymity. More of us in one spot means more sounds and more smells. We could be acting like a stronger and stronger magnet to the Zeeks still wandering around town." Megan had never considered that a possibility. They could actually be ruining this nice old man's last refuge. She was suddenly feeling a little guilty about the sanctimonious attitude she had assumed when Neil decided to give the majority of their pillaged supplies to Charles. It wasn't even that she didn't necessarily want to give him the cans of food and other supplies. It was just difficult to part with anything these days, and she was afraid that they might give away the wrong thing. Of course, it didn't make a lot of sense to tote around all that canned food on their backs. Her knowing that didn't really make it any easier, though. She had helped carry all of it inside nonetheless. And now, with Jerry's latest postulation, she was glad that she hadn't said anything about which she would be publicly embarrassed. Jerry continued, "We can look for a new car or something on the move. We're bound to find something. Besides, Charles already said the only cars in a several-block radius don't have keys in them." Charles added, "And I drained most of the gas from all of them already, too. Sorry." Neil shook his head. "You don't have to apologize for that. Any other ideas or questions?" The room was silent. "Come on, people. This can't be just left up to me. What do all of you think?" Claire said, "I think we should stay here, but you guys seem to know what you're doing, so I'm in." Neil let out a single half-hearted chuckle. "Don't kid yourself. There are no experts for what is going on. We've been lucky, that's all. Jerry's thoughts about those things aren't absolute. There was no training or preparation for any of this. We've been learning as we went, and only time will tell whether the lessons learned are helpful or not." Dr. Caldwell interjected, "I think we're all just safer when we stick together and watch out for one another. I think Neil and Jerry are right about staying on the move, though. Out there we'll find more cars, more food." Art chimed in. "And more of them." The doctor, not fazed by Art's comment, continued, "Perhaps, but how long before they find us here and then we're forced back on the road on their terms and not ours? We still have ample sunlight and enough supplies that we can carry to keep us moving for days to come. I think if we are going to be back on the road, I'd rather go now than later. And Neil, I think we should head north. We can get onto Elmendorf and then cut east toward the Knick Crossing. Who knows what we'll find on the military base?" Art added, "Yeah, who knows for sure? How fast will we be able to move with 2 kids in tow and our backs loaded with stuff? If we get into a chase with those things, we're screwed. Has anyone considered that?" Claire shot him a look from across the room, started to speak, thought better of it, and then let go with, "Art, shut the fuck up. You act like you'd be looking out for anyone other than your own ass. You don't care about these kids any more than you care about anyone else sitting down here." Art looked stung. He took in a deep breath while she spoke, and then let it out in his defense. "Listen to you, you hypocrite. If you hadn't followed me and done exactly what I did, then you would never have made it. You aren't any better than me or anyone else who's still breathing. Instead of accusing me of being somehow less of a person than you, maybe you ought to be thanking me. I can't believe how stupid you can be and how deluded. Jesus Christ. Look at you over there, smug and secure in your opinions of yourself. You ran just like I did, and you'll do it again. When all is said and done, it's every man for himself. At least I'm adult enough to admit it. So yeah, I am primarily interested in saving my own ass. Are you willing to tell me that you aren't?" She shook her head. "Bullshit. When we're being chased and those things are right on our heels, are you going to be willing to carry that little girl there and slow yourself down? I don't think so, and neither will any of the rest of you. You'll just keep on running and try and not hear her screaming for help. Afterward, you'll convince yourself that it was for the best anyway. You'll swallow your guilt, or maybe not, but you'll still be alive, and that's what matters. That's what we all want." "I don't want it at any price," Claire spat. "I'd never abandon this little girl." She paused and looked over at Jules and then at Danny. "Never. I'd give up my own life before I'd do that. Do you both understand?" Art sneered. "Oh yeah? What about Joan, your friend back at the hotel? When she was grabbed, did you stop to help her?" Claire shook her head and tried to hold back the tears. "That wasn't the same." "Why not? Wasn't she your friend? Hadn't she saved your life? The only difference here is that she was an adult and these are kids. You ran then and you'll run again, you'll see. All of you will. When the fear fills your thoughts and pure instinct takes over, the only thing that you'll be able to do is run." Claire was crying by then and shaking her head as she stared at the floor. "You're wrong," she whispered emphatically. "You're wrong." Art stood up and went up the stairs, saying as he did, "We're making a mistake. You'll all see." Chapter 29. They decided that it made the most sense to leave the next morning so that they would have a full day of sunlight in which to move. They packed backpacks full of cereal bars, water bottles, various survival supplies, and ammunition for the guns they elected to take. The backpacks were heavy, but there was a sense of security in their weight. Everyone, including Jules and Danny, carried supplies on their backs. Despite the still warmish days, they also each wore extra layers of clothes, so that vital backpack space would be available for other necessities. At first light the next morning, they all rose and headed out the door. Charles and Mo walked them out across the park strip and into the edge of downtown. Neil and Charles shook hands. "You look out for them and everything will be all right," Charles said as he looked over Neil's shoulder into the deserted streets of downtown Anchorage. "If you get into a fix, make your way back here. Mo and I will keep an eye out for you." Neil nodded and said, "Thank you so much for all that you've done for us. You'll never be forgotten, and if we do find a way out of this mess, we'll be sure to come back for the two of you." "You just worry about getting yourselves to safety. Old Mo and I will be just fine. Won't we, old boy?" Jules left Emma's side and ran to Charles. She wrapped her little arms around his legs and hugged him tightly. He placed his palm on the top of her head and stroked her soft blonde hair. "Now you run along, Jules, and keep an eye on these folks for me and Mo." She looked up at him but didn't say a word. He looked back down at her and smiled. With that, she ran back over to Emma and took her hand. As they walked away, Charles and Mo turned themselves about and headed back to their home. Neil wondered if maybe they were making a mistake by leaving. There was a sense of security back at Charles's house. He knew, though, that the security was more than likely a mirage that could be shattered at any given moment, like the security that all the residents of Anchorage who had lived and worked in the buildings to either side of him had embraced for so long. The air stirred as they made their way into the city proper. There were large professional buildings to either side and the empty, cavernous barn of the new convention center in front. Whatever isolation or desolation any of them had felt in the suburban sections of the city paled in comparison to wandering the stark emptiness of a city as large as Anchorage. The gray city streets, typically packed with walking pedestrians and driving motorists, were as vacant as a tomb. Neil was careful to put them on a course to detour them around the transit center, the public transit hub of downtown Anchorage. He didn't know if they should suspect pockets of zombies anywhere, but he figured it just made sense to play it safe and avoid places to which people might have fled and then been trapped. He was only guessing, though. There were no sounds or smells or anything really to help his decisions. Only gut instinct. Marching in a single-file line down the middle of the street like a claustrophobic parade, the column of survivors kept a vigilant watch on windows and doors and alleys and cars, and there just seemed to be an endless list of threats and traps all around them. Neil was concerned that the farther they went, the deeper into danger he led them. A flutter of movement from a recessed doorway caught all of their eyes. They gathered themselves into a tight circle while Neil and Jerry went forward, weapons at the ready, to investigate. Neil suggested as they walked forward, "Use your scope and see if you can make anything out."
"I already looked through," Jerry replied, "but there are potted plants and walls in the way."
Breathing deeply and letting it out slowly, Neil nodded and continued ahead. There in the doorway was a group of ravens. He remembered that a group of crows was called a murder, and wondered about the name applied to a group of ravens. The two species of birds seemed to share so much in common. It was of little consequence that Neil didn't know a group of ravens was called an unkindness, because both names seemed fitting under the circumstances. Whether it was a murder or an unkindness, the birds, black as nightmares, were picking away at something on the ground that was still out of view.
"What is it?"
Megan asked from back in the group, startling both Jerry and Neil. Neil raised his hand as they cleared the last of the obstructions. The brown, blood-stained and shattered bones of a corpse, mutilated and dismembered, were being picked clean by the fluttering scavengers. There were tiny bits of clothing on the ground around the body, but other than a blizzard of bird droppings, not much else was present. Again, Megan asked,
"What is it?"
Neil and Jerry jumped again at hearing her voice. They looked at one another for just a second, and then Neil said, "It's nothing. You guys just keep moving on up the road. Just some birds getting into some old trash." Jerry said quietly,
"I think maybe we should get away from these birds. If they're carrying the infection, there's no telling how it could affect them. Remember the dogs?"
Suddenly very concerned, Neil raised the shotgun in his hands toward the birds, and then backed away with Jerry. And this is only the first block, Neil thought to himself, grimly. And thus began the not-so-enthusiastic journey through the barren remains of a city ravaged and claimed by a plague. Chapter 30. Have you ever been somewhere that you could have sworn you'd been before, but try as you might, you can't seem to make anything about it seem familiar? That was happening with every step as the group of survivors marched slowly into the heart of Anchorage. To Megan, it reminded her of the time she came home from school and found a man in her kitchen who sounded like her dad, was wearing her dad's clothes, and acted like her dad, but was missing his trademark mustache. It was the weirdest thing. She was set completely off balance by the alteration. It actually took her a couple of days to truly get used to the new look. She wasn't sure that an entire lifetime would afford her enough time to get used to the new Anchorage. Only thing was, Anchorage's mustache hadn't been shaved off. It had been ripped viciously from its face. The mangled mess remaining could never again look as it once did. Walking in a generally northerly direction, Jerry suddenly stopped when he caught a whiff of an unfortunately familiar stench.
"I think I can smell them. Yep, it's definitely them. That's an odor that sticks in the memory."
Dr. Caldwell asked, "Coming from where?"
"I don't know, but it's not that strong. Either there's just one of them, or they're not too close."
Claire almost cried.
I fucking hate this. Why didn't we find a car first?
Jerry said over his shoulder.
We're gonna be okay, just...
At that moment, from the building to their right, a window several floors up shattered into 1,000 glistening shards of glass and rained down on the street next to them. And quickly on the heels of the glass, 3 of the undead beasts fell to the pavement with a horrible wet slapping sound. The 3 were piled one atop the other and still writhing, tangled, and mingled like worms in the bottom of a can. Claire did cry this time.
Oh, sweet Jesus!
From the top of the pile, the first of the zombies finally got its hands under itself enough to raise up to its feet. Its movements were stiff and seemingly inorganic, like a living statue, a golem come to life. Its skin, an ashen, lifeless gray, was drawn tightly across its facial features, starting to recede slightly from its eyes. It didn't look real, and it certainly didn't look like it was once a human being. When its jaw lowered, it exposed a mouth utilizing a hit-or-miss approach with teeth. There was a molar missing here and an incisor missing there. This incisor was cracked in half, while that eye tooth had been honed into a threatening point. Its first steps were no more fluid or natural than any of its other movements. As it stepped forward, the second one from the pile arose in much the same fashion as the first, though this second one had been a woman under better circumstances. The third didn't seem to be moving at all. Perhaps the fall had crushed its skull and ended its misery. Malachi stepped forward and fired 2 shots in quick succession into the closest one. The first shot took off its still lowered jaw, and the second shot caught it just below the eye. The impact from both rounds hurled the beast tumbling head over tail backward, where it came to a motionless rest, looking more like an abandoned pile of rags and trash than a body. The second one, wearing a dress and 1 high-heeled shoe, didn't seem to even notice that its accomplice had been dispatched. It just came awkwardly forward with its emaciated arms extending out toward them. Its horrible, hunger-filled moan reached out with its own icy fingers to tickle their spines. Neil, firing from his hip like a Hollywood action movie hero, hit her across her right upper chest and shoulder. She spun and twisted to the ground, but with a grunt and a series of audible pops and clicks from her shifting bones, she rose back to her feet and continued forward, apparently unfazed. Without a word, Malachi brought her down with a single pull of his trigger, the bullet finding its way through her forehead and out the back of her skull. "Thanks, Malachi. Don't mention it." He wanted to say that he hoped that those 3 bullets would start him on the path toward trust again. Malachi, however, would never have been able to fully verbalize that sentiment. It wasn't that clear even for him. How could he possibly be able to communicate it to someone else? Jerry said, still leaning back on his heels.
That's not what I was smelling, and I can hear them now, too. Them?
Asked Claire, a grimace spreading across her face like a very aggressive rash.
Yeah. How many of them?
"A few, at least," Claire moaned. Dr. Caldwell said,
"So maybe this isn't going to be as easy as we'd hoped."
Art sneered under his breath. "I knew it. Now we're fucked." Forgetting the acid that was building in her stomach like a toxic storm, Claire shot him a look and very nearly growled at him.
"Don't worry, Art. I'm sure you'll find a way to get yourself through this."
"Stop it, goddammit," Neil spat. "We don't have time for this." Megan asked,
"So now what? Do we wade into there and hope that Jerry's few is really just a few? Or do we go back around and just hit another pocket somewhere else?"
Art interjected, not even attempting to disguise the contempt in his voice. "Or we could just go back." Neil repeated, "Or we could just go back." Everyone looked surprised and a little confused. He shrugged his shoulders and said pointedly, "Folks, mine aren't the only ideas here. Going back is definitely an option. I personally think that going back to Charles's now would be selfish of us and draw the damned Zeeks right to him. I think it's nice to have that refuge behind us if we need it, but I think it should be a last resort. We can go back to another house and board it up like we did before. But also, like before, I think it would just be a matter of time before they sniffed us out, and then we'd have to escape again, but this time on foot. At least now, we're moving on our terms. I will say, though, that the longer we sit here debating it, the more danger we're in.
Why don't we go into one of these buildings and see if we can get a better view of our surroundings? Emma suggested. Maybe then we could choose a way through town.
Dr. Caldwell smiled.
Now that's a great idea.
She smiled, doubtfully.
It is?
Neil nodded and replied, I think it's a hell of an idea. I'd say the one where our friends here came from is off the list, but what about one of the others nearby?
Megan asked.
How do we know which one?
Malachi said, without changing his expression or looking away from the road ahead. Locked doors.
What?
Look for locked doors. Dr. Caldwell, again beaming, said,
You're a genius, Mal.
Without any further delay, they ran across the street to a tallish, nondescript giant rectangle of a box with a door on the front of the building. The big glass door was locked and looked unmolested. Jerry suggested,
We could go around to the back of the building. I think there's a parking lot, another entrance, and some office windows on the ground floor back there. I think we should go in one of the windows. Even if we break it, we can close and bar the door of the office the window is in. Regardless of what we do, I think we need to do it now. They're probably just around the corner of the street.
Megan said,
Then why the hell are we still standing around talking about it?
Just a few minutes later, they were climbing the stairs to the top floor and a possible view of the streets and open spaces around them. There was a certain sense of security about being back inside, but none of them were fooled into believing that they were actually safe. Even with flashlights and the scant light coming in through windows, it felt like they were journeying deeper and deeper into a cave. Appearing to be both following and preceding, their footsteps echoed the entire length of the stairwell, prompting them on more than one occasion to pause and determine that they were still alone in the building. The silence that ensued each time they stopped was worse than the cacophony of sound that preceded it. Out of breath and sweating, they arrived at the top floor to find the door was locked. To make matters worse, there wasn't a window on this door as there had been on the doors behind them. Claire asked,
So now what?
Neil leaned his shoulder into the door and pushed as hard as he was able, but there wasn't even so much as a shutter by the door on its hinges. He and Jerry stood back away from the door and threw themselves against it with much the same result. They were about ready to do it again when Malachi's hands found their shoulders and restrained them. Why don't all of you go back down the steps a couple of flights and let me have a go with this? He said, holding up a shotgun. Neil, smiling in the dark, said, Now why didn't I think of that? I'll need someone to hold a flashlight up here, but everyone else can wait down there. You folks might want to cover your ears. It's going to be loud in here. He was right. It was loud. Their footsteps were nothing compared to the roar from the gun. Luckily, however, it worked. Malachi and Dr. Caldwell kicked the door, which swung back and forth on its hinges, trying to mimic its rustic cousin, the saloon door. The hallway into which the door opened led to several larger conference rooms that were positioned on each corner of the building's top floor. Dr. Caldwell said,
I think we've got pay dirt here.
Emma mused playfully.
What, you a miner now?
You gotta have a hobby.
And yours is mining?
No.
Okay, now I'm totally confused.
I prefer to think of it as suspense rather than as confusion.
Whatever it is, I'm there.
I watch a lot of History Channel, and lately they've run some shows about the history of mining.
Lately?
Well, you know. Before, when GCI cable wasn't on permanent hiatus.
From down at one of the conference room doors, Jerry said,
I think this is the one. Door's still locked. Malachi, you want to do the honors?
Malachi stepped up and eyed the door for a second or two. He took a deep breath and exhaled loudly as he pounded the bottom of his foot hard against the door just above and to the right of the door handle. The door flew inward heavily, slamming with a thud against a comfortable-looking chair parked a little too far away from the long, heavy, dark table that sat in the middle of and dominated the room. Jerry shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile,
You gotta give it to him. The man's got a way with doors.
Neil smiled and entered the room. It had a solid 2 walls of windows looking out over much of downtown Anchorage. As he approached the window, he said over his shoulder, "You guys have got to see this." If he didn't know any better, he could have mistaken what he was seeing for a very well-attended but subdued rally for gray people. There were hundreds of the ashen-skinned monstrosities loitering in and around an intersection at which sat an open parking lot on one corner. The mass of ghouls didn't move much. Every now and again, the crowd was collectively affected with tics and spasms that sent arms into the air and heads turning and twisting. It was one of the most inorganic things he'd seen them do to date, aside from the killing and eating of anyone and everyone around them, that is. As Jerry and Malachi stepped up, Neil said, "I guess it's a good thing we looked before we leapt, huh?" Jerry dropped himself into one of the very soft-looking plush office chairs situated around the table. The chair swiveled awkwardly as he turned himself to get a look out the window. Now seeing the spectacle, Jerry leaned forward in the chair to truly take in the scene below. The few seconds of awed silence was cut when Jerry remarked, "How did anyone get anything done having a meeting with this view? Jesus, I don't think I'd be able to concentrate on a thing being set up here." Leaning back, and with just the slightest hint of a smirk on his face, he asked, "Did you say something, Neil? What about jumping?" "Funny. So now that we can see better, I guess we won't be heading that way. Better to learn that from up here than down there. What about that way?" From behind him, Megan asked, "What's down there?" Jerry said, "I think it speaks better for itself than we ever could. Come hither." Neil laughed and said with a warm smile, "Boy, that chair has really had quite the effect on you, hasn't it, Your Majesty?" "Let's just say, my good man, that I could get used to having the finer things in life." "You don't say." "You could too, if only you worked as hard as I did when I was a young lad. I started out with nothing, and yet here I am today, at the top of the world. Well, at the top of this building, anyway." Neil rolled his eyes and started to step away. He asked Megan, "Where's everyone else?" "There are clean bathrooms up here with toilet paper and water in the bowl. Where do you think everyone else is?" Chapter 31. Using the conference table as it was intended, the entire group found themselves sitting about the dark, oaken monolith to discuss their options. The discussion had ebbed and flowed, the few ideas truly embraced by everyone examined and evaluated from every possible angle. Art still persisted that going back was their best option. Unfortunately, that was the only opinion he shared, and shared and shared and shared. Even Jules felt like he was being a little obsessive and repetitive. She probably would have even said he sounded like a broken record if she had been familiar with the expression. Okay, Claire said. "We get it. You think we should go back. We hear you loud and clear. Since none of the rest of us agree with you, maybe you should just stop bringing it up or take off by yourself. Nobody's going to stop you. You can head on back and be safe if that's what you want to do." Claire spoke in her typical fashion that she reserved for Art alone. She simply did not like Art, and she didn't care who knew, including Art. "Why don't you do something constructive for a change, like shut up?" Art's glare was full of poison, but he declined to respond to Claire's barbs. Trying to defuse a bomb that had already detonated, Neil asked, "Other suggestions?" Dr. Caldwell said, "How about the Atwood, the Performing Arts Center? And we could use the Sky Bridge to go across to the Egan Center." Megan asked, "Won't the Egan be bad too?" "I don't think so, and neither should the Atwood. With the new Dana Ina Convention Center opened, the Egan kind of lost its status as the primary civic collection point. I mean, how many events have switched to the new joint already? How many concerts or whatever have any of you been to at the Egan recently? Any? I know most of the conferences that I attend, if they aren't at one of the area's hotels, they are usually at the Dana Ina lately. It's all about new and shiny when it comes to hosting, and the Atwood is just a big theater. It has no emergency appeal or function, to my knowledge. I think we should be good at both places." Emma finished with, "Okay, but how do we get there?
We can see the bastards over there, but there's no telling what's on the other side of those buildings there. For all we know, there could be groups of those things at every corner, in every alley, everywhere."
"It's probably better that we just assume that," Jerry said.
"What's the saying? Hope for the best, but plan for the worst?"
Neil added, "I think that should just be our motto from here on out." With the exception of Art, who merely held his dissenting opinion to himself, everyone agreed that, without any other options seemingly available, Dr. Caldwell's suggestion made the most sense. They plotted a course that took them from building to building until they reached the Atwood. Chapter 32. On the run again. They emerged into the back parking lot of the building to find a trio of the fiends loitering amidst the yellow parking stripes. The awkward, stutter-stepping nightmares came at them like faded and weary but persistent salesmen, and they weren't going to take no for an answer. Megan screamed when she saw them, stumbling awkwardly backward into Claire, who also screamed. Malachi stepped forward with his pistol at the ready, but Jerry interrupted with,
"No, don't use a gun. It will only draw more attention to us."
Art asked sarcastically, "You want us to use bad language?" From behind them, Dr. Caldwell said,
"No, I think these will do,"
and handed Neil an aluminum baseball bat. Neil said as he walked away from the group, "Get the kids back inside. They don't need to see this." To Dr. Caldwell, he said, "How are we going to do this, Doc?"
"Don't think, just act."
Dr. Caldwell swaggered out into the parking lot with the bat in one hand. To Neil, he looked like a gladiator, a warrior from days gone by, going into battle with his club. He tried to emulate the same confidence and fearlessness, but was afraid that he just looked like he was acting. The doctor got closer to one of the ghouls, leaned himself forward on the balls of his feet like he was preparing to swing at a pitched baseball, and swung. As the bat made contact with the thing's head, a metallic clang echoed between the buildings. The beast's head rolled to one side, its neck clearly broken with the first swing. Dr. Caldwell didn't hesitate for even a second. He swung the bat again, this time taking off part of the scalp. Into a crumpled heap of rotting flesh and tattered clothing, the zombie fell. Neil held his breath, partially to try and control his breathing so as not to hyperventilate, and partially to reduce the amount of stench that he could smell. He thought he was ready to swing, but he couldn't get himself to do it. He hadn't been in too many physical altercations in his life. Whenever a situation seemed to be brewing toward a fistfight and a possible opponent confronted him, he always found himself resistant to throwing a punch. He could stare the person down, but most attempts at actually fighting brought on a nearly uncontrollable hysteria within him that all but immobilized his hands at his sides. This same feeling was what was staying his hands at the present moment. Even when the thing had its hands raised toward him and was approaching him threateningly, he was finding it difficult to hit it. Dr. Caldwell was busy trying to square off with the third and final ghoul and was therefore not available to help. Neil backed away a little to buy himself some time. He was slightly distracted with the memory of having been clutched by one of the things several days ago. He shook his head, trying to stave off the helplessness that was threatening him. Why couldn't he do this? It was getting closer with each passing second. Neil was feeling like the fly caught in the spider's web again, just waiting for that lethal bite. Megan watched him from inside the glass doors.
"Jerry, do something,"
she urged. Jerry nodded and stepped back outside. He walked over to Neil, who said dispassionately, "I've got this one, I'm just—" Jerry responded, finishing Neil's thought.
"Making him suffer a little."
"Yeah. Suffer." Neil got both of his hands on the bat, swung it in a high arc over his head, and brought it down with a powerful executioner's swing onto the top of the demon's skull. The creature gurgled slightly as its cranium was crushed down between its shoulders, losing all shape and function. Watching it slump silently backward, Neil said, "Thanks."
"You got it. I think we should get moving. I can hear them coming toward us again."
"Yeah, you're right. No point in wasting any more time here. Let's get out of here, now." Disengaged. That would best describe Neil's mood for the next several. Actually, he wasn't really certain for how long. He felt like he was living in a series of frightening and somehow connected images. like he was stuck on the reel of a stop-motion camera. He remembered pounding footsteps against damp pavement. There was Megan running close behind him. Her face was strained and desperate. Was everyone else still with them? Where were the children? Were they keeping up? There was another sound, more distant but building. It was more footsteps. A lot more footsteps. They were being followed, pursued, hunted. He was prey, fleeing for his life with the rest of the diminishing herd. The running was accompanied by shouting and arguing. Someone, a man, suggested something, but someone else, a woman, disagreed. They fought on the run like two cowboys having a gunfight from the backs of racing horses on the prairie. There was frantic, terrified sobbing as well all around him. He may have even been a part of that, but he couldn't be sure. He saw doorways and windows, abandoned cars, and a crashed bus, but none of it registered as anything that even approached reality. Stop-motion photography, after all, was something to be watched and not something to be survived. And then there was quiet again. They were back inside. Where? There was arguing and protests, but he couldn't follow. He wasn't even sure about the voices. Maybe that was Dr. Caldwell, or it could have been Jerry. It came from behind him. Another voice. He looked up to an audience of faces waiting for the show to begin, and what he was slowly realizing was that he was the main attraction at this carnival. He rolled his eyes from left to right, his head barely moving. "Well, Neil, what should we do?" The question registered this time. What should we do? That was an excellent question. To his dismay, he discovered that his well was empty. He was about to shake his head and admit to as much when the pounding of fists against the glass doors separating them from the outside menace steeled his one thought. Let's find a back way out and get the hell out of here, and quick. We gotta keep moving. We gotta put some distance between us and them. Just keep moving. They ran down the wide hall into one narrow corridor that led to another. They passed doors but didn't see any way out, just more offices or bathrooms or storage rooms or whatever. They started to turn right again, and then Neil saw it. On the wall, high above another door, was an exit sign. There was no time to pause, no time to be careful. Behind them, the large glass doors and windows of the office building finally gave way and came crashing to the floor, and in poured a reeking wave of bloodthirsty beasts hot on their trail. Everyone ran through the door, which was then slammed shut, hoping to be that barrier that might finally stem the tide. Dr. Caldwell said, "I don't think this door is going to hold them for very long. We better keep moving." They all agreed on the run as they headed north up an alley that emerged onto 6th Avenue. They could see the Atwood up the road a few blocks, with nothing but empty street between them and it. They started to slacken their pace a little, to which Neil said emphatically, "No, we can't let up. Keep moving. We don't have the time to catch our breaths now. We gotta get somewhere safe first." As he was saying this, they all heard the familiar sound of rage-filled footsteps pounding behind them again. They knew that if they could get into the Atwood concert hall before their pursuers saw them, then perhaps they could gain some distance and a modicum of safety. The casual confidence they all had when they first entered the city was faded and gone. They were desperate refugees again, trying to stay ahead of the storm. They ran to the first set of doors they saw, and not surprisingly, they were locked. Jerry said to all of them, "I think we should keep moving to the doors around the corner." Claire, with wide, questioning eyes, demanded, "Why the hell don't we just get inside before it's too late?" "We don't want them to follow us if we can avoid it, and right now, they'll see us go in. Maybe if we get into a door around the corner, we'll lose them for a bit. Out of sight, out of mind." Dr. Caldwell decided for all of them, "Let's just move. He's got a point, but this is no time for a discussion. Go." The crowd of ghoulish pursuers was getting closer with each second. They weren't running at them, thankfully, but their single-minded pursuit was persistent. They just kept coming relentlessly forward as a single, angry mob. At the next set of doors, Jerry used the butt of his rifle to break an opening in the door. The task wasn't as easy as Jerry had imagined. The glass was tempered and shatterproof. After watching several vain attempts, Megan ordered, "Step back." She raised the pistol in her hand and fired a shot just above the door's outer handle. The concrete alcove in which they were standing magnified the crack of the gunshot. Neil, shaking his head, trying to relieve the ringing a bit, looked at Megan with surprise. She shrugged her shoulders and smiled.
Someone had to do something.
Jerry again used the butt of his rifle, but this time he banged it just above the small opening. The wooden rifle stock went through the hole, making it large enough for his hand. He reached inside and pulled on the horizontal handle, thus releasing the locking mechanism from inside. With the door open, they all piled into the hall's main lobby. The room was cavernous, with ceilings reaching several stories above where they stood. To Danny, it resembled some of the big churches he'd visited with his parents. As they ran up the wide staircase to the next floor, he looked over his shoulder at the door through which they had come. Outside, the first of the zombies were just passing. They seemed to be going right by the door. They didn't seem to be following them, at least not yet. They did, however, seem to be moving much more quickly than it had appeared from a distance. It wasn't quite a run, but he would have called it at least a jog or a trot. Any illusion he may have been harboring about being able to outrun these things needed to be rethought. They were still very dangerous and should not be underestimated. Jules, who was standing on the step above him, tugged his shoulder.
Come on, Danny. We gotta go. We gotta keep up or they'll leave us.
Jules' eyes betrayed her fear of being abandoned and forgotten. She'd heard Art's protests and his warning to the others about bringing her and Danny with them. She would have liked to stay at Charles's house, but she thought that Neil and Jerry might still be able to get her home. Now, with those scary things chasing them and all the adults acting so frightened, she didn't want Art's prophecy to become a reality. Jerry came back down the steps to where they were standing and said reassuringly, "Don't worry, you two. Nobody's leaving anybody. Got it? We do have to keep moving, though." Danny smiled up at Jerry.
It looks like your idea is working. They're going right by us.
We can't get sloppy then, Jerry cautioned. We gotta use this extra bit of time. It's important that we keep moving so that we can stay safe. Let's go. Jules and Danny both sprinted up the staircase, taking a couple of stairs at a time. They beat Jerry to the top and followed the others as they ran toward the doors opening into the sky bridge that spanned Fifth Avenue. Standing in the enclosed footbridge, they all paused and looked down. On the street below them, hundreds of the beasts were beginning to congregate. Jerry remembered once visiting a zoo featuring a large shark tank with a walk-through breezeway that allowed visitors to see sharks from a fish perspective. It was fantastic and a little claustrophobic. That was how he felt now. Like a spectator at a zoo looking at dangerous carnivores still in their cages, he looked down at the fiends on the street below. The things barely resembled human beings anymore. For the most part, their flesh was starting to pull tighter and tighter across their bones as the moisture in their skin and muscles diminished. Most of them still bore the horrible wounds that had originally claimed their lives, though they were now crusty and as brown as rusted metal. Their clothing resembled the tattered rags that one might find covering the abandoned and forgotten furniture in a long-condemned tenement building. Emma stood quietly as they watched the throng below.
I can't stand to watch this anymore. I'm so afraid I might see someone that I recognize. Well, would have recognized before all of this.
Dr. Caldwell asked them, "Shouldn't we just keep moving?" They made their way across the elevated corridor toward the doors that opened into the Egan Convention Center. "Wait a minute," Neil said. "I might have an idea here. Take a look inside. Are there any of them in there?" Jerry pushed the unlocked doors open and peered inside. He disappeared for a moment or two, and then was back. "It looks clear. What are you thinking?" "I want everyone to hightail it out of here, and I'm going to see about trying to get those things' attention on me up here. Maybe we can get them distracted enough that we can get away without them even knowing it." Megan looked skeptical.
What do you mean you're going to get their attention?
"Don't worry, I'm not going to do anything stupid. I'm just going to make some noise so that they're all looking up here at me, and then I'm going to sneak away. They're not that bright or even that aware. They probably won't even notice that I'm gone. I'll catch up to you guys in just a minute or two. Find the back door of the Egan, and then wait for me. I'll be along in a few." Megan, not fully convinced, asked,
Wait a minute. They don't even know we're here. Why don't we just sneak out before they figure it out?
Dr. Caldwell answered, "We've seen those things and how focused they can get. If Neil could draw their attention up here and then get away without them knowing it,
They could still be looking up here waiting for their meal for as long as time and their decomposition allows. I think it's worth a try. Why does it have to always be Neil?
Because it's my idea. I wouldn't feel right asking someone else to do it. I'll be safe up here, Neil assured her. Besides, we've got the walkie-talkies. I'll stay in touch.
You goddamn better.
I will. Now get out of here. Neil held up his radio and Dr. Caldwell did the same. Despite his reasoning, Neil wasn't entirely convinced that he should always be the one to set his ideas into motion. It seemed like every idea they had was his. It was starting to get exhausting. A noise from the Atwood concert hall behind him drew his attention. He walked over toward the large double door to look back inside. He could definitely hear movement, most likely footsteps. Shit. He ran back into the sky bridge and started to speak frantically into the radio. They're in the Atwood. I'm on my way. Where are you guys? In a crackly, static-laced voice, Dr. Caldwell responded,
We are almost at the back door near the elevator. We'll wait for you.
The sound behind him was getting louder. Thinking better of drawing any more attention to himself, he elected to not pound on the glass wall of the sky bridge, and instead just make his way toward the rest of the group. He wasn't convinced that his plan would have worked anyway. If the things saw him running away into the Egan, they might have just chosen to follow him, and then they wouldn't be any better off than they were now. What he didn't know, and couldn't have known, was that with the absence of the normal sounds of the city to obscure it, his own pounding footsteps as he ran down the sky bridge were heard clearly in the street below. When all was said and done, he did draw attention to himself, but the eyes looking and the ears listening to the sky bridge overhead were very aware that the source had gone into the Egan. As a singular force, the entire group of zombies moved out of the street and against the glass walls of the Egan Center. It was just a matter of time before the glass gave way to the pressure, and they would be through. Neil saw all of this as he ran through the Egan Center lobby. He felt like he was a fish on display in a large aquarium being viewed by hungry predators. Well, that didn't work. When the first window shattered and came crashing down in a storm of sound, he rounded the corner toward the exit. Jerry was still there holding the door, but everyone else had already departed. Jerry asked,
We still good?
No, get moving. I'm right behind you. The echo of pounding fists, slapping palms, and scratching nails against the windows behind him had spread across the entire glass front of the building by the time he was passing through the door. Jerry said in awe,
Jesus! Jesus!
He let the door close and joined Neil, who was already running after the others well ahead of him. The explosion of sound that followed the breaking of all those windows was something that could be felt as much as it could be heard. It startled all of them to a stop. Claire ducked down as if anticipating the approach of flying shrapnel and debris. Of course, Art sneered at her and even chuckled to himself. Megan saw it and thought to herself that this was no time to be petty. Neil was still a bit behind them, but at least now she could see him again. She took an awful lot of comfort in that. Neil just seemed to be able to keep them at least one step ahead of tragedy all the time. Forget about the fact that she was finding herself falling for him more and more every day. She was even convinced that had she met him outside of the current circumstances, she would have felt the same way. Granted, her engagement would have been a bit of an obstacle, but then again, they weren't outside of the current situation. Her comfort quickly turned to concern when she saw Neil waving frantically and shouting, "Run! Run! Get out of sight! They're—" That was when she heard the dull thuds of angry fists against the inside door from which Neil and Jerry had just emerged. Those things were right behind them. Luckily, Jerry and Neil were close to a full city block away from the Egan Center and, unfortunately, still almost 2 blocks away from Megan and the rest of their party. It didn't appear that the two men were in any immediate danger, though there was no time to dawdle. When the door exploded outward, its hinges buckling and sagging from the force, she felt that familiar chill in her heart that dried her mouth and soaked her palms. Then she realized that there had been so many of the undead creatures on Fifth Avenue in front of the Egan Center that they had spilled around the edges of the building. They were even then coming up the streets on either side of the Egan and heading straight for them. Neil yelled again, "Go! Run! Go!" Realizing that there was no way they would catch up with the others before they were cut off, Neil and Jerry adjusted their course so that they would be running straight away from the oncoming crowd rather than traversing across it. They were running up a street that, upon crossing the next street, started to slope down slightly as it started its descent toward the Ship Creek area and the Alaska Railroad Depot. Neil and Jerry had the same thought. There was a large Hilton Hotel at the end of that patch of street, and its multiple entrances and exits presented the best opportunity to possibly lose their stalkers. Neil hoped that he and Jerry would be able to keep the attention of the horde on them and allow the others to get away. He knew it would be much easier for the two of them to evade and escape than it would be for the larger group. Even so, it wasn't going to be easy. There were so damned many of them that they seemed to be multiplying. Both Jerry and Neil quietly hoped that the Hilton wasn't already crawling with the abominations. Neil could plainly hear and feel the vibrating buzz that preceded the undead and impregnated the air with its presence. To Neil, it was the same sensation one might experience while sitting on a vibrating chair that was shaking too much and for too long. It left him feeling disoriented and queasy. He was thankful that he was only able to feel it when there were so many and so close. Poor Jerry, Claire, Danny, and Jules were much more sensitive to the vibrations and were subject to the nausea almost constantly. Still on the run, Neil peered over his shoulder to assess the situation. There were literally hundreds and possibly more than 1,000 of the demons behind them now. They seemed to be intent on following Jerry and him, not even aware of the other group. There was a strangely comforting and unsettling sense of satisfaction in that. The fiends didn't seem to be capable of running any longer, but their pace was much more than a casual walk. They moved with a purpose, and that was the hunt. The walkie-talkie still gripped in his left hand began to squawk. He had completely forgotten about it. Never slowing his pace, breathlessly he shouted into the radio. "Say again." It was Megan.
"We're safe. We're away and no one's following. How about you two?"
"Still trying to get away," Neil said. "Getting there. I'll give you a shout when we're clear. Find a safe spot to hide."
"Be careful."
Remembering that it was a cell phone chirp that had given away their last hiding spot, Neil was careful to turn off the radio and slip it into his jacket pocket. To Jerry, he said, "They've gotten away. Now it's our turn." Starting to sound winded himself, Jerry answered,
"I didn't realize we were waiting for our own turn."
He smiled over at Neil as they continued down the street. Chapter 33. Running was fast becoming a fact of life. Even so, Dr. Caldwell wasn't any happier about doing it again. He looked back behind them and was relieved to see an empty street. They weren't being followed. Neil and Jerry had thankfully drawn the throngs of undead after them, buying time and distance for everyone else. He would have liked to slow his pace, but the fear that was twisting his stomach into knots was propelling his legs forward. Malachi was still leading the pack. He was, at that moment, kneeling behind a small sport utility vehicle sitting in the middle of the road. He had his sidearm drawn and held in a ready position in front of himself. He peeked up over the back of the vehicle and scanned the street in front of them. On the street, the sidewalks, and tucked into doorways were the shattered and mutilated remains of scores of Anchorage's former residents. The undead had set upon them like locusts upon crops, leaving so little of their victims as to prevent reanimation. Even their bones had been splintered and broken as the fiends devoured the marrow within. Tiny bits of shredded clothing and personal effects such as wallets and purses were all that identified these piles of rubbish as skeletal remains. Watching Malachi, his mannerisms and disposition reminded the doctor of images of police officers from television crime dramas. Officer Ivanov had just fallen into old habits and training, as if there was the slightest possibility that the threat to his safety was from some perpetrator's gun. As each bisecting avenue crossed the street ahead, increasing numbers of cars were packed tighter and tighter together. To Dr. Caldwell, it looked like a giant rodent maze. Wrong turns, dead ends, and of course, the unknown, hidden things that lurked somewhere within the turns or on the other side. What to do? Where the hell was Neil? And then Malachi made a move. The former police officer ran from the back of one vehicle to the next and then to a newspaper vending box. He paused and looked back at the balance of the group, still trying to follow. His breathing was slightly labored and short. With his dirty sleeve, he wiped away the running beads of sweat from his brow. Again, he surveyed the street and the deadlocked press of cars and trucks. Perspective, and how it changed one's vision of the world, was an amazing phenomenon and not lost on Dr. Caldwell. Malachi didn't see the maze that Dr. Caldwell saw, or at the very least, he wasn't overwhelmed with the imagery. He just let his instincts and his training do his thinking for him. This, of course, wasn't all that different than the little white rat's behavior in the lab. Perhaps his actions were a little more complex and calculated, but otherwise very comparable. It was of little consequence, however, as the rest of them fell in behind and followed the police officer, trusting in his judgment. The next street up was C Street, and straddling it was a large, abandoned people mover public bus. Around the stalled mass transit vehicle, a pocket of tightly packed cars and trucks had formed an impassable barrier. Dr. Caldwell said from behind, "Malachi, I think we should stop and catch our breaths at the parking garage up ahead there. Maybe Neil and Jerry will be able to catch up with us then." Megan, of course, appreciated that comment and the sentiment more than anyone else, though she was clearly not the only one who was noticing Neil's absence. The further they had gotten from Neil, the more anxious her thoughts and fears had become. From Megan's side, and trying to comfort despite struggling for air herself, Emma said, "He's all right." Megan held up the now static-filled radio and let her grief take her. She shook her head and tried to speak, but the knot in her chest was restricting her communication to pantomime. She shrugged her shoulders and accepted Emma's sympathetic embrace. Emma peered over Megan's shoulder at Dr. Caldwell's questioning look. She forced her mouth into a partial crescent and gave him a half nod. She didn't know if Megan was going to be able to keep it together or not, but the reality was that it didn't really matter. They were going to keep moving regardless. Megan's state of mind would not and could not figure into that simple fact. Malachi was now leaning himself against the rear corner of the bus and peeking around it. He was pleasantly surprised to find he was keeping his wits about himself. He could still feel some lingering hostility and raw anger toward Emma, but even that was becoming more nebulous, like the fading memory of a dream after waking. Each moment still held unspeakable terror for him, but dealing with these new horrors and not those of his past was helping him stay alive. He had seen neither his loving mother, nor his angry father, nor his sad cousin in days. He missed his mother, but was thankful for the absence of the other two. There was just enough room to maneuver himself along the side of the bus. Dr. Caldwell, by that time, had leveled his shotgun into a firing stance and was watching every step Malachi made. He looked into car windows and in the minimal gaps between cars while he continued his own careful pace forward, on the lookout for anything that seemed like a menace waiting to pounce. When the hand suddenly appeared in the bus window above and slightly behind Malachi, he almost choked. He brought the 12-gauge shotgun to his shoulder but hesitated for a better target. He knew that shooting the thing's hand off would do little more than create a noise to attract more of them. If he was going to shoot, he wanted it to count. And when the hand slid the window open slightly, he was, to say the least, confused. They had all agreed that the zombies didn't seem to possess the faculties necessary to perform even the simplest, most rudimentary of tasks, and yet the window was clearly opening. Malachi backed away and looked decidedly spooked. The words, "Help us," drifting out of the bus, caused both of the men to jump back in surprise. They looked at one another. Dr. Caldwell said with a hush, "Are they alive?" He was answered by an equally wispy, "Please," emanating from inside the bus like a distant echo. Emma and Megan were now approaching, each sporting a pistol in clenched fists. Dr. Caldwell looked at Malachi, then said to the women, "There's something in there. Malachi and I are going to go check it out, and we need you two to watch out for anything unusual."
Unusual? Emma smirked. "Okay, Doc. I'll let you know when anything unusual happens. Oh, sorry, if anything unusual happens. All things considered, the lines separating usual and unusual have been kind of blurred over the past few weeks. I mean, what do you—
Dr. Caldwell cut her off abruptly.
Stop. We don't have time right now for this. Just be on the lookout, okay? Don't let anything sneak up on us or you.
On it.
Her demeanor lost all condescension just like that. Malachi and Dr. Caldwell wasted no time. They vaulted over cars and on one occasion went through the still open doors on both sides of a minivan. Once at the entrance to the bus, they tried to look in the windows but found them covered with what appeared to be cardboard. The mystery was still contained within. And then, like Pandora opening her box, the door labored itself open with a series of clicks and clanks. There stood a man whose gaunt, emaciated frame needed to add some weight in order to qualify as a wraith. He smiled wearily, but said nothing. After a brief pause, Dr. Caldwell asked,
Are there others with you?
The man nodded slowly. His eyes were struggling in the sunlight. Still, he said nothing. The doctor didn't want to pressure this obviously tortured soul, but he needed him to understand the urgency of the situation.
We can help, but we have to go now. Do you understand?
A distant gunshot captured both of their attention and seemed to add the exclamation point to the doctor's statement. Standing there, Dr. Caldwell was able to smell the horrible rot that filled the air of the bus. It was a mixture of death, sweat, and feces being swirled together into a potent aroma. He wondered how anyone could possibly exist in such conditions. There were two others with him, another man and a woman. All of them shared enough in common with Holocaust survivors that Dr. Caldwell found himself inspecting their arms in search of the telltale black numbers, dashes, and letters. The other man was an older black man whose graying curls were only slightly lighter than his sickly-looking skin. He smiled as he descended the bus stairs and almost stumbled when his feet hit the pavement. He apologized for his misstep and the involuntary grab onto Malachi's arm to prevent his plunge.
I'm sorry. I've spent more time crawling around on that damned bus than I have on my feet actually, I don't know how long it's been. Guess I still need to get my sea legs under me.
The woman coming behind him did fall. Dr. Caldwell was suddenly very concerned about her mobility, or lack thereof. Her legs weren't much bigger around than the typical mop handle. The doctor got a hand under her arm to hoist her up. To him, she didn't feel like she weighed much more than a mop either. She was likely in her 50s, about Dr. Caldwell's age, but she had the physical affect of an elderly senior. She seemed weak and vulnerable, a lethal combination that could prove problematic for them all. He was relieved when he withdrew his hand and she was able to stand on her own. The first man to greet them and the last off the bus was younger than the other two. He also appeared to be much more fit, though his muscles too had suffered and atrophied from the conditions they'd had to endure recently. He drew in a deep breath of air, savoring it like fine wine. He closed his eyes and exhaled with gusto.
I forgot what air could smell and taste like. All I've had to breathe for as long as I can remember has been shit and death. Death and shit. Poison with every single breath.
The other new man shot a look in his direction and said defensively,
It worked, didn't it?
Megan asked.
What worked?
The woman answered.
It was Daniel's idea. He thought that maybe if they couldn't smell us and we didn't move around enough for them to hear, then maybe we could be safe.
No such thing as safe anymore,
Art commented from behind them. Again, the other man said,
Well, it worked and we were safe, weren't we?
Seeking clarification, Megan asked the man who insisted that whatever had worked,
So you're Daniel then?
No, he's still,
stammered the woman, unable to complete her sentence. The first man finished for her.
He's still on the bus.
He died a couple of days ago.
Emma asked tentatively.
Was he?
Bitten?
No. He just went to sleep one night and didn't wake up the next morning. What do you think caused it?
His voice meandering like a long Alaskan summer day, the first man answered as he looked up at the cloudy sky. "What does it matter what caused it? He's dead, just like the rest of them." "We haven't eaten in days," the woman continued, "and the water ran out about 3 days ago. A few of us tried to drink our own urine, but then that stopped too. I think it was just hope that had sustained most of us these past few days. I just knew that someone would happen along. Well, someone that didn't want to eat us, that is." Dr. Caldwell said, "We've got some food and water, but I think we should get off the street. Emma, can you conjure up some granola bars and water or something? Anything that can be chewed on the go."
"Sure."
The parking garage was a short jaunt up the street. Though agonizingly slow, they moved as quickly as the 3 newcomers would allow them. Luckily, they were able to get up to the 3rd level of the parking deck without incident. In getting to the parking structure and then up the winding driveway to the 3rd floor, they heard 2 gunshots and then nothing else. It was both worrisome and promising. The gunshots could only be from Neil and Jerry, which meant that they were still alive, but it also meant that they were still in trouble. From their vantage point, they could see back up the street from where they had come, the most likely route the 2 men would take to reunite with the rest of them. Megan alternated between holding the radio to her ear or to her mouth, with which she would plead for any response. None was forthcoming. Dr. Caldwell, meanwhile, had gone up to the top tier and was using the binoculars to get a better view. It didn't look good. There were still hundreds of the things moving up the street in the direction that the 2 men had traveled. They weren't moving as fast as the others who were originally on their heels. They were probably just chasing the group that was chasing Neil and Jerry. They weren't nearly as animated or as alert, though they were every bit as frightening. He decided that it would probably be wise to do some looking all around them and maybe even check out their next step. He looked around at the top tier of the parking deck. There was no roof and no cars, so it was more or less a 1 block by 1 block open-air parking lot. He'd only been up here once before. It was Black Friday, the day after Thanksgiving, and he was pretty certain that everyone had decided to come to the 5th Avenue Mall for whatever big sale at which his wife was also determined to be. They grabbed one of the 3 remaining parking spots in the whole garage. It was cold and slushy and earlier than he wanted to be awake. He was miserable that day and complained almost the whole time. He could remember that day like it had just happened. He remembered the petty resentment that he felt toward his wife for making him come. He was suddenly ashamed of himself and longing for his wife. He walked over to what he thought had been the spot in which he had parked that morning. He stood there and remembered his wife and the life they'd had together. It wasn't perfect, but it was good. They shared more laughter than tears, but they shared it all. No longer optimistic about her prospects for survival, he thought about her last moments. It was agonizing for him to think that she likely had to suffer so much and was alone in doing so. He said quietly to the wind, "Oh, honey, I'm so sorry." He could feel the grief begin to wrap its rough, hot hands around his heart. But then he heard,
"Sorry for what?"
He pivoted around, expecting to see his wife, and instead saw Emma, who was walking toward him. He shook his head and said, the pain forcing a slight crack into his voice, "I was talking to, thinking about, remembering my wife." She paused for a moment, not sure whether he wanted the company or not. Despite her feelings for him, she didn't want to impose herself or be a nuisance. She had actually come up to the top at Megan's urging because it didn't make any sense for any of them to wander off alone. She'd eagerly complied with Megan's request and even went so far as to try and convince herself that she was going after the doctor because it